White Crane's body and started spreading rapidly, corroding everything and causing the killer move to be nearly destroyed internally. The White Crane vomited intensely as black liquid came out of its mouth. Fan Yuan grunted and knew that he could not use a fire refinement method, otherwise, it would trigger the previous fire. Thus, he pointed. Instantly, 100 green light specks flew into the White Crane's mouth like a swarm of insects. The green light spread around the poisonous liquid and grew rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew rapidly, absorbing all of the poison in the White Crane's body. Fan Yuan flicked his finger again as golden light flowed like water, entering the White Crane's body and cutting all the grass away. Powder also entered the White Crane's body and helped to heal it at this time. Everything will be over soon, there is light at the end of the tunnel, don't give up. Fan Yuan encouraged it again. But the White Crane screeched intensely, its body started to twitch like it was shocked by lightning. Next, its long and elegant body started to inflate like a balloon. It got larger and larger, seemingly reaching its limit, and about to explode. Fan Yuan quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed with 5 fingers as a huge rod appeared in his palm. Just one refinement path killer move is not enough. Fan Yuan's thoughts flashed rapidly like sparks in his mind. He manipulated the goo worms in his immortal aperture and prepared another killer move. At the next moment, sharp icy spikes appeared on the huge rod. Boom! Fan Yuan exerted strength into his arm and slammed down on the White Crane's body. It immediately cried out in pain and looked at its master in utter disbelief. But Fan Yuan was still smiling gently. You must believe in Master, believe in yourself too. Boom! Fan Yuan waved the rod and slammed down again. The White Crane's inflated body was forcefully deflated. Powerful air currents gushed out of the holes on its body that were left by the spikes. Boom! Fan Yuan smiled gently. White Crane, be good, work harder. Boom! Fan Yuan smiled sincerely. White Crane, you are so cute, persevere on, we will succeed eventually. Boom boom! Fan Yuan smiled mercifully. No matter what you experience, don't ever give up. With me around, I won't let you die. The huge rod slammed down once more, while the White Crane had already broken down mentally. Boom! After a loud impact, it nearly fainted. There were no movements anymore. However, its body returned to the original size. It no longer was inflated but was covered in injuries. It was barely still alive, no longer displaying the power of a rank 9 killer move. Fan Yuan stored away the huge rod with icy spikes. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself. Although it is my first time trying these 2 moves together, my refinement path venerable intuition is not wrong, there are no mistakes at all. The effect is just as strong as I expected. This move is not like loving consolation, it has wide usage, I can practice it more in the future. Next time, if such a situation happens, I will use this again. As if the crane heard Fan Yuan's words, its corpse shook intensely and its mouth was tightly shut. With the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, heaven form fell into a deep predicament. Fan Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize it whenever an issue occurred. The difficulty is not high now, but the future is uncertain. By guarding heaven form, I am also restricted greatly. The more I try to save it, the more immortal essence I will waste. Fan Yuan did not have much immortal essence to begin with, this made the problem even worse. But I cannot abandon heaven form. Fan Yuan had to preserve this killer move. From his luck inspection through Cooking Luck Pot earlier, Fan Yuan analyzed and found that heaven path was his best choice in getting past his current predicament. Like now, while guarding heaven form, he was also refining other heaven path immortal goo in the sovereign immortal aperture. A new heaven path immortal goo was refined. This heaven path immortal goo looked like a crystal spider. It was clear and transparent with no flaws on the body. The spider's 8 legs were slim and long. Its body was also small and raised high by the 8 legs. Rank 8 Heaven Path Immortal Goo, Heavenly Web. This goo was the core of the Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Back then in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth used it multiple times. It had outstanding defensive properties. It was definitely on par with Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After Fan Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that there were only 2 Heaven Path Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture. One was Heavenly Web Goo, the other was Heavenly Birth Goo. Heavenly Birth Goo was used by Paradise Earth to revive. It was also his core immortal goo when converting from Earth Path to Heaven Path. There were also many other immortal goo. Like Information Path Immortal Goo Summary, it could allow a goo immortal to deduce the general summary of a complicated information. Or for example, rule path immortal goo normal, it could allow the target to recover to their normal condition. By using these immortal goo, Paradise Earth formed many heaven path killer moves like Heavenly Web Protection Veil, and Motionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, and others. These immortal goo were all destroyed by Paradise Earth's will before his death. Currently, Heavenly Web goo was refined. Fan Yuan had to refine Heavenly Birth goo next. Heavenly Birth goo could heal immortal goo. When used with Fan Yuan's refinement path killer moves, it could have an effect on heaven form. Fan Yuan had his own heaven path accumulation before this, rank 8 Heavenly Secret goo, Heaven's Envy goo, and the Heaven Envy's Heroic Genius's killer move that he used in Crazed Demon Cave, as well as the heaven form that he was saving now. After making huge gains from looting Paradise Earth, Fan Yuan gained a large increase in Heaven Path Foundation. Especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results, there is a method called Obscured Heavenly Secret that can use the power of Heaven Path to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Fan Yuan's greatest objective was the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret. After that, it was to refine Heavenly Birth goo and stabilize Heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path immortal goo used in the move, the greater the concealment effect. Fan Yuan had to resolve his predicament of insufficient immortal essence. He had two choices right now. One was to develop his immortal aperture. But accelerating the time in Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not a good idea. Fan Yuan could only expand his Great Love Goo refinement plan and try to get more resource points added into his Immortal Aperture to raise his Immortal Aperture origin core and produce more Immortal Essence. The other solution was to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was extremely helpful to Fan Yuan. Without it, Fan Yuan would have run out of Immortal Essence in Crazed Demon Cave. It had such an incredible effect. Whoever used it would understand why it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital goo. Fan Yuan was now a rank 9 Venerable. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable for him. If he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Fan Yuan to break out of this predicament. However, if he tried to advance it now, the information would no doubt be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were watching him closely. Fan Yuan knew this clearly. He was now rank 9, rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot could only barely help him. When he tries to refine rank 9 Immortal Goo, his luck would fluctuate immensely. Against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Cooking Luck Pot would not conceal the luck entirely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Venerable. It was even harder to conceal the information from her. The moment I refine my rank 9 goo is also my weakest moment. The two of them will definitely cooperate to attack me. Thus, this obscured Heavenly Secret killer move is the crucial factor. Cooking Luck Pot could not deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable because it was Luck Path. But obscured Heavenly Secret was Heaven Path. It was like how Fan Yuan had little countermeasures against Pill Path and Painting Path. Against Heaven Path, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be helpless. But this method has a hidden threat. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had assimilated with the Tao 3 million years ago, while Heavenly Court has an immense foundation in Heaven Path research results. How long can obscured Heavenly Secret conceal the truth from her? Chapter 22-28. Control of Immortal Essence Stones. Central Continent. 3 rank 6 goo immortals were surrounding an ancient cloud beast and attacking it. Be careful! The ancient cloud beast suddenly transformed and raised its speed, attacking the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not fazed. Her white blouse moved like a blooming flower, a vague silhouette blocking the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also attacked more fiercely. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat. Instead, it changed its form and enveloped the female immortal entirely. From outside, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had devoured the female immortal. Fairy Lian Yun! Shi Jingyi shouted and wanted to activate an information path killer move anxiously. But beside him, Yue Yizi stopped his action. Wait! If you use this move and pierce the cloud beast, what if you injure Fairy Lian Yun? Shi Jingyi stopped and gritted his teeth. Then what do we do? Yue Yizi, who had the appearance of a young man, showed a solemn expression. In this situation, I can only try to use that move. What move? Shi Jingyi felt that it was too dangerous. Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet? But Yue Yizi had already started preparing the move. Sensing the aura of the killer move, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lianyun and rushed towards them. Shi Jingyi immediately used his method to try to stall the ancient cloud beast. He opened his mouth wide and his tongue could be seen. The information path killer move activated as Shi Jingyi spoke rapidly without stopping. The power of words affected the ancient cloud beast's body as a formless power accumulated and stalled its movement. After more than 10 breaths of time, Shi Jingyi finally heard Yue Yizi's voice. He deactivated his killer move with joy and dodged to the side. Yue Yizi's palms aimed at the ancient cloud beast as 2 beams of light shot out of them. The beams were pale blue. After landing on the ancient cloud beast, they started to dissolve. Zhao Lianyun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, struggled intensely. She put in more effort and finally broke free from it, regaining freedom. All right, my turn. Shi Jingyi saw that Zhao Lianyun had escaped and quickly made his move, cooperating with Yue Yizi and using an offensive killer move. 2 killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast. With a loud sound, this ancient cloud beast exploded on the spot. The ancient cloud beast's corpse turned into lumps of clouds. Most were immortal materials. After Zhao Lianyun and the rest collected the materials, they rested on the spot. It was my fault. I got trapped by the cloud beast and caused our immortal materials to not be high in quality. Zhao Lianyun apologized. This loss is nothing. We only have rank 6 cultivation level but fought against an ancient cloud beast. Winning is already a huge achievement. We cannot ask for more. Yue Yizi consoled. Shi Jingyi talked loudly. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, we have not been able to meet up often. While the 2 heavens are fusing together, with beast groups escaping from the 2 heavens to Central Continent, we are able to meet again to stop the calamity. Why bother fussing over the small details? The friendship of the 3 immortals was built up during the Reverse Flow River battle. Even though Fan Yuan was the biggest winner in that battle, the 3 of them had performed very well in the battle. They were saved by Wei Lingyan, who risked his life, and they managed to hair-raisingly escape with their lives under the reinforcements of Central Continent later. After they returned to their sect, they received a lot of nurturing. Zhao Lianyun smiled and said after Shi Jingyi, "Since we do not mind the small details, I would like Shi to accept this gift." Saying so, she landed an information path immortal material to Shi Jingyi. Shi Jingyi was very happy. Wait, this is trash talk petal flower? This is an immortal material that I need to refine my immortal goo. He did not stand on ceremony. He took this rank 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lianyun turned to Yue Yizi and smiled as she handed him a refinement path goo immortal true inheritance. I got it. Yue Yizi was very happy. The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors are true, a certain generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Fairy Lianyun, how can I repay you? Zhao Lianyun shook her head and smiled. This is something within my abilities. It is also your good luck. Thankfully, I am the current generation fairy, otherwise I cannot have such authority to take the true inheritance. As for thanking me, of course I need something too. Zhao Lianyun said in a casual tone like she was joking. When you become rank 7 or 8 goo immortals, try to take care of me. Shi Jingyi and Yue Yizi's expressions turned slightly dim. They knew about Zhao Lianyun's situation. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Divine Concealment. She was unable to undergo tribulations, so her cultivation level could not advance. In contrast, Shi Jingyi and Yue Yizi's cultivation levels had increased significantly since the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Shi Jingyi gritted his teeth and said, "To speak the truth, I have been trying to find a way for you to break through this limitation. Goo immortals go through tribulations because of the heavenly Tao's balancing. Heavens will manipulate calamities and tribulations to form. Fairy, you cannot undergo tribulations because divine concealment hides you from heaven's will. The solution is simple, you just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move. The difficulty of breaking this killer move is too high. But with the reign of 3 venerables now, breaking a rank 9 killer move is not impossible. But destroying the killer move is too wasteful. I think maybe you can find Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to help. She is a Wisdom Path Venerable. I am sure she has a solution." Zhao Lianyun smiled bitterly. "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is high and mighty. How can someone like myself even get to meet her?" Fairy Lianyun, do not look down on yourself. The fact that you own rank 9 Love Immortal Goo means that you will not be ignored. Yue Yizi urged. But to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, according to the rules of the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court, you will need to pay a huge amount of contribution points. But now, you used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance that you gave me, thus. I hope you will take all these Cloud Beast immortal materials. Shi Jingyi laughed heartily. Then I will do the same. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Zhao Lianyun immediately shook her head. I understand your concern. If I bring back these Cloud Beast corpses and hand them over, I will get more contribution points than what I spent for the true inheritance. Even so, the amount that I lack to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help is still too much. It is better to invest in you two first and raise your strength to rank 7 or 8 before you come back and help me. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Zhao Lianyun made a lot of sense. After listening to her, Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi decided to keep the Cloud Beast corpses. Even so, Fairy Lianyun, please accept these Immortal Essence Stones. Yeah, in the following fights, a lot of Immortal Essence will be expended. At the crucial moment, you can replenish it using Immortal Essence Stones to deal with dangerous situations. Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi spoke again. This time, Zhao Lianyun did not reject them. She took both of their Immortal Essence Stones. I do not have many Immortal Essence Stones indeed. In fact, the sect is rarely giving out Immortal Essence Stones now. Do you know what's going on? Zhao Lianyun asked. Yu Yizi and Shi Jingyi shook their heads. They were in the same situation. Shi Jingyi was an information path cultivator after all. He had heard some vague rumors. The 10 great ancient sects are all lower sects of Heavenly Court. All of our Immortal Essence Stones are distributed by them. Ever since the Fate War, Heavenly Court has started to reduce the amount of Immortal Essence Stones distributed. By now, they have basically stopped giving out any Immortal Essence Stones. The 10 great ancient sects have their own Immortal Essence Stone storage, but to save for the future, they also stopped handing them out. Yu Yizi also said, recently, when transacting Refinement Path Immortal Materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I also noticed this. There are increased transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but most of them are done through resource trading. The circulation of Immortal Essence Stones has dwindled. Is Heavenly Court trying to influence the 5 regions Gu Immortal World through Immortal Essence Stones? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the Immortal Essence Stones in the market of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were from Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court had control of the source, their influence would be huge. The group that was most heavily affected were the rank 6 Gu Immortals, and they also had the largest number in the Gu Immortal World. As one's cultivation level rose to become rank 7 or 8, their dependence on Immortal Essence Stones would fall. And this was very inconvenient for Zhao Lianyun. There were mainly 2 aspects. Firstly, having the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was inconvenient. Secondly, once Zhao Lianyun had little Immortal Essence, she would not be able to replenish it quickly without Immortal Essence Stones. Don't tell me that Heavenly Court is trying to reduce the number of transactions among the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions so that they can prevent the lower-ranked Gu Immortals from fighting in advance? Zhao Lianyun thought to herself. The phenomenon of reducing Immortal Essence Stones became noticed by more Gu Immortals. Because there was only one source, which was Heavenly Court, other forces could not do anything about it. During normal times, Immortal Essence Stones were used as currency for Gu Immortals to trade, but during war times, they were important tactical resources as Gu Immortals could replenish Immortal Essence with them. After realizing this phenomenon, the various forces of the 5 regions started to buy Immortal Essence Stones and stock up on them. This made the supply of Immortal Essence Stones became even lower than before. Naturally, Fan Yuan had noticed this himself. Heavenly Court is trying to weaken the strength of the other forces before war erupts, while raising the value of their own Immortal Essence Stones. He was very interested in the secret behind Heavenly Court's Immortal Essence Stones. Be it Shadow Sect's true inheritance, or Paradise Earth's true inheritance, he had not found any clues. Even during the Fate War when Fan Yuan attacked Heavenly Court and destroyed the Immortal Graveyard, he did not find out the secret of the Immortal Essence Stones. Heavenly Court limited the flow of Immortal Essence Stones. It caused a huge headache to countless forces and Gu Immortals, but for Fan Yuan, the problem was small. 1 Immortal Essence Stone was equivalent to 1 Green Grape Immortal Essence Bead. Each of Fan Yuan's Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence Beads were worth 1,000,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Several days had passed since Fan Yuan arrived in the immemorial heavens and stabilized heaven form. Let's start. He let out a breath of air and started to prepare an immortal killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, obscured Heavenly's secret. Chapter 22-29. Giant Suns Attack. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Jade green water flowed like a large dragon, moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. Several rank 6 goo immortals were chasing and trying to stop it. Quick, the water is flowing towards you. Watch this. Boom! The water flow rippled, a huge wave of over 100 feet rose. I blocked it. But be careful. 2 rank 6 goo immortals were engulfed by the wave instantly. Damn it! The remaining goo immortals used their methods to desperately stop it. In the end, the jade green water flow did not manage to escape the sea area. Once time was up, white light surrounded 10 li of the sea surface. He-Chun Chio appeared and shouted, grabbed the air with his hands. Immediately, the surface of the sea rippled and surged with waves. After more than 10 breaths of time, a waterpath formation was built on it. This waterpath formation had a rank 7 waterpath immortal goo as the core. The main formation had already expended a batch of waterpath immortal materials. As the jade water flowed into the waterpath formation, it turned into a spiral whirlpool that moved on its own, emitting splashing sounds. The rank 6 goo immortals here flew into the sky. After seeing this, they cheered uncontrollably. He-Chun Chio inspected the formation again and ensured there were no issues before he also let out a breath of air. At this point, the jade green water flow resource point had been placed here. Jade green water flow was a rank 7 immortal material. It had a very famous trait in that it would always be moving without ever stopping. After Fan Yuan created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and took in the Righteous G Alliance, he extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Path for a batch of waterpath resource points. This jade green water flow was one of them. He-Chun Chio was in charge of placing this jade green water flow here. He made an immortal formation and ordered the rank 6 goo immortals to trap this jade green water flow, preventing it from escaping elsewhere. After several days of effort, it was finally completed. From this day on, the resource point would not only produce jade green water flow, it would also be one of the water vein nodes. With further development in the future, this might form into a jade green water flow sea area. Divine Rift Whirlpool, 7 Treasures Sea Spring, Underwater 1000-Year Profound Ice Island, Cleansing Water Region, Rolling Pearl Water Treasury. These last few days, Mini Eastern Sea gained more than 10 water vein nodes. Only 3 more are needed before we can form one water vein ring. While He-Chun Chio was thinking, one of the rank 6 goo immortals asked politely, Master, I wonder what other instructions there are. He-Chun Chio waved his hand at them. A time path killer move was immediately activated. Their wounds healed at once. You may go back, He-Chun Chio said. The goo immortals left after expressing their gratitude. They were very busy and needed to go around the place to resolve problems and stabilize the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. The number of missions in Star Collection Hall was innumerable. While watching them leave, He-Chun Chio sighed to himself. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the sovereign immortal aperture faced 2 main problems. The first problem was that strange phenomena were still occurring commonly. The sovereign immortal body's non-conflicting down marks was the root cause. The more down marks there were, the greater the problem. After Fan Yuan became venerable by passing the mini-chaotic disaster, he gained a huge number of refinement path down marks. At the same time, he had been building resource points recently. They were also made of down marks. The second problem was that the sovereign immortal aperture lacked manpower. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he lost about 50 goo immortals. A portion of them had died in the mini-chaotic disaster. They could not be revived. Among which, there was the Combat Beast King. Most of the rest revived. They were all goo masters now. The current situation was quite peculiar. These people could not quickly ascend to immortal yet. Thus, even throughout the sovereign immortal aperture, the strongest people were He-Chun Chio, Wu Shuai, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and the other rank 8 goo immortals. Establishing resource points and setting up formations, these were tasks that only He-Chun Chio and Wu Shuai could do. Although they did not cultivate formation path, they were still Fan Yuan's clones and shared his attainment levels. Other people simply could not do it. He-Chun Chio had already entered the liver life formation multiple times recently. He had no time to rest at all. Maybe I should ask the main body to give orders and deploy a portion of the Merman Imperial Court's merfolk goo immortals to help us. He-Chun Chio thought to himself. Compared to the humans, the Variant humans were more reliant on Fan Yuan. They were less likely to betray him. At the same time, Mini Eastern Sea did need to relocate and move in a number of merfolk as well. Compared to the other 4 mini-regions, Mini Eastern Sea only had hairy men on the 3 major continents. Although the population was not small, other areas had no variant humans at all. They were too empty. The sovereign immortal aperture was developed and managed by the clones and subordinates, while Fan Yuan's main body focused on guarding heaven form. Boom, boom, boom. Fan Yuan's huge rod continued to slam on it. This time, there were no ice spikes on the rod, it was burning in flames instead. Heaven form was gritting its teeth, not daring to emit any cries as it curled up into a ball. The frost that appeared on its body out of nowhere was smashed by the rod before being melted by the flames. As the black and white heavens became fused to a greater extent, heaven form's condition was getting more unstable. But Fan Yuan was still quite relaxed. While stabilizing heaven form, he also activated Obscured Heavenly Secret repeatedly to practice it and gain more insight about the move. The Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move that he used now was the version that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had. Paradise Earth did not have Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, thus he used Heavenly Web Goo as the core with a large amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. After these Heaven Path Immortal materials were used, Fan Yuan's body became covered in a new layer of Heaven Path Dao marks, resembling a fishing net. Whenever anyone made deductions or tried to investigate of Fan Yuan, this layer of the fishing net made from the Heaven Path Dao marks would rapidly change form, the lines would contract and twist rapidly, distorting everything from the original state. Thus, Obscured Heavenly Secret's true effect is not to conceal myself from all deductions, but to perfectly mislead them and cause them to arrive at a wrong result. Fan Yuan had already recognized the essence of this move. Once the fishing net's Heaven Path Dao marks are depleted, this Obscured Heavenly Secret would lose all effect. Conversely, the more Heaven Path Immortal materials I consume, the more Heaven Path Dao marks would be used to construct this fishing net, which would cause this Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move to become even stronger and long-lasting. Because of this, Fan Yuan saw hope of deceiving the 2 venerables. Theoretically, as long as he had enough Heaven Path Dao marks, he would be able to prevent the 2 venerables from finding out that he was refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, Fan Yuan had more than 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Once he reached the minimum requirement, he would start refining goo. Fan Yuan was anxious to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus because he knew that now was the best time to do it. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended, the 3 venerables' methods were all exposed, while they could not modify their methods yet. Thus, in a fight, Fan Yuan had a greater advantage. After all, he had more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he missed this chance, once the 2 venerables modified their methods, the result of their fight would be uncertain. Immortal Essence Stockpile is my weakness. If I do not use this chance to fix this flaw, in our standoff in the future, my Immortal Essence reserves will always be below the 2 of them. I will always be restricted by this. Fan Yuan knew he had to take risks. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted, his eyes widened, his gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven and cast down on all 5 regions. Good, with the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, I can see all the luck of the lifeforms in the 5 regions. Heavenly Court first looked at Heavenly Court. After a while, he turned to Eastern Sea but could not find Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was shocked. He quickly searched and found a type of luck in the mixed black and white heaven. This luck was burning like a furnace, there were cracks on the surface and little firewood at the bottom. There was an immortal crane that resembled a cloud or mist within it, burning slowly in turmoil. Heaven form? Instantly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes burst out with bright light. He laughed heartily as he understood Fan Yuan's current condition. This Heaven form killer move is left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was used by Fan Yuan during the Fate War to invade Heavenly Court. With the fusion of both heavens, Heaven form's foundation is unstable, it needs Fan Yuan's protection. This rank 9 killer move is extraordinary, with Fan Yuan restricted by it. Now is the time for me to strike. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan exposed Heaven form. Longevity Heaven had cooperated with him multiple times, thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew about this information. After seeing this, the Northern Plains Immortal Venerable set off to Eastern Sea. He moved quickly and resolutely, without a moment of hesitation. In the mixed black and white heaven, Fan Yuan sighed while smiling slightly. He had sensed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigation earlier. He purposely dispelled Obscured Heavenly Secret to test it out. The result was that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable moved out to attack him. Since Giant Sun is coming, what about Star Constellation? A dark light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2230. Star Constellations Attack. Eastern Sea. Deep within icy sea area. In the pitch-black bottom of the sea, a huge ice mountain filled the vision of two Su Clan Gu immortals. These two Su Clan immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. One was Su Qin, he was specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Mingwan, he cultivated Dark Path. The two Gu immortals were traveling within a rank 7 immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was called Moving Frame Pavilion. It was a rarely seen strength path immortal Gu house. The body of the house was like a pavilion, with 8 big thick blue gold pillars supporting the pavilion roof and pressing down on the pedestal. The blue gold pillars were not straight, but bent with an obvious curvature. The two ends were inwardly curved and the middle section expanded outwardly. On the whole, the entire moving frame pavilion looked like a huge bird cage with the two Su Clan Gu immortals inside it. The moving frame pavilion emitted a layer of dark blue light, blocking the sea water that was outside it. Even so, a cold chill still permeated the place. After facing the icy mountain for some time, the eyebrows and hair of the Su Clan Gu immortals were covered in frost. So cold. This ice mountain is made from 1,000-year profound ice. Moving frame pavilion does not have enough defense against it. We need to act quickly. Su Clan's Gu immortals conversed while activating moving frame pavilion together, unleashing a strength path method. Instantly, there was a loud sound as a corner of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain was cracked by a formless force and floated towards the two Su Clan immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Qin immediately took action to move this 1,000-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Boom boom boom. Moving frame pavilion continued to exert strength as pieces of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain were moved into their immortal apertures gradually. But good times did not last long. The surrounding ice-poisoned starfish were alarmed by them, and quickly approached aggressively. Su Clan's two immortals tensed up immediately. I will lure them away, you should take as much as you can. Su Qin immediately flew out of moving frame pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, trying to lure away the ice-poisoned starfish group was still a risky thing to do. Su Mingwan, who was left in moving frame pavilion, was not safe from danger either. Who knew what would happen next? It was not easy to retrieve the 1,000-year profound ice, even for a super force like Su Clan, which sent two rank 7 Gu immortals along with an immortal Gu house that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. It was still full of danger. But there was nothing else Su Clan could do. As an Eastern Sea Righteous Path superforce, after joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they were extorted by Fang Yuan and had to contribute water path resources. Fang Yuan's requirement towards the water path resources was very high. He needed them to be usable as the water vein nodes. Naturally, Su Clan did not lack such resource points, but they did not want to give up their personal wealth. Coincidentally, Su Clan was situated close to icy sea area. Deep within the sea area, there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials. Thus, they planned to collect the profound ice here and hand it to Fang Yuan to satisfy his request. Quick, be quicker. Su Mingwan raised his speed to the limit, but he still had insufficient 1,000-year profound ice. There was no helping it. Without Su Qin, his efficiency plummeted. And worse was that a shark group in the sea got disturbed by them. They swam towards moving frame pavilion. Sigh, we have no choice but to retreat. Su Mingwan sighed deeply, feeling helpless inside. He had only found this underwater 1,000-year profound ice mountain after much trouble, but after this excavation, the environment would be greatly affected, causing a chain of reactions to occur. The stable ecology would instantly become chaotic. The beast groups here would start fighting against each other. Even if they did not fight, they would be wary against each other. If any commotion occurs, they would attack together, and more terrifying, a beast tide might occur. For the following period, trying to excavate 1,000-year profound ice here would have much greater risks. Su Mingwan and Su Chen's best choice was to leave and find other suitable targets next. But right when Su Mingwan was about to leave, there was a surging aura above the sea. Su Mingwan's expression changed intensely. This aura was grand and imposing, it was mighty and unstoppable. All of the sharks that were swimming were intimidated, they escaped in panic. Su Mingwan's expression was filled with shock. This is a venerable's aura. At the previous moment, he felt that a huge sun had flown above his head, across the sea area. Giant sun immortal venerable. He is attacking Eastern Sea? Su Mingwan was flustered and panicked. He quickly informed Su Qin about this. Su Qin was not far away, he was also stunned at the moment. Quick, Tell First Supreme Elder about this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable seems to be moving towards our Su clan. Suchin could not help but shout in fear. Are the two venerables' battle going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwan was shocked by this guess. His face was as pale as white paper. However, contrary to their guesses, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not move straight ahead. His speed fell quickly as he stopped above ICC area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 aura spread out in an unrestrained manner, showing his grand and domineering attitude. The entire sky rippled with golden light. The golden light spread rapidly to the sky and sea, expanding in all directions. Sensing the terrifying aura of the Venerable, almost all the underwater lifeforms escaped in panic. Thanks to this, the two immortals' predicament was resolved. But they were not happy about it. Instead, they started to guess. What is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable trying to do? Oh? Giant Sun stopped at ICC area. In the immemorial two heavens, Fan Yuan quickly sensed this situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not conceal his traces at all. It was like he was trying to tell Fan Yuan openly, I have arrived. Immemorial two heavens. So his plan is to stop above ICC area after all. Fan Yuan had a calm expression. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable recovered to some extent, but his battle strength would not have risen by much. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's down marks would be far inferior than Fan Yuan. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even if he saw Fan Yuan's situation, attacking him abruptly would not have any benefits. Only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would gain from this. It was very wise that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to enter Eastern Sea. He was currently refining Eastern Sea's natural luck path Dao marks. Once he refines all of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would have a territorial advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if he was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate Killer Move from Northern Plains that would be effective in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was planting a tower in Fan Yuan's base camp. It could inspect Eastern Sea's situation during normal times, and in battle, the activation of Luck Path Dao marks would allow him to launch attacks on the entire Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan could not do much to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He could not leave, unless he abandoned heaven form to return to Eastern Sea and face him. But in that case, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had to retreat and leave, while Fan Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not retreat and fought against Fan Yuan in attrition, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves would dwindle further. In the event they fought, although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be at a disadvantage, he would not be killed so easily. Fan Yuan had expected this to happen. Long ago, when the heaven vein of the immemorial two heavens started to fuse, Fan Yuan had already deduced the crisis of heaven form. This problem occurred after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. From Fan Yuan's perspective, this situation was already very good. The collapse of heaven form was a problem. Fan Yuan needed to try to resolve it while using the chance to create an opportunity to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He did not have enough immortal essence now. It was not time to advance the goo, thus, he could also not expose obscured heavenly secret yet. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable checked on Fan Yuan, he immediately retracted this move. For a person like Fan Yuan, his own weaknesses and flaws were things he could exploit to use against his enemies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was already influenced by him. Next, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's turn. Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's beautiful eyes looked at Eastern Sea. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to stay in ICC area. It was really an amazing choice on his part. ICC area was at the westernmost part of Eastern Sea. It was closest to Central Continent. By refining the luck path Dao marks of Eastern Sea, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also trying to threaten Central Continent. After sensing Fan Yuan's issue, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a move. But he did not fight against Fan Yuan. This shows that his battle strength has not risen much, and he is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided rapidly in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable in existence, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would definitely fight his way to the immemorial two heavens now and attack Fan Yuan. After all, he had abundant immortal essence. Even though Fan Yuan had higher battle strength, he could not kill Giant Sun. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. After the battle, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves would shrink. He would not be able to utilize his advantage as a refinement path venerable. Even rank 9 killer move Heaven Form would be affected and might get destroyed. But with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable around, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pitted himself against Fan Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. From this point, it could be seen that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was helping Fan Yuan. Heaven Form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be allowed to exist. During the Fate War, this was the killer move that allowed Fan Yuan to break into Heavenly Court. As long as Heaven Form existed, Fan Yuan could break into any grotto heaven in the immemorial two heavens. This was a huge threat to both Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came up with a plan. At the next moment, she connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Fan Yuan. Great love Immortal Venerable, I want your help in refining some immortal goo, what do you think? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said while smiling. In the immemorial two heavens, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He had also expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to find him. Fan Yuan understood the intention of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he said. What immortal goo do you want? Also, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how will you deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable replied immediately. I need Star Thought Immortal Goo, Star Eyes Immortal Goo, and Permanence Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan was silent for a while before replying. Sure, but I need to see your sincerity first. Okay, here is my sincerity. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow that flew straight for Northern Plains. Chapter 2231. Refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very daring. She flew rapidly and went deep into Northern Plains, the former location of Imperial Court Blessed Land. She did not target any of the Huangjin tribe members. She acted like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, staying in the sky and starting to refine the natural wisdom path Tao marks of Northern Plains. At once, starlight shined in the sky, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move into Longevity Heaven directly. Although it seemed like this was the best opportunity to attack Longevity Heaven, since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was far away in Eastern Sea, the truth was that it was not easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Longevity Heaven. Grotto heavens were condensed into one spot in the sky. Unless the Immortal Aperture's entrance was open, outsiders could not get in easily. This was also why Heaven Form had immense value. Furthermore, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get inside Longevity Heaven, she could not destroy the rank 9 Grotto Heaven in a short period of time. By then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would come back and defend the Grotto Heaven. He would fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In that case, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gives up on Fan Yuan and fights Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead, not only would there be risks of getting injured, he would expend more immortal essence as well. That would benefit Fan Yuan too much. In this contest of three venerables, they were mutually wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack the others, these venerables also had to maintain their own development speed. This situation was very complex now. If one acted rashly without consideration, they would be courting death. Having judgment was very important. If one made an appropriate move with just the right intensity, they would gain a bit of advantage in this stalemate of the three venerables. The three venerables knew this, thus, each of their actions contained deep meaning and considered the reactions of each other. In most cases, they reacted according to the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated her current actions clearly. This was the most advantageous move for her. Firstly, Fan Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless, and had no bottom line. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, even if they had the same battle strength, Fan Yuan would still be a bigger problem than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Currently, Fan Yuan's circumstances were very troublesome. The difficulty of maintaining Heaven Form would only increase with time, because more than half of his Heaven Path research results came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She knew about this clearly. Fan Yuan had to guard Heaven Form while expending immortal essence. This depleted his already low reserves. And now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to Eastern Sea to refine its luck path Tao marks. This was a way to weaken Fan Yuan as well. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable requested Immortal Goo from Fan Yuan in exchange for making a move. This was also a way to weaken him. In addition, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also weakened by this move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the advantage of Immortal Essence. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew. With this advantage, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not disrupt him, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Dalmark refinement rate would always be higher than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Additionally, for Heavenly Court, Northern Plains Goo Immortal World had a bigger threat than Eastern Seas Goo Immortal World. It was a well-known fact that Northern Plains Goo Immortals had outstanding battle strength and bravery. This was something that Eastern Sea lacked. Star Constellation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who was in ICC area, gritted his teeth. His expression turned ugly. But he did not move from his position. He continued to refine the luck path Dao marks. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven or the Huangjin tribes, this was not something that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not endure. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went beyond this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would return and fight with her. This was undeniable. If a strong enemy tried to step over one's bottom line, there had to be fierce retaliation. Otherwise, the enemy would think that one was easy to bully. Then in the future, life would only get tougher. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not step over Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bottom line, so there was no intense desire for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to return to Northern Plains. So what if he returned? By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could just leave, but could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chase after her and barge into Heavenly Court? Even if he reached Heavenly Court, could he fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Would Fan Yuan not benefit from that? If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not chase her, if he returned to Eastern Sea, what if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went back to Northern Plains again? If they did this repeatedly, what would be the point of it all? Was traveling not costly on Immortal Essence? If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did that, he would not be able to refine many of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, yet he would spend a lot of time in Immortal Essence. Was that not a huge joke? The situation was different for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Even if she attacked or retreated multiple times, she would still get Fan Yuan's Immortal Goo. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose not to move. He continued refining Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. But at this time, Fan Yuan approached Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why must we behave like this? We are both victims of Heavenly Court. They have the deepest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest region. This is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, not long ago, Heavenly Court denounced us as demon venerables. We need to join hands and deal with Heavenly Court instead. Look at the situation now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has openly gone to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path Dao marks there. She is simply disregarding your existence. Fan Yuan urged him while suggesting, why don't we have a transaction? I will pay you Immortal Goo in exchange for you refining Central Continent's Dao marks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he replied, Fan Yuan, it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made such a transaction with you too. Since the 5 regions are one, and the regional walls no longer exist, I can not only refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks here, but also Central Continents. If you want me to let Eastern Sea off, I need to see how many Immortal Goo you can give. When Fan Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were still bargaining, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Fan Yuan, you have already seen my sincerity. It is your turn now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked for Immortal Goo directly. Fan Yuan was silent for a moment before sending Permanence Goo into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Speaking of which, this Permanence Goo belonged to Heavenly Court at first. Back then, Fan Yuan had obtained it after destroying Heavenly Court's Immortal Goo House, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received Permanence Goo, she inspected it before hearing Fan Yuan's new suggestion. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Longevity Heaven or any of the Huangjin tribes, he would pay her even more Immortal Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. If I do that, it will not be just 3 Immortal Goo. Her attitude was quite similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable who was talking on the other end. Fan Yuan snorted in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was gaining the most benefits. Fan Yuan was merely trying to stall for time now to undergo refinement. As long as he refined rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, these losses would all be worth it, even if he had to increase the chips. But the problem for Fan Yuan now was that he lacked immortal essence. It seems that I must accelerate the time of the sovereign immortal aperture. Right now, Fan Yuan's gaze was like a hawk. He stared at heaven form sharply. It shivered in response. Fan Yuan did not want to raise the speed of time in the sovereign immortal aperture, but there were no alternatives. At this point, he had already paid a considerable price to get this opportunity. And Fan Yuan's biggest worry was that such an opportunity seldom knocked twice. In the future, he might not be able to do this anymore. If the opportunity presented itself, he had to grab onto it. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan's time path clone He Chunqiu started to use time path killer moves. One after another, killer moves were activated. The raging water of the river of time was drawn into the year essence pool. Next, through it, the water was diverted to the respective sub-pools. The time path zones that the year essence pool controlled had faster time flow now. It was obvious when compared to the surroundings. And this difference was expanding and getting more evident. After Fan Yuan became venerable, the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time became quite close to the 5 regions, but now, after he used this method, the difference became larger again. This was a huge threat, of course. Normally speaking, a chaotic disaster occurred once 100 years, now, it might arrive in 70 or 80 years. Once Fan Yuan's chaotic disaster arrived, the other venerables would find the chance to attack him together. At that time, he would face both internal and external threats. Fan Yuan had a determined expression. He resolved himself after making this choice. Whether this gamble was worth it would depend on the future. As the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time rose, the production of yellow apricot immortal essence also started to accelerate. The development of the immortal aperture was improved greatly as well. The 3 venerables were in a deadlock now. As days passed, the 5 regions Gu immortal world focused on these 3 venerables, observing their actions and discussing their possible future decisions. Because He Chunqiu used too many time path methods in this period, he had to recuperate and rest. Thus, Wu Shuai led the other Gu immortals and formed the first water vein. Fan Yuan was facing greater difficulty in maintaining heaven form now. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked him for a second immortal Gu. Star Eyes Star Thought. After hesitating for a while, Fan Yuan chose to give Star Thought Immortal Gu to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Fan Yuan finally used this killer move officially. It marked the start of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Refinement. This time, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fan Yuan. It contained a few more Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Not only was it stronger and thicker, it could even allow him to control the range of Obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Fan Yuan was not stingy now. He directly used 60% of his Heaven Path Immortal materials. At almost the same time as Obscured Heavenly Secret's activation, within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also started. Inside 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Wu Shuai, He Chunqiu, and around 10 Hairy Man Gu Immortals got to their stations and started to wait for the refinement to start. This was an incredible group that gathered, but they were only helping out now. The divine sense of Fan Yuan's main body was present now. He was going to refine Gu personally. Rumble. Jade light shot out, surging like a flowing river. Fragrance spread everywhere, causing people to feel delighted. This was just the first step, but a small mountain of rank 9 wood path immortal materials were already expended. Rank 9 immortal Gu were all extraordinary, while Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital Gu. It was also the most helpful Gu to Fan Yuan now. This was a huge uncertainty. Therefore, Fan Yuan soon sensed a huge fluctuation in his own luck. Chapter 2232. Furnace Luck. Fan Yuan willed in his mind. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Cooking Luck Pot started to activate. Fan Yuan diverted his gaze and looked up above him. He saw that his rank 9 Refinement Path luck was like a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay. There were many cracks on the surface that made it look like it was poorly created. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a pile of firewood burning intensely. This showed that Fan Yuan was currently using all of his immortal essence reserves. Within the furnace, 2 lumps of clouds were intertwined. One lump was an immortal crane cloud that was white in color with black spots inside. It resembled heaven form. This cloud was close to breaking apart, but each time it was about to collapse, heat would be emitted from the furnace to forcefully gather it again. The other lump of cloud was smaller. It resembled a green lotus. The green lotus cloud was the opposite of the immortal crane. The latter was close to breaking apart, while the former was too tightly compacted. Most of the furnace's heat was used on this green lotus cloud. It was trying to melt a piece of limestone. The green lotus cloud was mostly condensed. Only a small portion melted and spread out, flowing towards the cracks of the furnace and sinking to the bottom, as if it was trying to take root. The furnace is too crudely made, it is filled with cracks. That shows that my foundation is not stable. The sovereign immortal aperture also has another hidden threat. Because it has not gone through an actual chaotic disaster, there is huge room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud is heaven form, while the green lotus cloud is my attempt at refining heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. What about the luck of other venerables? Fan Yuan tried to look, but he could not see anything beyond the furnace luck. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver light pillar, while the other 3 venerables' lucks were like clouds floating around him. Right now, he had become a refinement path venerable, but he could no longer see the venerables' lucks. Fan Yuan knew the reason. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's rank was too low. It was only rank 8, it was already outstanding to be able to see Fan Yuan's own rank 9 luck. Of course, there were still specific details that could not be seen through it. If it had to observe the other 2 lucks, and see how they related to Fan Yuan's own luck, the difficulty would be beyond cooking luck pot's capability. But even if I can see the luck relationship, I cannot use it as reliable information, Fan Yuan thought. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan used luck inspection multiple times. Now that he recalled it, the luck phenomena regarding star constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were quite accurate. The main reason for what he saw was that star constellation Immortal Venerable was split into 3 existences, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his normal state, and they were also not luck path cultivators. The golden aurora luck of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was clearly not reliable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived through blood path methods, but this important information was not shown in the luck phenomenon. At the same time, his combat system had a terrifying aftereffect. This was also not exposed. The golden aurora luck that symbolized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was suppressed most of the time. Evidently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used luck path methods to conceal his own luck and mislead Fan Yuan. He was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the former luck path venerable. He was also clear of how cooking luck pot worked. It was not strange that he achieved this. Fan Yuan was currently thinking of using obscured heavenly secret to deceive the 2 venerables. The truth was, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already been doing this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Gray fire was burning intensely. It was huge like a mountain. Wood path immortal materials were put inside one by one as they melted like candles. At the bottom of the fire, there was a 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 immortal goo heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus was sealed within the profound ice. The goo immortals present were tense and nervous originally, but more than 10 days had passed since the refinement started. All of them were starting to feel excited and joyful. All of the immortal materials have successfully melted. At this rate of progress, in just 10 or so days, the advancement will succeed. What sort of incredible goo refinement method is this? On the surface, it looks like the fusion of ice refinement and fire refinement, but in essence, this is the perfect combination of the profundity of the human isolation style and hairy man natural goo refinement method. There are also many crucial points that are filled with mystery. Even if we participated personally and watched the entire process closely, we cannot understand the deep meaning contained within. Master is truly worthy of being a refinement path venerable. The difference between us is night and day. But right at this time, Fan Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the goo refinement is going to fail. An intense refinement path intuition filled his mind and body. Fan Yuan bore no doubt towards this intuition. At the first instant, he realized the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the wood path immortal materials. These wood path immortal materials seemed to be fine, but there was a tiny flaw in each step of the process. As these flaws accumulated, they became significant enough to destroy the entire refinement attempt. If he continued, there would be no point. Fan Yuan made a decision to terminate the goo refinement attempt. What? Why did we stop? Everything was gone smoothly. Fool, Master made a decision, it has to be right. We are too weak, how can we understand him? Immediately follow his orders and do it. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the 10 or so goo immortals worked chaotically as they gradually stopped the goo refinement. After a day and night, under the full effort of Fan Yuan and the rest, the first refinement attempt stopped. All of the rank 9 immortal materials that they invested were wasted. The goo immortals all had mild injuries, even 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was damaged. But what made Fan Yuan feel the most loss was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. As the main person involved in this refinement, he suffered the most severe injuries. Immortal killer move, refined self. Fan Yuan used his killer move and refined all of the wood path and refinement path down marks while feeling glad internally. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such precise refinement path intuition. Even during the process of refining a rank 9 immortal goo, I still hold the initiative. Having the initiative made the situation completely different. Like this time, Fan Yuan sensed that he would fail and immediately stopped. By doing this, he suffered much fewer losses and most importantly, their injuries were also kept to a minimum due to their precaution. Rank 9 immortal goo refinement was not a simple thing. Without intuition, if one failed suddenly, more than half of these goo immortals would die, while 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would be destroyed completely, or if he was lucky, a small portion might remain. But Fan Yuan would suffer much deeper injuries, it was certain to incapacitate him. But now that he took the initiative to stop, the loss of resources and goo immortals, and the immortal goo house's damage were kept to a minimum. Rank 8 immortal goo heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus was also intact with no damage taken. Of course, this had to do with the refinement plan that Fan Yuan came up with meticulously. This time, he chose to use ice refinement to isolate rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus first. He would only use it in the last few steps. If only I could get some success down marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or maybe, if I can raise my woodpath attainment level, my ability to process these woodpath immortal materials will increase, it will help this situation. Fan Yuan speculated inwardly. Even Fan Yuan had not understood completely what the secret behind infallible blessed land's success down marks was. He was a refinement path venerable, theoretically, he was the #1 person in refinement path in the world. His supreme Grand Master attainment level allowed him to grasp every single refinement path method in the world. But infallible blessed land was the racial inheritance of hairy men. Even until today, Heavenly Court had not managed to take control of it. They were very wary against it. Success down marks were too helpful for goo refinement. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, it not only contained refinement path profundity but also the essence of human path. This could be speculated by reading. Precisely because of the human path profundity, Fan Yuan could not replicate the success down marks now. After a temporary rest, Fan Yuan healed himself while stabilizing heaven form. He also used investigative killer moves to observe the 2 venerables' actions. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was in ICC area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went deep into northern plains. They were both focused on refining natural dial marks. The best situation is to maintain the status quo. For this goal, Fan Yuan was willing to pay more immortal goo to them. This was a necessary investment. However, the 2 venerables are unable to fully refine the natural dial marks of both regions. I do not have much time left. Fan Yuan understood this clearly. It was a simple thing. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge and contained innumerable dial marks. Even these 2 venerables could not refine them all in a short period of time. This was an easily proven fact. He only had to check historical records and see how long the venerables took to roam the world after reaching rank 9. The 2 venerables are limited by not just time but also immortal essence. Once the 2 of them run out of immortal essence reserves, they will not be able to continue refining natural dial marks, they will stop then. After all, they need to keep a portion of their immortal essence for combat and potential unexpected occurrences. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. This goo refinement failure was very disadvantageous to him. Because it did not fail early but only occurred past the halfway mark, he had to start all over again. Fan Yuan had too little time. He estimated that there was only 1 chance left. No, 1 chance is too few. It has been tested that even as a rank 9 refinement path venerable, my success rate of refining rank 9 immortal goo is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to gamble harder. Fan Yuan immediately ordered for He Chunqiu to take action in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture again. Time path killer moves were used in succession. Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow rose again. But Fan Yuan paid a huge price for this. Because he had just used time path killer moves earlier, the effect of the current methods were too little. In order to raise the time flow forcefully, Fan Yuan had to use other time path methods. And the result was that He Chun Qiu's time path Dao marks were all used up in the process. It could be said that this time path clone was basically useless now. But in the current situation, with spring-autumn cicada being unusable, it was not a huge concern that the time path clone became useless. After everything was prepared, Fan Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again while racing against time. Chapter 2233. Black Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Quick, take my place, I can't hold on anymore. I'll come. Huff. We finally got through another stage. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the assisting goo immortals were all breathing roughly. After the first failure, Fan Yuan continued to experience 2 more failed attempts. He had no lack of rank 9 woodpath immortal materials, but time was pressing, he had no choice but to use more aggressive methods. He changed the procedure of the goo refinement. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had to be protected, but the steps before that became more simplified. As a result, the expenditure of immortal essence became more intense, each step became more complex and needed the full effort of the assisting goo immortals. Evidently, they were reaching their limit. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. A few days passed but the 2 venerables did not move, the situation was getting more troublesome for him. Not only was there little progress in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Heaven form was also becoming harder to protect. The fusion of the immemorial 2 heavens had reached the most intense moment. In the sky above the 5 regions, black and white mixed together while changing rapidly. Day and night alternated at a rapid speed, mortals and beasts looked up in fear, they felt like the apocalypse was impending. Even the sun's route had changed. Everything that stood in its path, be they the black clouds or the soul beast army, they were all obliterated. The heaven form white crane cried out profusely. Fan Yuan tried using refinement path methods but could only slow down the accumulation of its injuries. Heaven form was getting more and more damaged. But Fan Yuan had already reached his own limit, he could not modify heaven form anymore. After all, he was currently refining a rank 9 immortal goo. The most crucial factor is time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are about to stop as well. Fan Yuan had already given the 3rd Immortal Goo Star Eyes to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he could still stall for a bit of time. Furthermore, Fan Yuan had been wasting time conversing with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, using the suggestion of transacting Immortal Goo to delay the inevitable. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used their own investigative methods to probe Fan Yuan's situation. But because of the outstanding effects of obscured heavenly secret, Fan Yuan managed to conceal the truth. Fan Yuan had already expended a lot of immortal essence, his reserves were hitting rock bottom, meaning his battle strength had also fallen. If the truth was exposed, the 2 venerables would join hands to attack him. Deep in northern plains, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the fusing heavens as starlight flashed across her eyes. It is about time. Now is the most intense moment of the Heaven Veins fusion, it is also the most important moment. If Fan Yuan gets through this, he may likely get to keep heaven form. But how can we let this happen? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, she moved and vanished on the spot like a stream of starlight. She quickly returned to Kray's Demon Cave. Because she was familiar with the place, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable easily arrived at the 9th layer void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped here. Upon seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he roared and charged at her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared for this, she blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks while activating a method to form an opening. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew through this opening as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her, causing them both to arrive in northern plains. What? At almost the same time, Fan Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a sensation. Is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinking of releasing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to slaughter living beings of my northern plains? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. He had considered this possibility earlier. But this was not the style of Heavenly Court. As expected, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not guess wrongly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while luring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the 2 heavens. Fan Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable relaxed his mind, he started to observe the show as a spectator. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fan Yuan immediately questioned her in Treasure Yellow Heaven, speaking furiously. I gave you 3 immortal goo earlier. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so, I will tell you this secret that nobody knows. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not want to create Soul Path. His goal was killing Path. He is a person chosen by fate. He had immense innate luck and countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored immemorial Black Heaven, what do you think he saw? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke in a delicate tone. Upon hearing her words, Fan Yuan's expression sank as thoughts emerged in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in the right state of mind. He lost his sanity, and even went to fix the hole in the world boundary in Crazed Demon Cave. Secondly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was currently trying to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the immemorial 2 heavens. She wanted to give Fan Yuan trouble. But what kind of trouble was it? Even though heaven form could only remain in immemorial white heaven, it could still move around despite being on the brink of destruction. Thus, in theory, as long as Fan Yuan avoided battle and brought heaven form around at a quick speed, he only had to get away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable without sanity would only attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, she was the most threatening person to him. But now, since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took such an action, she definitely had ways for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to target Fan Yuan instead. With Fan Yuan's current predicament, the most likely answer became obvious. Fan Yuan snorted in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable explained the truth. It seems that you have guessed it. Indeed, back then, before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he had already obtained food path methods. Once, when he explored immemorial Black Heaven, he by chance found immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul was eager to create killing path. He sensed the opportunity of that from the heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this immemorial Black Heavenly Spirit into his stomach and fused it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Back then, since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could find a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial White Heaven, why was there no such thing in Black Heaven? The reason was that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Fan Yuan, I will keep those 3 immortal goo. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine more Wisdom Path Dao marks. I will leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with you. After saying this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable turned around and left. Seeing that she was leaving, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable showed a hesitant expression. Staring at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who left, he turned towards Fan Yuan as there was something that attracted him even more. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still in the heaven above Northern Plains, but he had already sensed heaven form which was in Eastern Sea. Evidently, after he devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, although he did not manage to create Killing Path, he still grasped a lot of profundities that allowed him to create Soul Path. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer, he could not sense the 5 regions and 2 heavens, but once he arrived in the immemorial 2 heavens, he clearly sensed the heavenly spirit. Black Heavens and White Heavens heavenly spirits originate from the immemorial 2 heavens. They are like a Blessed Land's land spirit and a Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit. They hold authority and control over the 2 heavens. Precisely so, heaven form, which uses White Heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, is able to find many of the Grotto Heavens in White Heaven. It can even help me invade Heavenly Court. Now, with the fusion of both heavens, the 2 heavenly spirits of Black and White Heaven are also seemingly fusing together. No matter which side devours the other, they will gain a huge boost in strength and become the new core of the newly fused heaven. All sorts of reasons flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. Over at the other side, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable made his decision. He charged towards Fan Yuan's direction, seemingly following his instincts. He had a huge body that was no longer human, but he had genuine rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast and simply looked like he was teleporting in Black Heaven. Fan Yuan sighed, seeing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was getting closer. He took heaven form and started to fly away. The sun! The sun was something that existed in immemorial White Heaven. It was the biggest counter to immemorial Black Heaven. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, he would also face such restrictions. Fan Yuan did not move all over the place. Firstly, Heaven form was very unstable now. If he moved quickly, it might break apart. Secondly, the sun was a favorable environment for heaven form. And thirdly, if Fan Yuan went elsewhere to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the other two venerables might sense his weakness and take action. Fan Yuan's main focus was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus now. He had to stall for more time and complete the refinement. Roar! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable started to chase Fan Yuan. Black-colored gas spread out into countless chains that shot towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted and used a bit of his attention to destroy the black chains. His speed rose again as he approached the sun. As the distance shortened, the intense heat and light forced Fan Yuan to shut his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have already been incinerated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He spit out a grand soul river while shooting countless soul spears and triggering explosions. He used all sorts of methods to stop Fan Yuan, but midway, the sun's light limited the power of his methods. By the time they reached Fan Yuan, the methods broke apart by themselves. Heaven form was crying more pitifully now. The closer it got to the sun, the more light path and fire path Tao marks there were. Heaven form could not take much more. I can't get any closer, otherwise, heaven form is going to break apart. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He followed after the trail of the sun, maintaining a certain distance. But then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally arrived, he started to fight against Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought as he retreated. He had to defend heaven form while dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also had to refine the rank 9 immortal goo. Thoughts were being consumed rapidly in his mind. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level. The situation was perilous. This could not go on. If he fought now, his weakness would be exposed. Obscured heavenly secret could not hide anything in that case. A ruthless light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He knew that those two venerables were currently watching the commotion here with their full attention. I can only sacrifice heaven form now. At the next moment, Fan Yuan secretly activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the heaven form immortal material he chose to expend was the core of heaven form, the immemorial white heavenly spirit. Heaven form cried out as it looked at its master in fear. But in a few breaths of time, it vanished from existence entirely. A vast number of heaven path Tao marks that piled into a dense mountain shrouded Fan Yuan immediately. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became enraged. Fan Yuan had destroyed heaven form in front of him and left nothing behind. At the next moment, Soul Path killer moves erupted. Attacks surged like a huge tidal wave in the sky. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2234. Refinement completed. Immortal killer move, 7 kills rainbow. Fan Yuan pushed with his palm as a rainbow light shot out. Bam! With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by tens of times its original size. The huge heavenly beam swept around and destroyed all of the surrounding soul smoke. After getting a clear path, Fan Yuan raised his speed and successfully broke out of the soul smoke. At once, the intense sun filled Fan Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat wiped out the soul smoke that trailed behind him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted furiously, tearing its thin layer of soul smoke and chasing again. Still following me? Cold light flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit. Without the burden of heaven form, it was like he had put down a mountain on his back. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of heaven form. Without this worry anymore, Fan Yuan approached the sun even more closely. The terrifying white light almost blinded his eyes. The temperature rose intensely. Even with 3 defensive methods, Fan Yuan still felt difficulty in breathing. He was covered in perspiration. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was behind him, activated killer moves again. Hundreds of arms that were thick as huge trees appeared. Black smoke surged from his body, spreading to the surrounding fuel. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got closer to Fan Yuan while covered in thick smoke. He wants to use a battlefield killer move to trap me? Surprise flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes as he took action to destroy the black smoke. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable immediately suffered a backlash. His aura weakened greatly. Most of Fan Yuan's attention was on Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had not stopped focusing on the matter of refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Frankly speaking, the current Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was giving Fan Yuan very little pressure. The lack of sanity was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Like earlier, he followed his instincts and tried to use a battlefield killer move to trap Fan Yuan. It was too stupid. Fan Yuan easily broke it and caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth were inside the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had incomparable battle strength then. But now, without the Soul Path environment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's threat became much lower. And most importantly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a good condition now. He must have paid a huge price to deal with that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. This means that the hole has likely been fixed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable already. Fan Yuan knew that if there was a hole in the world boundary, the Heavenly Tao would use methods to heal itself. But because the chaos outside surged endlessly, self-healing was very difficult. The larger the hole, the more difficult it would be. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created a hole that needed several Venerables to work together to mend it. But the hole in Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon formation was the smallest. The formation resisted the chaos and kept the hole small, allowing Crazed Demon Cave to exist for so long. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable went to fix this hole. He used his own foundation to resist the surging chaos, allowing the Heavenly Tao to have an opportunity to fix it. Thus, there was no surprise in this outcome. If the hole still existed, with Heavenly Court's stance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable away. The truth was, if the hole was still around, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not come out either. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, he would focus on the hole as his first priority. It is a pity that ghostly concealment has no effect, otherwise, I can get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan inherited Thieving Heaven True Inheritance's ghostly concealment, but the Venerables knew about this. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had ways to counter it. Ghostly concealment was created in Thieving Heaven's time. After 300,000 years, it is already outdated in the Venerable's eyes. Fan Yuan wanted to modify it too, but he lacked Theft Path and Soul Path attainment levels. But even without ghostly concealment, Fan Yuan could still get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, the battlefield killer move that he prepared for a long time activated. The killer move expanded and enveloped Fan Yuan. It then condensed into a small dot and vanished completely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked the original spot with countless attacks, but there was no effect. He could only move around the area while growling in anger. I cannot waste this chance. Such an opportunity will not come again. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus with his full strength. This was his last chance. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, flames surged as an icy river melted. Pieces of rank 9 immortal materials were placed into the fire like cheap vegetables. At the core of the fire, there was a droplet of red liquid. It was as dense as molten lava. The red molten liquid was covered in a layer of golden radiance. It slowly dripped onto Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Fan Yuan's full control, the red molten liquid slowly permeated and spread around the surface of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. All of the Gu Immortals were silent, and did not dare to breathe heavily. Because they knew that these last few steps were the most crucial. If he fails, Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would be heavily damaged, or even destroyed. Fan Yuan went missing. At the moment Fan Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only saw that Fan Yuan went into the battlefield. They did not find out the truth that he was refining Gu. So he used this move after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was sane, Fan Yuan would not do something so stupid. But because he was currently unable to think, it was a brilliant decision to do this and avoid him. He wants to use the sun to weaken Spectral Soul? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed at the spot where Fan Yuan vanished, but the sun was still moving forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and gave a suggestion to work together. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help but feel moved. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest to make a move on Fan Yuan. Instead, her new target was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not clear-headed now. He had also left the door of life and death. Even though he had venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest one. Now was the best time to kill him. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable regained his sanity, then there would be a new chess player in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. That was something neither of the 3 venerables wanted to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she also spoke to Fan Yuan. This old woman is brewing a good scheme. Not only did she get immortal goo from me, she also refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks. After destroying my heaven form, she wants to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. The methods of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals usually came consecutively, they were hard to deal with over time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made even Fan Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wary. However, it was undeniable that this suggestion was very tempting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in such a state, he had strength but not sanity, he was the best prey. Normally, I will definitely be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan still agreed to the suggestion. It was too suspicious if he refused. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable might think that he was lacking immortal essence, and did not want to take action, it might cause them to pincer attack him. On the other hand, if Fan Yuan hid in the corner, the 2 venerables would not truly fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They did not want him to reap the benefits as a spectator after all. Currently, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the 6th drop of red molten liquid had already entered Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fan Yuan agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while contacting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, I'm afraid Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a deeper scheme in mind. Don't forget that she once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is likely that she will use us to weaken him before attempting to take control again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable responded quickly. Heavenly Court is still very strong, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's schemes are unfathomable. However, we must try to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he regains his sanity, it will be a problem for us all. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. This was beneficial to him after all. He had abundant immortal essence now. If everyone fought, they would use up immortal essence, his advantage would become even greater. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went into the 2 heavens. They started to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the urging of the 2 venerables, Fan Yuan had to cancel his battlefield killer move and join in the fight with his main body. It could not be helped. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would break his battlefield killer move together and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not think clearly now. He was helpless against a battlefield killer move, but the 2 venerables were different. Starlight shined while golden light surged. Fan Yuan's totem killer moves also followed after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was encircled and ganged up on. He landed in a pathetic state and lost several hundred arms. He retaliated fiercely with soul rivers and black soul lightning balls that exploded continuously. His main target was still Fan Yuan. If he devoured the white heavenly spirit, his ability to think would return. Is that why he hates me so much? Fan Yuan gritted his teeth but did not dodge. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he reached the final step. The 99th molten liquid landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and started to spread. Rumble. Fan Yuan's vision turned dark, his body was covered in the cries and screams of anguished souls. Multiple layers of defensive killer moves erupted as Fan Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. His soul was shaking intensely. What happened? Did he make a mistake? The 2 venerables retreated to the side. In the earlier situation, Fan Yuan should have had time to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Fan Yuan, of course, but due to conflicting Dao marks, if they attacked him, they would be weakening the Soul Path attack. Using this chance created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack, Fan Yuan stalled for the last bit of time he needed. Boom! 4 elements swear regret blood refinement pool erupted with unparalleled light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully elevated at this moment. Its rank 9 aura surged like a tsunami, spreading rapidly and filling the entire aperture. Chapter 2235. Spectral Soul alone is nothing to fear. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. And above Rank 5. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that he obtained from Langius sect was finally raised to Rank 9 at this moment. This Rank 9 Immortal Goo still had jade green lotus leaves, its surface was bright and smooth, like it had a layer of glaze. At the center of the lotus, there was the bud of a lotus flower. The lotus flower had pure white jade-like petals, they were flawless and perfect, seemingly out of this world. Once Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was refined, it activated on its own, absorbing the surrounding primeval energy to convert them into clear dew beads. These pure dew beads gathered as they flowed along the glazed leaves, gathering into the bud at the center droplet by droplet. The white jade flower bud absorbed the dew droplets, and started to turn pink at the top. Fan Yuan personally refined this immortal goo, he was clear about this. The white jade flower bud would gather more dew droplets and turn from white to pink, and from pink to bright red. When the flower petals turned red completely, it would bloom and reveal the jade green lotus pod inside. Within the lotus pod, there would be 81 lotus seeds, each of them was a yellow apricot immortal essence bead. After the yellow apricot immortal essence beads were extracted, the lotus flower would contract and turn white again. Next, it would absorb the clear dew droplets and restart the process again. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital Goo, ranked 6th on the Immortal Goo list. Information flashed past Fan Yuan's mind, all of them proved the immense value of this immortal goo. But the truth was, Fan Yuan knew that this 6th placing of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was too much of an underestimate. The reason? Before Fate Goo was destroyed, Venerables were invincible, they ruled their own era as the soul's supreme entity. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, and became the richest Venerable in history in terms of immortal essence, this advantage was useless in his life. In his era, he was the only Venerable, he had no use for most of his rank 9 immortal essence. Without any opponent, even an expert could only live his life mundanely. But now was different, Fate Goo was destroyed and the reign of 3 Venerables appeared, others might even revive later. O Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, in my hands, you will shine brightly like never before. Fan Yuan was joyous. This result made all the earlier risks worth it. Even though he paid a terrifying price. Adding in his earlier failures, Fan Yuan used up 30% of his rank 9 Woodpath immortal materials. The crisis is not over yet. Fan Yuan analyzed calmly to himself. Surrounding him, a black soul river surged endlessly. Break! Fan Yuan shouted and activated his killer move, he barged out like a shooting star. Without the goo refinement burdening his thoughts, he had a lot of usable strength now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again while Fan Yuan retreated. Fan Yuan, let's cooperate to attack him! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also stared at Fan Yuan intently. He used luck path methods unceasingly to try and see how much immortal essence Fan Yuan still had. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, his expression was livid as he said angrily, "Are you two bullying me because of my age? We were all meant to attack together, but I ended up facing the brunt of his attacks. Not only did you two not help me, you even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go off while you watched this by the sidelines? Is this your so-called cooperation?" Saying so, he activated a compound killer move as yellowish-brown light shot out to block Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent before smiling and saying, "Fan Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we cooperated, our Tao marks conflict, making a move would have had negative effects instead." Saying this, she waved her hand as a large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, breaking several hundred of his arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also took action, golden light descended like sand and grinded away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Fan Yuan relaxed his mind at this moment, he sighed to himself as he thought, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. The situation earlier was simply too perilous. As long as the 2 Venerables sensed something wrong with Fan Yuan, they would attack him without restraint. But at that worst timing, he had too little immortal essence and could not fight them. If they attacked him, Fan Yuan would have no choice but to try and run. Even though Fan Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit anymore, this was still a worthwhile trade-off. Even with all of Fan Yuan's methods, it was only because he expended the white heavenly spirit that he could deceive both Venerables at such a close range. But Fan Yuan did not know how long he could continue to deceive them. As Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Golden Sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still charged at Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan destroyed the White Heavenly Spirit, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore huge hatred towards him. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He did not fight back with force, he flew towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. The three Venerables fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They had their own positions that were far away from each other. But now, Fan Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved quickly, they got close to her rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly as starlight flew out of her mouth and rained down like a storm. The starlight rain surrounded Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body like a river while shooting stars of various sizes shot out of the ripples. Instantly, countless flying stars appeared in the battlefield. It was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had such a move to summon so many stardust specks in a short period of time. Fan Yuan shook internally. These stardust specks were harmless to him. He only had to wipe them to refine all of these star marks. He had the perfect counter to this combat system. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do that. Because he was not sane, after getting hit by the stardust specks, his body became covered in injuries. He roared angrily, but his injuries accumulated. Good chance! Fan Yuan turned around and fought again. He unleashed another killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move shined with intense radiance, enveloping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eroding his soul beast body wherever the light went. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply as she shouted, Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do? The reason was that although Fan Yuan hurt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with this move, the Refinement Path Killer move was also used on the Star Path Tao marks. Fan Yuan got rid of over half the star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated over this time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this, and went back to a relaxed state. A small blunder, it is just a mistake. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds went by, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also frowned. He spoke with a tone of anger. Fan Yuan, what are your true intentions? Fan Yuan said innocently. I am trying to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable along with you. But we have conflicting Tao marks, and a lack of cooperation normally. This will get better if we continue to fight. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly together. Fan Yuan was doing this on purpose. He was acting like a nuisance, disrupting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily, Fan Yuan, enough is enough! The immemorial soul beasts you released are all countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After devouring them, he recovered by 30%. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. I did not know that he had such methods. Saying so, he brought out a few more immemorial soul beasts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight specks. She stared at Fan Yuan and said in an icy cold tone, You are still letting more out? Fan Yuan smiled plainly. Star Constellation, don't worry, I used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is part of my plan. Just watch. Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were recovering even more rapidly. His mental energy also recovered as well. Before the two Venerables questioned him, Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. Oh, it seems that my plan failed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stayed silent while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to speak, but Fan Yuan suddenly snorted coldly. Give me a minute, I need to prepare a powerful method. Saying so, he flew up to the sky and looked down at the battlefield. The two Venerables looked at each other before taking action to obstruct Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fan Yuan's preparation, a huge field of fire clouds appeared above him. From them, flaming meteors descended. They were all around the size of mountains. There was a long trail behind them as they crashed into Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Following his instincts, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared towards the sky, but he saw that these meteors flew past him without landing on him at all. Countless meteors flew across the battlefield, descending rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned colder as her eyes sparked like lightning. Star Constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of pieces flew out of the chessboard and hit the flaming meteors rapidly, destroying them. Fan Yuan was confused. Star Constellation, what are you doing? These flaming meteors are very useful to me. I have a second move to use with them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. If I did not stop them, these meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind-chi wall and landed in Central Continent. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Star Constellation, we are trying to kill a venerable. Are you unwilling to pay a small price like this? If this happened in Eastern Sea, I would not have interfered. With this level of sincerity, you think we can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable today? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who do you think has the least sincerity? Fan Yuan's expression also turned cold. Star Constellation, do you think I am such a person? To kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I gave you multiple immortal goo and even lost my heaven form killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were speechless. It was clearly Fan Yuan's planning that got him targeted. He was too weak and unable to protect his rank 9 killer move, but now, from his tone, he wanted to seek compensation from them? How could that be possible? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke. Fan Yuan, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is targeting you. The two of us are helping you to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. But Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Do I need your help? I can easily take care of this. You two can return to Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. I will fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains to the best of my abilities, and I will take his life in the end. Just Spectral Soul alone is nothing to fear. Chapter 2236. Secretly unsealing truthful floating ice, Fan Yuan said while unsealing more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved rapidly, grabbing these immemorial soul beasts and devouring them into his stomach. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids were twitching while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned dark. Earlier, Fan Yuan emphasized on the words Central Continent, Northern Plains. He was clearly using these regions to threaten them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suggested that they should kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regardless of her motive, this suggestion itself was a good one. But because of Fan Yuan's actions, he was clearly disrupting the two venerables and using it as a threat to extort something from them to make up for his losses this time. The two venerables smiled coldly to themselves. They understood why he would do this. If they placed themselves in Fan Yuan's perspective, they would do the same thing. After all, Fan Yuan was a new venerable. He did not have a deep foundation like the other two. He lacked immortal essence as well. These reasons caused him to lag behind the two venerables. If they fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed, in terms of snatching battle spoils, because Fan Yuan lacked immortal essence and would not be able to last longer in combat, it was likely that he could not outdo these two venerables. In fact, after they kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, if he runs out of immortal essence, the two of them would attack him immediately. Fighting in this situation was very disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. As for the two venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly transmitted. Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable spent a lot of immortal essence to guard Heaven form. He is currently at his weakest. You know that he is a greater threat than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Why don't we? Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable interrupted. Star Constellation, you can make a move first, I will support you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted. Giant Sun, your words lack sincerity. Whoever attacked Fan Yuan first would face his retaliation first. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said that nicely, but if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, would he still help? What was in his best interests was to watch Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fight it out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fight against Fan Yuan. The truth was, she felt more wary against Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also wanted to see Fan Yuan's death. They all knew that Fan Yuan had the least amount of immortal essence among them. But how low was low? They had to make sure of this quantity first. According to their investigative methods, Fan Yuan still had a portion of his immortal essence reserves. If either of the two venerables wanted to kill Fan Yuan, they would need to pay a terrifying price. And in this situation with three venerables, they simply could not take the risk. The two venerables working together was the best choice for them. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other at all. They were also worried that if they forced Fan Yuan's hand, he might attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, Gu immortals had their own unspoken rules. They would not attack mortals or Gu masters. This was something very disgraceful, especially for a venerable. Their pride would not allow them to make such actions. But with Fan Yuan's principles and bottom line, he would not hesitate to do so. Both venerables agreed on this point with no uncertainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the most protective of his descendants. How could he allow Fan Yuan to slaughter them openly? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second immortal king of Heavenly Court. How could she watch as Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects get destroyed by Fan Yuan? She would become a great sinner of Heavenly Court. Thus, both venerables did not dare to act excessively. Sigh, now it seems that we cannot kill Fan Yuan or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable this time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. In that case, what's the point of wasting time here? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to retreat now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was thinking of the same thing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable still felt some grudge towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He transmitted to her secretly. I have to say, Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to deal a blow to Fan Yuan, you should have stalled for more time so that he would waste more immortal essence on heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The fusion of the two heavens was short and intense. Now is the most unstable moment. It is extremely hard to sustain heaven form. Fan Yuan is a refinement path venerable. With his ability, he should have been able to protect the killer move while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Who could have thought that he would resolutely sacrifice the white heavenly spirit and give up on this rank 9 killer move? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed an expression of pity. She did not know the truth. Fan Yuan had done his best at that time. The refinement of a rank 9 immortal Gu took too much of his attention. He had no choice but to give up on heaven form. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed as well. Star Constellation, don't you understand? Even though Fan Yuan is a demon, he is extremely cautious. He seems to be taking huge risks at times, but he is extremely vigilant inside. Although many of his actions seemed rash and risky, he had done so because of Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was greatly assured. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not want to talk with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable secretly anymore. She spoke out loud. In that case, forget about it. We'll meet again, everyone. Saying so, she turned around to leave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled at Fan Yuan and left just as quickly as her. Fan Yuan purposely moved slightly slower than them. He was stunned before retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable pursued him. Fan Yuan transmitted to the two venerables. You two left so abruptly, you still want to talk about sincerity? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has lost his sanity. Are you going to let him slaughter the innocent lives in the world? You two are so cruel, you are vicious people. How can you call yourselves immortal venerables? After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heard his words, they could not help but think of his mistakes earlier which helped to heal Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept quiet and did not reply. While Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled and said, Fan Yuan, we underestimated you in Crazed Demon Cave which resulted in your success. But now you have to work harder. There is no need to say such things in the future. How can simple words affect the battle between venerables? Powerless excuses will only sound like the expression of the weak. Good. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth and said these words forcefully before he went silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore deep hatred towards Fan Yuan. Even though the two venerables left, he still chased Fan Yuan relentlessly. After Fan Yuan toyed around with him for some time, he used the same trick to activate a battlefield killer move and conceal himself again. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target, he remained at the area and growled angrily, refusing to leave for a long time. Good. While Fan Yuan is trapped, I can use this chance to refine Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Heavenly Court and said in satisfaction as she saw this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still on the way back to Northern Plains, he thought. In this contest of 3 venerables, Fan Yuan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did he lose the rank 9 killer move Heaven Form and several immortal Gu, he also expended some immortal essence. If he was not crafty enough to help Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he will be in a worse state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many Northern Plains wisdom path Dao marks. The size surpassed the luck path Tao marks that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined in Central Continent. The reason was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's emphasis was on Fan Yuan's Eastern Sea. Although he refined some Central Continent luck path Tao marks, the total quantity was only half of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used luck path investigative methods. With some buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable first checked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had gotten slightly stronger. He looked at Fan Yuan's luck. It was still the same broken furnace as earlier. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable then inspected his own luck and frowned lightly. Even though my luck grew stronger, the external threat has grown significantly. What is going on? Where is this threat coming from? There were too few things that could threaten a Venerable. Fan Yuan? No way. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. The other Venerables? Like the possible revival of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or others? The most likely ones are from Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gained a lot this time, while Heavenly Court's two other Immortal Venerables have yet to revive. It seems that my greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. In comparison, although Fan Yuan is a Venerable, his foundation is too thin. In the contest of Venerables, one step behind will cause him to lag by many steps later. In the future, if we maintain our advantage, we can just guard against his possible retaliation. Currently, in terms of Venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the least threatening. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous lifestyle marks, he could forcefully inspect the luck of the other Venerables. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not do. But in the outside world, without Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks, even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used similar methods, he could not reach such an effect. Maybe I can try to attack Heavenly Court? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly had such a thought. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refines Heavenly Court's wisdom path Tao marks, she would receive a greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. This was because not only had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contributed her own immortal aperture into it, all of the previous generation Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had also done the same, becoming part of Heavenly Court's foundation. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable soon shook his head, rejecting this idea. Firstly, he did not have Heaven form. The luck path method he used to invade Heavenly Court earlier had been dismantled. He could not get in easily anymore. Secondly, fighting against Heavenly Court's Star Constellation Immortal Venerable now would expend his immortal essence. It would allow Fan Yuan to catch up. In the contest of three Venerables, either can make a move easily. We need more situations like today's to truly claim victory. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He did not stay in Longevity Heaven for long. He went back to Northern Plains to refine the luck path Tao marks. Fan Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. But Fan Yuan was not anxious. I'll show weakness for a while longer to relax the two Venerables' guard. But undoubtedly, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is so useful. This was not the first time Fan Yuan praised this move. Right now, obscured heavenly secret's temporary heaven path Tao marks were extremely dense. They were like a huge fishing net that wrapped around his entire body. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, after the first blooming of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, Fan Yuan gained 99 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. A flash of light sparked in Fan Yuan's eyes as yellow apricot immortal essence was rapidly expended. Soon, he activated a heaven path method. Using this heaven path killer move, he started to unseal the truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2237. Heaven Path Master. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the blue-white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan obtained several pieces of truthful floating ice. Among them, one was quite large. As yellow apricot immortal essence got rapidly expended, his heaven path Tao marks also grew in numbers rapidly. Fan Yuan's heaven path Tao marks had reached 240,000 already. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his heaven path Tao marks grew by 60,000. 10,000 Tao marks per hour. It was quite a good gain. But this was not his own gain. Fan Yuan's Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Transformation Path, Strength Path, Earth Path, Wood Path, and others were rising. These paths correspond to Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. These venerables all went into the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. They had their respective investments. No, that's not all. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Fan Yuan found that his other paths' attainment levels were rising too. But the growth in the other paths was much smaller and almost unobservable. Only after a long time and with sufficient accumulation could there be any significant changes. Among all the paths, the attainment level that rose the most was Heaven Path. Fan Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was actually very weak. He had only cultivated it for a short time after all. All of his foundation were obtained from predecessors, for example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Human Executing Heaven's Work, or Limitless Demon Venerable's Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. Several days later in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Heaven Path Tao marks grew to 1,200,000. His Heaven Path attainment level went all the way from ordinary to master level. Fan Yuan stopped for now. He had expended over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had not bloomed once more during this period, Fan Yuan would not be able to keep up the expenditure. I need to save some immortal essence in case of a venerable battle. Fan Yuan carefully assessed his gains. The Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive growth. Regarding his Heaven Path Gu recipes, killer moves, and the understanding of the Heavenly Tao, he had renewed insight and even deeper comprehension. The most crucial thing was the conflict of Tao marks. His earlier intuition was not wrong. After becoming a Heaven Path Master, he would be able to create a conflict Tao mark method to completely solve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's problem. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had many different phenomena occurring. The origin was because of the non-conflicting Tao marks. They had fused too easily. Once conflict arose, Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be elevated to a new level. It would regain peace. Fan Yuan immediately used Wisdom Path methods to fully deduce the relevant killer move. Several days passed. Fan Yuan stored the battlefield killer move and left the immemorial 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed for a long time but eventually gave up. Now, he was rampaging in the immemorial 2 heavens while eating soul beast armies and also fighting against the sun. Fan Yuan had no heaven form killer move left. He could not sense Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was far away. But Fan Yuan got back to Eastern Sea successfully. He landed deep in Eastern Sea and started to refine the natural refinement path Tao marks of Eastern Sea. At once, profound light surged as rank 9 aura spread like a tornado to the surroundings. The countless lifeforms nearby fled in fear. Song Clan's Gu Immortals were the first ones alerted. After seeing this, they understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining the natural refinement path Tao marks. Song Clan's first Supreme Elder quickly gathered the Gu Immortals to discuss the matter. They wanted to meet Fan Yuan and offer him a gift. After all, Fan Yuan was currently in Song Clan's territory. However, they were soon informed by Wu Shuai that the members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were not allowed to disturb Great Love Immortal Venerable now. Song Clan's members signed in relief, but they also felt disappointed. While Fan Yuan refined the natural Tao marks, he also continued deducing his Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after, he gained some results. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied yet. This newly deduced Heaven Path killer move was not much different from Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm was able to arrange Heaven Path Tao marks to allow the target to recover to their normal condition. It was the counter to battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan's deductions allowed Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm to go one step further. When used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it could allow the environment of the Immortal Aperture to change into the environment of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were definitely conflicting. Thus, after converting them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Tao marks would also conflict. If I use this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It will no longer have any strange phenomena. But in that case, I will lose my advantage of non-conflicting Tao marks. The losses will be too severe and I cannot cultivate all paths again. That was a cost Fan Yuan could not accept. Looking at the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's advantage and its abnormal phenomena, the former was naturally more important. Can't the conflict appear and disappear according to my will? Segregating the locations of conflicting Tao marks like the time path zones? Fan Yuan sighed internally. He had no idea on how to start realizing this concept. Maybe when his Heaven Path attainment level reaches Great Grandmaster or higher, he might be able to achieve this. This time, Fan Yuan did not have any intuition regarding this, he could not be certain. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu is a human path rank 9 Immortal Gu. To resolve my current problem, maybe I should target human path instead? Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he saw a new direction to move towards. He had found the solution in terms of heaven path, but the price to pay was something that Fan Yuan could not accept. Would human path work? Back then, to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sacrificed the 10 extreme physiques. Speaking of human path research results, Fan Yuan thought of his clone who was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Xinshang broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of the clone who was still lurking inside Divine Emperor City. In the current world, Xinshang is definitely one of the top human path experts. If I want to get his human path research results, what sort of price should I pay? Heavenly Court. Oh? Fan Yuan left the two heavens and went back to Eastern Sea. He has started refining natural Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon heard of Fan Yuan's actions. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through refinement path. In terms of refining Tao marks, it should be his expertise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned with Fan Yuan's speed of refining Tao marks. If Fan Yuan's efficiency was too high, she would join up with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with Fan Yuan together. Otherwise, if he surpassed them in this aspect, it would be a huge problem for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to think about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. The contest of 3 Venerables had reached a new stage. Whichever Venerable refined the most natural Tao marks would have the greatest advantage. When refining the Tao marks, I can multitask by modifying killer moves and changing my combat system. This will grant me an advantage in the future fight between the Venerables. Star Eyes, Star Thought, Permanence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these 3 Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture, as her gaze became focused. After obtaining them from Fan Yuan, she had already inspected them 100 times but found no problems. Yet Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still a little suspicious. She was not a refinement path venerable after all. Although she had some achievements in refinement path, she could not compare to Fan Yuan at all. This was undeniable. It was like asking Fan Yuan to compare with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in Wisdom Path. They were not on the same level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent 100 years of time to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu in her previous life. Even if I find no issues with them, this does not mean that Fan Yuan did not tamper with them. But this possibility is quite small. I also have to use these Immortal Gu no matter what. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily with Star Path secondarily. Her combat system revolved around these 2 paths. But currently, her main method, the Stardust Killer move, was countered by Fan Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in their future fight, she would need to modify it greatly. In her modification plan, Star Thought Gu, Star Eyes Gu, and Permanence Gu had a huge role to play. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable request for Fan Yuan to make them? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Now I need to pay attention to Fan Yuan's refinement progress. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reminded himself while checking his own immortal essence reserves. He only had over 500 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. The refinement of natural Tao marks expended a lot of immortal essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was relying on his own rank 9 immortal aperture. The production speed was similar to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Be it Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court, the revived 2 Venerables were on the same level as Fan Yuan. They had not gone through the first chaotic disaster. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture has immense foundation far surpassing me and Star Constellation. Thus, using the same amount of time, he can produce more immortal essence than us. Also, he has a large number of Blood Path Immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned a little dark. He cultivated Luck Path mainly with Blood Path on the side. He naturally needed a lot of Blood Path Immortal Gu. But Fan Yuan had refined many of them already. Although they were kept at rank 6, Immortal Gu were unique. This ruined many of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's wonderful plans. Earlier, when guarding Heaven form, Fan Yuan negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He used these blood path immortal goo as the bargaining chip to haggle with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get 3 immortal goo from Fa Yuan, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got none. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was brooding over this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Fan Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture. As long as the latter's refinement speed is fast, I will contact her. It is unlikely that she will reject my offer to work together. By then I will work with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to fight against Fan Yuan again. While expending his immortal essence, I can also extort those blood path immortal goo from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made various plans. He did not know that Fan Yuan was in possession of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, thus, he was more wary of Heavenly Court now. But now, there was no opportunity for him to attack Heavenly Court or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan's possession of those blood path immortal goo also greatly hindered his own blood path cultivation. Chapter 2238. Sunken Fish, Song Yishur. With the fusion of both heavens, the surface of the sea became light and dark at alternate times. The sun and moon appeared together, all living beings were sent into chaos, in addition to the reign of 3 venerables. This was an unprecedented situation. As tides ebbed and flowed, winds blew gently as Fan Yuan sat on a cloud, he slowly opened his eyes. He had already spent some time refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks, he had some insight now. Currently, he had already refined over half of Song Clan's territory in terms of refinement path Dao marks. The range had spread to Poetic Emotion Sea area in the northwest, and also Ascending Heaven Plain in the southeast. All the refinement path Dao marks in this area belonged to Fan Yuan. Currently, even without shutting his eyes, Fan Yuan could sense many things related to refinement path. He had an extremely clear understanding of the quantity and distribution of refinement path Dao marks in this area. All sorts of refinement path goo materials deep under the sea, the fish and shrimps that contained refinement path Dao marks, even the location of aquatic plants and others could be sensed by him. Currently, Fan Yuan had many thoughts in his mind, he needed to test them. He willed and stopped the refinement of Dao marks, instead, he used an investigative killer move. At the next moment, his gaze pierced through the sea and went thousands of li deep, seeing a huge fish. This fish was as large as a building with 5 to 6 stories of height. The fish had a sharp front and back, with a thick middle section, it was like a shuttle. The scales were gray-black and did not shine, they had a rough texture that felt like gravel. This was a sunken fish, it contained rule path and refinement path Dao marks. The sunken fish was at least an ancient desolate beast, there were also immemorial desolate beasts among them. Fan Yuan was looking at an immemorial desolate beast sunken fish. The sunken fish had a special trait, every few years, it would move its tail and come to the surface to breathe fresh air, that would cause it to be swept by the currents. And because it was heavy, it would continuously sink to the bottom while the currents moved it away. Whenever it moved its tail and exerted force to reach the surface, the scales of the sunken fish would fall off its body in the process. After it breathed enough fresh air, scales would grow on it again, and it would become motionless, floating with the currents while sinking downwards. These scales that fell off its body seemed heavy, but they were light and delicate, most would float to the surface of the sea. After a long time, these scales would be swept ashore, goo masters would pick them up and treat them as treasure. The sunken fish scales were crucial goo materials to refine beauty goo, they had high value. On this point, they were like the feathers of the fallen goose. But to refine beauty immortal goo, I will need to use both immortal materials, sunken fish scales and fallen goose feathers. While looking at this sunken fish, Fan Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He had the same sensation as earlier when he refined Dao marks. If I refined the refinement path Dao marks in the sunken fish's body, what would happen? Fan Yuan had refined the Dao marks of the natural world earlier. It did not include the Dao marks of lifeforms like the sunken fish. Fan Yuan tried it out immediately. He chose the refinement path killer move and modified it a little to allow him to forcefully refine this sunken fish from a far distance. The forceful refinement had just started when the lazy sunken fish jolted like it was shocked by lightning. It moved its tail quickly and tried to swim far away. It erupted with speed that did not match its huge size. A huge current was formed in the sea because of the force generated. Where are you going? Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He activated another method. The sunken fish immediately stopped moving while Fan Yuan forcefully refined all of its refinement path Dao marks. After the refinement, Fan Yuan's sensation of the sunken fish became several times clearer. Fan Yuan let go of the restraint as the sunken fish regained freedom, but its emotions were very negative. There were fear, anger, numbness, sadness, and others. It was as if the fish was undergoing a turmoil and could not continue living its life. What happened? Fan Yuan slowly observed the sunken fish. He saw that it had stopped eating food. The food of the sunken fish was not seaweed or fish, it was underwater sea soil. Every few years, the scales on the fish would turn into ordinary goo materials or fall off on their own. They could not ensure its safety. Thus, it would sink to the bottom and eat a large amount of soil. This sunken fish that Fan Yuan tortured had lost most of its scales. Normally speaking, it should sink to the bottom of the sea and eat soil now. Did it lose the will to live after I brutally did that? Fan Yuan shook his head. He quickly used a wisdom path method. After some deductions, he understood the reason. The sunken fish ate sea soil to fill its stomach, but also to produce more scales. The source that produced its scales were the refinement path down marks on its body. Because of these refinement path down marks, it could digest the sea soil and draw nutrients from them, converting them into thick immortal material scales. But now, all of its refinement path down marks were refined by Fan Yuan. It lost this ability. Thus, even though it lacked scales, it did not attempt to eat sea soil. In order to test his findings, Fan Yuan used a food path killer move on this immemorial sunken fish. Soon, the sunken fish got hungry. This time, it chose to eat the sea soil. But good times did not last. Soil soon accumulated in its stomach but could not be digested quickly. If Fan Yuan did not dispel the food path killer move in time, the immemorial sunken fish would have died from stuffing itself with sea soil without being able to digest it. Fan Yuan used just a few methods to completely cripple an immemorial desolate beast. What if I return the down marks to it? Fan Yuan started to deduce again. He soon made a refinement path killer move that had an accompanying wisdom path killer move. Fan Yuan first used the wisdom path killer move to raise the mood of the sunken fish and started to guide it. Next, he used the refinement path method to teach the sunken fish to refine all of its refinement path down marks. Not long after, the sunken fish regained its refinement path down marks. Light returned to its eyes as its life became less bleak. The negative emotions also left it. It quickly refined the sea soil in its body and turned them into immortal material fish scales. Fan Yuan nodded. This result was in line with his guess. Next, he refined the refinement path down marks of the immemorial sunken fish again. The sunken fish. It fell into a state of intense and complex emotions like numbness, fear, anger, and shock. Fan Yuan used brute force to chase it away to the bottom of the sea, which had fewer refinement path down marks that Fan Yuan had already refined. As he expected, his sensation of this immemorial sunken fish became much weaker. But when Fan Yuan placed this immemorial sunken fish to a place with more refinement path down marks, his connection to the sunken fish became much clearer and stable. Fan Yuan waved his hand, seawater erupted, the refinement path down marks within 1 li were all destroyed by him. In his sensation, this place became somewhat like a black hole. After Fan Yuan placed the immemorial sunken fish into this black hole, he could not sense the sunken fish at all. This proves that my refinement path sensation is extended through the down marks. This is like how a spider uses its webs. Fan Yuan's refinement path sensation was limited to the areas where he had refined down marks. These last days he stayed in the deepest part of Eastern Sea and built his own spider web. If he or his prey left the range of the web, then he would not be able to sense anything. Fan Yuan felt quite satisfied about this discovery. Because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had also refined a portion of Eastern Sea's luck path down marks. As long as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not personally interact with this area of luck path down marks, he would not have any luck path sensation. He would not be able to use the down marks to do anything. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has immortal killer moves that can allow him to bypass distance and make use of the luck path down marks he refined in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan reminded himself. After confirming many guesses, Fan Yuan had a lot of gains. He did the same thing again and returned the immemorial sunken fish's down marks to it. After that, he stopped torturing the poor fish and let it swim away in fear and panic. Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though refinement path down marks are present all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are not evenly distributed. Some areas have more down marks while others have fewer. For me, the more abundant the refinement path down marks, the better. In that case, after I refine these down marks, my refinement path sensation will get stronger. When fighting or refining goo in such an environment, the amplification will be huge. Huh! What was this situation? Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. He could sense an intense refinement path fluctuation from far away. Poetic emotion C area. Fan Yuan immediately used his investigative method and saw through the truth. He quickly found the source of the refinement path fluctuation. It was Song Yishe. Poetic emotion C area was the territory of Song Yishe. She had built a palace in the underwater volcano. Currently, she was cultivating in her palace. Her clothes were all taken off, exposing her snow-white flesh and slender figure. She was activating a water path killer move. Endless steam was produced. The steam covered her entire body, making her beautiful face even more alluring than normal. Fan Yuan understood at once. So that's it. He immediately deciphered that Song Yishe was practicing her water path defensive killer move. Eastern Sea's Song clan specialized in water path. They had a signature water path inheritance called flowing water. This inheritance had defensive killer moves like non-corroding flowing water, emotionless flowing water, flowering flowing water and others. They guarded against poison path, wisdom path, and wood path respectively. There were also killer moves like flowing water carriage for movement, thin flowing water that reduced immortal essence expenditure, flowing water wine party that mimicked food path effect, or moving cloud flowing water that helped with killer move activation. Song Yishe is currently using non-corroding flowing water. This is a passive defensive method. The essence is to carve water path defensive killer move on the body. Once a poison path attack lands, it will activate on its own. This is a form of goo refinement in essence, except that the target is the goo immortal's physical body. No wonder I can sense it. Fan Yuan realized and took a close look. He had incredible attainment levels. He was a supreme grandmaster in refinement path and a great grandmaster in water path. After looking for a while, he deciphered all of the profundities of non-corroding flowing water. Fan Yuan gained some interest. It was a great opportunity. He had new ideas to test out. Chapter 2239. Same origin. Song Yishe cultivated for 6 hours before stopping her killer move. She let out a breath of air and opened her eyes. She saw that a lump of steam that was vague and illusory flowed from her arms to her legs, finally stopping at her chest. Song Yishe looked at the steam and felt joyful internally. At this rate, I can complete my cultivation of this non-corroding flowing water killer move in half a month. Strange, why did this cultivation session feel more effective than before? Is it just me? Song Yishe shook her head slightly. She inspected her immortal essence. There was little immortal essence left. She also lacked immortal essence stones now. Sigh, Heavenly Court is the source of immortal essence stones. Once they stopped distributing those, the entire market's immortal essence stones fell greatly in number. I have grandfather's help in secret, but all other goo immortals should be having a tougher time. Song Yishe sighed to herself. If she had enough immortal essence stones, she would use them to replenish her immortal essence now to continue cultivating the non-corroding flowing water killer move. But now, she had to slow down and let her immortal essence produce immortal essence naturally. After it accumulates to a degree, she could resume her cultivation. After I complete the non-corroding flowing water killer move, I will move on to emotionless flowing water. My clan's flowing water inheritance is our signature inheritance. It is renowned in Eastern Sea, being quite exceptional even in the 5 regions. Passive defensive killer moves are rare to begin with. Normally speaking, goo immortals can only cultivate one of them. They cannot stack many passive defensive killer moves. But my clan's flowing water inheritance has a unique concept. It is ingenious. By using the same core, we can stack passive defensive killer moves. Thinking of this, Song Yishe felt a little proud of her background. But soon, such emotions vanished. Sigh, I am still far from success. After completing emotionless flowing water, I will undergo tribulation and reach rank 7. With the contest of 3 venerables and the fusion of 2 heavens, the 5 regions' chaotic war may erupt at any time. Song Yishe was originally the prize jewel of her clan. She was doted on by her grandfather and received the support of the clan, having no lack of resources. Her incredible appearance also made her one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. But her carefree life could no longer return. The situation was changing too rapidly. Song Yishe felt no sense of assurance at all. Currently, all of Eastern Sea's righteous path superforces had joined Fan Yuan's side. This was something unimaginable in the past. The external pressure forced Song Yishe, this prize jewel, to have an intense urge to cultivate. Especially when Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, who was also her grandfather, gave Song Yishe some exciting news. In the letter, Song Qiyuan nagged endlessly before mentioning the orders of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. They were going to pick a number of merfolk Gu immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to live in sovereign immortal aperture. Even though Fan Yuan did not specify the ratio of male to female he wanted, the Merman Imperial Court purposely chose some female immortals with the most beautiful appearances and elegant demeanors. In addition, Fan Yuan had never been known to have any love interests. He had always faced great external pressure all the way until he became a venerable. Now that he could rival Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, his pressure fell immensely. Along this train of thought, Song Qiyuan mentioned Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became venerable, he took in all the beauties of the world and created 5 harem palaces. Afterwards, he mentioned the other venerables. All the 10 venerables had partners in their lives, only the number was different. Even the unmarried star constellation Immortal Venerable had once been in love. It involved a certain variant human Gu immortal. Song Qiyuan vaguely suggested an idea in order to probe the intention of his beloved granddaughter. If Great Love Immortal Venerable wants to choose a wife or concubine, will Song Clan offer me to him? Initially, Song Yishe was very angry. But a few days later, she calmed down and thought about it rationally. Grandfather will not force me. He is only raising this possibility and wants to see if I am willing to do so. However, if Great Love Immortal Venerable orders this personally like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and wants to collect beauties, how can I escape? How can Song Clan protect me? Song Yishe, who had always been proud as a crane, felt bitter and helpless internally after she realized this. If such a situation occurs, I cannot burden this clan which nurtured and raised me. Grandfather loves me so deeply. He funded me and gave me water-clothing immortal Gus secretly. If not for this immortal Gu, how could I have modified the killer move and successfully cultivated the flowing water? Inheritance? How can I repay him? How can I let my unwillingness lead to Song Clan's extermination? How can I be this selfish? Song Yishe thought of this and felt a deep sense of guilt internally. Along this thought, she thought of the deeper aspect. If Great Love Immortal Venerable has such intentions, for the sake of the clan, I need to offer myself to him. Why should I wait until then? Why can't I go further and take the initiative instead? If I can succeed by just sacrificing myself, I will ensure the prosperity of Song Clan for countless years. I'll stop thinking about this. Fan Yuan did not know that just one order from him led to such distorted thoughts of his subordinates. In fact, Fan Yuan did not know that Song Yishe was having complex emotions now. He was looking at his recent gains. When Song Yishe cultivated, Fan Yuan had secretly used methods through the refinement path down marks and poetic emotion C area to help her out. Fan Yuan gave it a simple try. The effort was as mild as breathing, but Song Yishe's cultivation gains rose by at least 10%. If I use my full effort, Song Yishe's cultivation efficiency will rise by tens of times. She is undergoing water path cultivation. Because it is a passive defensive method, it has something to do with refinement path. If this were a genuine Gu refinement attempt, my influence would be even greater. This means that I can use refinement path to help others refine Gu. At the same time, I can also ruin their attempts. Or at least, without my permission, nobody can refine an immortal Gu in my refinement path down mark domain. This was terrifying. The power of a venerable was displayed at its fullest. Fan Yuan was overjoyed, but he also had a heavy mood. If his refinement path could have such an influence, it meant that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have the same influence in Luck Path and Wisdom Path. If I refine all the refinement path down marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, while invigilating the world at all times, if any Gu immortal tries to refine immortal Gu, I will be able to ruin the attempt. In that case, can I make it such that only my faction can refine immortal Gu? Fan Yuan thought of this problem. But soon, he shook his head. If Gu immortals refined Gu in their own immortal apertures, Fan Yuan could not influence them. Because immortal apertures were isolated worlds of their own. But if a Gu immortal refined Gu outside, Fan Yuan would be able to sense and influence it. Putting aside the issue of Song Yishe, Fan Yuan placed his attention on a certain coral group deep in the sea. These corals contained abundant refinement path Gu materials. They were a natural refinement path resource point of heaven and earth. They had very high value but had not been discovered by anyone. Fan Yuan pondered and searched meticulously. He used time path killer moves to observe the formation of this coral group. Why did such a refinement path resource point form? Thousands of years ago, there was nothing here. But a sunken fish died here. The refinement path and rule path down marks of the sunken fish spread out and influenced the surroundings. After a few hundred years, the sunken fish's corpse decomposed entirely, while the environment also stabilized. Initially, all sorts of fish and shrimps came here in groups. Afterwards, middle-sized and large-sized beasts also moved here. The sea currents were turbulent, causing seeds and corals to be swept over. After thousands of years of development and natural selection, due to lucky opportunities and evolution, this resource point was created now. Fan Yuan's focus was on the refinement path down marks of the coral group. For thousands of years, the refinement path down marks here had been increasing and decreasing, being extremely unstable. Eventually, the group grew to this size. As long as I replicate the development of this refinement path resource point, with enough time, I can create such a refinement path resource point anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, there was an easier method, which was to directly create a refinement path formation and consume immortal materials to create an environment that was similar to this coral resource point. But this method needed the formation to have some immortal goo. It also expended immortal essence. Meanwhile, creating a refinement path resource point through a naturally developed down mark distribution would not expend immortal essence or require immortal goo. In truth, Fan Yuan had always been using the latter method for his development of the sovereign immortal aperture. By setting up immortal formations everywhere, he instantly created resource points. For example, the earth vein nodes and water vein nodes were all formations that he created. These formations not only used immortal goo, there were also formations that used immortal resources as the core. This was a quick method that needed very little time, but the cost was very high. While natural development had low costs, no immortal goo was needed, while immortal materials were slowly accumulated naturally, but the time needed was too long. No matter which method it is, they have the same origin, they are all just killer moves. Immortal formations were killer moves, while naturally derived down mark distribution was also a type of passive killer move. It was just that this killer move was not defensive but was used to develop an environment. Wait. Fan Yuan thought of the killer moves Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment, and Spaceless Tunnel. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment both created thick and dense clothing of down marks on the soul. They were like tightly weaved silk clothing. They did not expend immortal essence, and were passive defensive killer moves. Additionally, Spaceless Tunnel was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as well. It was used in various places of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, shortening travel distance. This killer move from 300,000 years ago was still active now, but with the fusion of 2 heavens, it should have already been mostly destroyed. The essence of these killer moves has no difference from the coral resource point. Fan Yuan thought of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. This immortal goo was a consumable goo that could give the goo immortal immense luck to rival the heavens after use, no longer consuming immortal essence anymore. What was the difference in essence between it and the coral resource point? Fan Yuan then thought of the incomplete refinement sea. This was the refinement path's secluded domain of heaven and earth that Langya Land's spirit wanted to create with all his effort. What is a secluded domain of heaven and earth? It is merely an agglomeration of down marks of a specific path to form a certain special effect. Danghun Mountain produces guts goo, while Qiankun Crystal Wall can reflect everything that happens in this world. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are the extreme form of resource points. They are also the other aspect of goo worms and killer moves. Thus, everything has the same point of origin. Chapter 2240. Refinement Main, Heaven's Specialty. Knowledge obtained from theory always feels shallow. One needs practice to understand it completely. Fan Yuan muttered to himself. Understanding that all things had the same point of origin was one matter, putting it into practice was another. Fan Yuan completely comprehended the essence of killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, but he had done so through Refinement Path. Because of the limitation of Theft Path attainment level, he could not modify Ghostly Concealment yet. He had the ability to create Refinement Path killer moves similar to Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, although it would be a difficult process, and the price to pay would be great. During this period where the 3 venerables contested, if Fan Yuan invested a lot of his time and energy into creating a top-tier Refinement Path killer move, it would be too risky. The timing and opportunity did not allow Fan Yuan to do so. However, the Refinement Path resource points of the 5 regions and 2 heavens had a lot of value to him as references. After Fan Yuan simplified them and took out the true core, he would be able to modify them into mature passive killer moves that could be used to develop the immortal aperture. Basically, these passive killer moves were very rare among killer moves, they had great value. The most common ones were defensive methods. Song Yishu's pride came from this reason. Duke Long only had one of such a move too, it was called Nine Dragons Protection. As far as Fang Yuan knew, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created no more than 5 of such killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment in his life. The creation of a killer move starts with the use of multiple goo worms by a predecessor to gain experience gradually. The goo cultivation predecessors took reference to the innate abilities of the living beings in the 5 regions and 2 heavens to rapidly establish the foundation of killer moves. Until today, the goo cultivators had already hit the limit of this world. For example, Duke Long created the Dragonman race, Langya Land Spirit created an artificial secluded domain, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created soul beasts. He turned all sorts of soul path killer moves into Dao marks that were carved onto soul beasts to grant them innate abilities. All of these accomplishments showed that goo cultivators had already rivaled the natural world. They were able to grasp the profundity of heaven and earth. And Limitless Demon Venerable went one step further. He made an arrangement in Crazed Demon Cave, breaking the world boundary to create a whole and even making brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had surpassed the entire goo cultivator world single-handedly. This was the first time Fang Yuan was refining the refinement path Dao marks of the outside world. With his Supreme Grand Master attainment level and manual practice, Fang Yuan gained a lot of insight. To conclude, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had a vast number of refinement path Dao marks, but they were not evenly distributed, some places were dense while others were sparse. These refinement path Dao marks were very stable and hard to change. Normally speaking, their growth was extremely slow and needed a lot of time to accumulate. These refinement path Dao marks could be seen as the basis of the entire world's refinement path foundation. On this foundation, a large number of beasts, plants, and lifeless goo materials were produced and nurtured. These beasts and plants were related to refinement path. They were refinement path resources. Normally speaking, in places with dense refinement path Dao marks, the relevant resources would also be more abundant and high quality. In places with sparse refinement path Dao marks, there would be fewer refinement path resources and of lower quality. The refinement path Dao marks and resources had a deep influence on each other. For example, the coral group that Fang Yuan saw earlier was a refinement path resource point. The source was an immemorial sunken fish that died thousands of years ago. Its refinement path Dao marks scattered in the surroundings and a portion was left behind in that location. The Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined here were the refinement path foundation of the world. Refinement path resources were not included in this. The natural Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined were like a huge spider web. As long as Fang Yuan was in range, he would be able to sense all refinement path activities within the web. This was the so-called refinement path sensation. Fang Yuan had a vague sensation of the refinement path resources. He could also sense the refinement path activities of goo cultivators. In places with dense refinement path Dao marks, the sensation would be more intense, stable, and clearer. For example, he would be able to find small-scale, ordinary refinement path goo materials. Conversely, if the refinement path Dao marks were sparse, the refinement path sensation would be weaker. In those regions, Fang Yuan would only be able to sense refinement path immortal materials. If there was a hole in the spider web, or if a goo immortal refined goo in their immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would not sense anything. Using the refinement path Dao marks that he refined, Fang Yuan could influence everything in that range. He could interfere with the living beings as well as the natural environment. For example, he could help Song Yishu cultivate, strengthen refinement path resource points like the coral group, or even create a top-tier refinement path passive killer move like Spaceless Tunnel that could exist indefinitely. Simply using refinement path Dao marks to amplify his own strength was only the most basic use. From the angle of refinement path, in the entire goo cultivation world, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are just a giant immortal material. This immortal material comprises everything, it has Dao marks of all paths. Even though I became a refinement path venerable, I can only refine a portion of this huge immortal material. This is true for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and all other venerables. Owning a portion of heaven and earth, this is what a Dao Lord entails. The other venerables are only able to become the Lord of one Dao, but I am different. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. He cultivated all paths. The other venerables could do one main path and one specialty path at best. Their main path would become their venerable path, while their specialty path would be used to fight and compete. In theory, Fan Yuan could cultivate all the paths and become a venerable of all paths. This was the intention of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he spent all his effort to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fan Yuan had incomparable potential, the limit of his growth was unimaginable. The other venerables also know this. The only reason why they did not kill me is because I displayed incredible battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew that the price to kill me was too great. They could not take the backlash. Fan Yuan did not continue to refine Dao marks. He decided to stop for now. Even though Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had bloomed again in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and gave him nearly 100 Immortal Essence beads again. Even though he had all sorts of refinement path methods to raise his refinement efficiency by many times, far surpassing the Venerables. This was obvious. Refinement path most excelled in this aspect. In terms of refinement path, he far surpassed the other two Venerables. This was the advantage of refinement path to begin with. However, I cannot display my advantage now, it will overly agitate those Venerables. Fan Yuan thought to himself. Once he used his advantage, the two Venerables would move. Although they felt that they had some advantage, if they saw that Fan Yuan's Dao mark refinement speed was so fast, they would not sit still, they would have to come and stop him. Fan Yuan was not afraid of getting attacked by them. After all, he had enough Immortal Essence reserves now, although the quantity was not high. The two Venerables could not kill him in a short time. As they fought, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would gradually accumulate an advantage for Fan Yuan. But there was no point in going this far. Most importantly, it would cause Fan Yuan's secret to be exposed, the existence of obscured heavenly secret. The loss was not worth the gain. Blindly using one's advantage was the biggest trap in life. Fan Yuan knew deeply that assessing the situation was most important. Next, I need to refine Dao marks with a slower speed. My efficiency should be around the same level as the two Venerables, but I need to stop multiple times to pretend that I am out of Immortal Essence. Of course, I cannot be overly weak, otherwise they will want to work together to get rid of me. Fan Yuan had a good grasp of this situation. He knew what to do. He had abundant life experience after all. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of failure, pain, and losses became the valuable foundation that supported him. Keeping a low profile while profiting greatly. By the time I expose the secret, I am sure the two Venerables will not be able to keep their cool. Fan Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck again. His luck still resembled a furnace. Fan Yuan had inspected this many times already. He had some guesses about it. This was caused by his status as a refinement path venerable. His luck's appearance was stabilized and would not change for a period of time. The furnace was still quite crude, it had cracks remaining. But from the vast number of cracks, 2 or 3 of them had mended. This was because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already completed the first earth vein, the second one was on the way. It had also completed the first water vein. These were all helping to stabilize his foundation. And compared to the past, there was a huge change on the surface of the furnace. There was a lotus flower pattern. The lotus flower pattern was clearly referring to rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. It showed how significant this immortal goo was to Fan Yuan. The lotus flower pattern went one round around the outer layer of the furnace, it extended to the bottom and turned into several lotus roots. These lotus roots went deep into the bottom of the furnace and burned together with the firewood that represented immortal essence. Compared to the weak fire earlier, the furnace was fully lit now, the flames expanded by several times, showing great growth. There was no lid on the furnace, the scene inside could be seen. The immortal crane cloud that symbolized heaven form and the green lotus cloud that was Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus were both gone now. Instead, there was a piece of blue-white ice, symbolizing the truthful floating ice. The blue-white ice was heated in the furnace, slowly melting and generating a beautiful halo. At the top of the furnace, there was a large amount of reddish-brown sand dust, floating like a cloud. The reddish-brown sand dust condensed into one lump and slowly went into the furnace. It was easily melted and infused into the furnace, fixing the cracks and slowly making the furnace smoother from its crude state. This should be referencing my action of refining natural Dao marks. If I go all out on this, the sand dust will pour down rapidly and block my opening of my furnace. It can even put out the fire at the bottom. Excessive progress is not good, This shows the terrible outcome of facing two venerables' suppression at the same time. Fan Yuan had used luck inspection many times. He was able to reference the phenomena he saw to actual events that were happening more easily. Even though rank 8 cooking luck pot was too low in rank and did not suit the current Fan Yuan, it still displayed the profundity of luck path, reminding Fan Yuan that the most important variables to him now were refining down marks and also heaven path development. The refinement of down marks can progress slowly, but I also need to unseal the truthful floating ice in secret. Right now, immortal essence is not my burden, it is my advantage instead. I need to use all my immortal essence and convert my resources into foundation and strength. Venerables all had one main and one specialty path. Fan Yuan had planned from long ago to use refinement path as his main, and heaven path as his specialty. Refinement path was his main cultivation, but refinement path itself was weak in the fighting aspect. This was a publicly known fact. In this situation, Fan Yuan needed another path to support his battle strength. This path should have few cultivators, for example, painting path. That would allow him to catch enemies off guard and prevent them from having precaution against him. Even though there were many paths in existence, Fan Yuan did not have many choices. Looking at his situation, heaven path was the best choice. There were almost no heaven path cultivators. The criteria was too hard to achieve. Heaven path itself was very special and had extraordinary potential. Its might was also unrivaled. Refinement path as main, heaven path as specialty. This was Fan Yuan's current cultivation plan. The Heaven Refining Demon Venerable title that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave to Fan Yuan was truly appropriate. Chapter 2241. Too beautiful. We pay respects to Lord Alliance Leader. A group of Mermaid Gu Immortals showed a respectful attitude as they bowed before Fan Yuan's feet. Fan Yuan looked around and was a little surprised. He found that all these Merman Gu Immortals were female. They were either seductive, innocent, or cold. The two strongest ones had rank 7 cultivation level, the other 4 were rank 6. All female immortals. Fan Yuan thought. This was not good. He let these mermen enter the sovereign immortal aperture in order to procreate and develop in numbers. Without male Merman Gu Immortals and a total of 6 female immortals, they could not grow properly. However, Fan Yuan recalled that in Merman society, females had higher status than males. They would elect a saintess but not a saint. In addition, the Merman Imperial Court sent these female immortals without any males as a form of reverence towards Fan Yuan as well. You are all members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. After entering the sovereign immortal aperture, we will be one big family. Remember the rules and abide by them. You will be informed of the details later. Saying this, Fan Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. We will obey Alliance Leader's teachings. The female immortals quickly responded before entering obediently. At the next moment, their vision changed completely. They found that they were in the vast sky. Below them was cloud soil and a city was far away. It resembled a huge sea snail that radiated with starlight specks. Did you raise your head earlier? No, I've never been so close to Lord Alliance Leader. I lowered my head the entire time. I mustered my courage and took a peek at him before entering the immortal aperture. Oh goodness, Lord Alliance Leader is simply too beautiful. Lord Alliance Leader has venerable cultivation level. He also takes care of us variant humans, and most strikingly, he is so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful and gentle higher-up before. These two rank 6 Mermaid Gu Immortals were quite close. They spoke with excitement and expressed their reverence and adoration towards Fan Yuan. As for the other 2 rank 6 female immortals, they had solemn expressions and did not speak. Silence. One of the 2 mermaid leaders said unhappily. Is Lord Alliance Leader someone you can talk about so casually? We are inside the sovereign immortal aperture now. The female immortals lowered their heads and stopped speaking, but they communicated with their expressions, unable to conceal their excitement. The other leader, Lian Ke Xian, stretched out her hand and grasped Yu Zi's hand, consoling her. Lian Ke Xian, Yu Zi, and Xian Ningxi were the 3 leaders of the Merman Imperial Court this time. When Fan Yuan decided to move some of them into the sovereign immortal aperture, how could the Merman Imperial Court refuse? After receiving the orders, the Merman Imperial Court held an emergency meeting for a day and night. Eventually, the Merman Imperial Court chose 2 of their leaders and 4 mermaid immortals with outstanding beauty to offer to Fan Yuan. To do this, they broke up 2 couples, one of which was already close to getting married. The Merman Imperial Court did not have any rank 8s. Their top battle strengths were the 3 leading First Supreme Elders with rank 7 battle strength, by sending two away at the same time, it showed how resolute they were. After that, they omitted the males and only chose the most beautiful female immortals. They were trying to get closer to Fan Yuan to curry his favor. This was not strange. Humanity was the undisputed overlord of the world. The Merman Imperial Court had already gotten used to such a subservient lifestyle after many years. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action to protect the Merman Imperial Court. After his death, his influence dwindled and the Merman Imperial Court started to have alliance marriages with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces. They also liked to take in lone immortals of Eastern Sea through marriage. The Merman Imperial Court was used to such treatment. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, they were accepted by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that Fan Yuan was venerable and took control of Eastern Sea, the Merman Imperial Court was unlike other human forces. They could not join Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They could only choose Great Love Immortal Venerable, who was closer to variant humans. Thus, even though the two female immortals bore grudges after getting separated from their partners, for the sake of their people, they still chose to sacrifice their own happiness. But earlier, when they met with Fan Yuan, they suffered a huge blow. The mermaid immortals knew about Fan Yuan's appearance, be it Heavenly Court or other forces, they had shown videos of him. The female immortals knew about Fan Yuan's beautiful appearance, but after meeting it, they were still shocked by his peerless features. This was not just external beauty, there was also the fact that he contained abundant Tao marks. Each of his actions had the aura of the great Tao. He emitted extraordinary charm from his entire body. His incomparable capacity and aura subdued everyone that he met. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, despite having many Tao marks, would not be as charming to merfolk. Because mermen were born with water path Tao marks, while Fan Yuan had over 2 million of them, this brought them closer naturally. Yuzi was one of the leaders this time. She was the one who most advocated to contribute everything and use beauty to get closer to Fan Yuan. However, after seeing Fan Yuan, she was deeply shocked. She felt that she was mud when compared to the pure cloud-like Fan Yuan. She felt ashamed of herself. Lian Kexian and Yuzi were very close. Along with her personal experiences, she understood why Yuzi was feeling this way. She grabbed Yuzi's hand and secretly transmitted. No matter how beautiful Lord Fan Yuan is, he is still a man. As long as this fact remains, we have hope. Think of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Yuzi nodded and slowly regained her calm. At this time, a hairy man Gu Immortal flew over. I am 12th Hair, I have come to receive you. 12th Hair spoke. Yuzi quickly smiled. After a short conversation with 12th Hair, she cast a glance at Tang Qiong. Tang Qiong was the supreme elder of the Merman Imperial Court. She had yellow scales and was gentle and beautiful. Her smile showed dimples that amplified her cuteness. Even though her status was lower than Yuzi, Lian Kexian, and Xia Ningxi, she was only below these three. She was given great authority by the three of them. She spent her time on managing the political affairs. She had outstanding interpersonal skills. After getting Yuzi's approval, Tang Qiong went up and handed 12th Hair a seashell. 12th Hair saw that this shell was a rare rank 7 refinement path immortal material. He took it with a smile and showed a warmer attitude. Everyone, please come with me. Your first stop will be Star Collection City. This is the central control area of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Star Collection City was not on a huge piece of cloud soil. After flying for some time, they quickly entered it. Under 12th Hair's guide, the Mermaid Gu Immortals went into the main hall and greeted the person in charge. The Gu Immortal in charge of this main hall was a woman who cultivated Sound Path. Her rank 8 aura spread throughout the hall. She was wearing a pink dress, her eye sockets were deeper than normal. Her nose had a tall bridge, she also had a pair of seductive and moving eyes. It was Fairy Miaoyin. The mermaids quickly greeted her. Fairy Miaoyin sat at the top seat and looked down at these Gu Immortals. She spoke with a solemn expression. You have just arrived here, you need to learn about the rules of our Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and obey them forever. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture does not raise useless people, no matter who you are. You need to work hard to gain anything. The contribution board has a clear list of tasks that you can do. The worst thing you can do is slack off. Do you understand? Yes, we will remember Lady Miao Yin's teachings. The mermaids responded. Fairy Miao Yin nodded before casting her gaze at 12th Hair. Since you took the mission to lead the Mermaid Gu Immortals, you will bring them around and get familiar with Star Collection City's arrangements. Saying this, Fairy Miao Yin waved her hand. Dozens of Gu worms flew out. 12th Hair acknowledged and took these goo worms, he said to the female immortals. Follow me. The mermaid immortals took their leave and followed 12th Hair. They all let out a sigh of relief. This fairy Miao-yin was originally a rank 7 goo immortal in southern border, but after following Great Love Immortal Venerable, she became a rank 8. She spoke in such a tone, I'm afraid she knows our intention, so she wants to suppress us. Lian Ke-xian and Yuzi transmitted to each other. On the other hand, Tang Qiong carefully asked 12th Hair about Fairy Miao-yin's status. Was she the Star Collection's city lord? Before coming, the Merman Imperial Court made ample preparation. They had prepared gifts for Fan Yuan's well-known subordinates like Fairy Miao-yin and Lady White Rabbit, but because of the tense atmosphere earlier, Tang Qiong could not offer the gift. 12th Hair shook his head. Originally, the Star Collection's city lord was the noble combat beast king, but he died during the tribulation. Now Miao-yin, White Rabbit, Wu Shui, Qi Si, and the other rank 8s are taking turns to station in Star Collection's city. After hearing this, the Mermaid Goo Immortals let out sighs of relief again. This Fairy Miao-yin was not the Star Collection's city lord, she did not have too much authority. Yu Zi's eyes brightened, she knew that the chance to meet Fan Yuan's main body was too rare, but his clones were inside the sovereign immortal aperture. If she could get close to one of them, the goal would be achieved. The Mermaid Immortals followed 12th Hair and arrived at Star Collection City's central square. In the square, there were 3 huge pillars. There were countless words moving around the surface of the pillars. They made up 3 large boards. Before the Mermaid Goo Immortals looked at them closely, 12th Hair already handed out goo worms. These were the goo worms that Fairy Miao-yin gave to 12th Hair earlier. Each of the Mermaid Goo Immortals obtained 5 of them. They were rank 5 mortal goo. 3 of the goo worms were familiar to the mermaids. They knew that these were used for the contribution board, mission board, and exchange board respectively. Fan Yuan listed 3 boards. They did not just exist in the sovereign immortal aperture, be it the Variant Human Alliance or Righteous G Alliance, there were such arrangements. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals knew them. 12th Hair spoke. You will live in the sovereign immortal aperture from now on. Your lives will be quite different. From now on, unless Master gives orders, you will not go outside. You can take a look at these 3 boards. These are our internal boards. The external boards in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance are quite different from them. Right now, be it the Righteous G Alliance or Variant Human Alliance, they had all joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. These were 2 conflicting forces, but now they were one force. Everyone felt very complex emotions. But under Fan Yuan's venerable cultivation level, regardless of their willingness, they had to follow him. Chapter 2242. Sovereign's 3 Boards. Star Collection's City Square. Yu Zi and Lian Ke-xian looked at a contribution board at the same time. This contribution board had a lot of reference material. Whoever stood at the top would be the most important subordinates, Fan Yuan's capable generals. They were targets that the Mermaid Immortals had to befriend. Looking at the contribution board, they could also roughly see the power levels of the factions of Fan Yuan's subordinates, and gain more insight. Thereafter, they saw the number 1 name on the contribution board, 6th Hair. A hairy man? This person's contribution points are far above the second person. For the time being, nobody can catch up to him. Even though Yu Zi and Lian Ke-xian had just arrived, they could see that 6th Hair's foundation and accumulation were immensely deep. Starting from the second place, the difference in points is not huge anymore. Lian Ke-xian quickly saw some familiar names from the top 10 contributors. Like Fairy Miao-yin, Lady White Rabbit, Mo Tan-sang, Shui-er, Shi-Shiqing, and others. What made Yu Zi and Lian Ke-xian take notice was that there was a strange name in the top 10 positions. Langya Land Spirit? Is this Langya Blessed Land's Land Spirit? A land spirit can be ranked on the contribution board as well? This shows how magnanimous Lord Fan Yuan is. He treats humans, variant humans, and land spirits equally. The top 10 members of the contribution board were mostly variant human goo immortals. This had deep political meaning. The 2 former rulers of the Merman Imperial Court were very pleased about this. They felt a sense of excitement. They also saw 12th Hair's contribution points soon. He was 18th place. The 19th place was the Black Hound Land Spirit. At the next moment, the 19th place Black Hound Land Spirit took over the position of 12th Hair and knocked him down. 12th Hair noticed this too. He coughed in embarrassment and said with a tone of slight envy, "This Black Hound Land Spirit is really lucky. Right now, With the fusion of two heavens, remnant heavenly dogs and heaven-swallowing hounds are escaping in groups. They have been constantly caught by goo immortals and brought into our sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, these hound groups are taken care of by the Black Hound Land Spirit. After they are healed and inspected, they will be released into mini white heaven. This is why the Black Hound Land Spirit is getting so many contribution points. Lien Xin and Yuzi nodded repeatedly, while thinking to themselves. Actually, there is no need to explain this. We don't really care about how Land Spirit beat you in contribution. They were concerned about Fairy Meowing, Lady White Rabbit, and the most important person, Snowman Goo Immortal Shui. The reason was that Bing Yuan had been bragging in the Variant Human Alliance whenever she could that Shui was Fang Yuan's fiancé. This was widely spread news. As their former enemy, the Righteous G Alliance had been collecting such information. They also paid huge attention to this. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals learned of this. However, when they were about to ask for the information of these crucial people, a wave of screams could be heard near them. Yuzi frowned and was about to scold them, but she heard the four Mermaid Immortals say together, "Leaders, look at the exchange board." Lien Xin and Yuzi could not help but turn their attention away. Immediately, their pupils contracted as they revealed expressions of shock. The exchange board of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was truly different from the one in Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. There were too many good things. Lien Xin and Yuzi were getting dizzy from browsing the list. There were all sorts of rewards listed. Goo worms of all paths were available. There were lots of rare and extinct mortal goo. There were over 1,000 immortal goo available from ranks 6 to 8. There were countless immortal goo recipes, immortal materials, and immortal killer moves. There were hundreds or thousands of immortal goo house construction methods, and the immortal inheritances even made Yuzi and Lien Xin stare with wide eyes. This is Waterpath Great Expert Chang Guanshui's inheritance. He cultivated Waterpath mainly with Information Path on the side. He has a killer move called One Watery Chapter. It is extremely famous in history. This is the inheritance of our merfolk expert, Third Princess. She was the most powerful mermaid of the remote antiquity era. She had resisted primordial origin Immortal Venerable on many occasions. She created the Waterpath Rank 8 immortal material. Too much water, it has already gone extinct. To think that we would see it here. Yuzi's and Lien Xion's hearts palpitated as they read on. Fan Yuan promoted himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. He started to do transactions of goo refinement in Treasure Yellow Heaven. All of the Mermaid Immortals knew of the prices he set. Although the prices were fair, they were incomparable to this. Using contribution points to exchange for things we want, this is much easier than making transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven or exchanging with the external board. What did I see? We can apply for Lord Fang Yuan to personally help us pass tribulations. He is truly Great Love Immortal Venerable. Lien Xian and Yuzi licked their lips uncontrollably. Their desire towards contribution points rose to an unprecedented level. They cast their heated gazes towards the mission board along with the other 4 female immortals. Evidently, if one wanted to get cultivation resources from the exchange board, they would need contribution points, while the source of contribution points were missions. There were many missions on the mission board. Within Mini Purple Heaven, a large number of ancient desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles had turned into immemorial desolate beasts for some reason. The mission was to investigate the truth. Dog shit was falling from the sky in many northern plains, piling into mountains and polluting the Frost Dragon's lake. The mission was to investigate the cause of the dog shit and get rid of it. The Dragon Scales Sea area in Mini Eastern Sea was flowing in reverse. A lot of seawater had entered the Mini 9 Heavens. The mission was to fix the Immortal Formation and rebuild Dragon Scales Sea area. Inkman City Lord Mo Tan Sang got pregnant inexplicably. An expert in abortion was needed now. The Mermaid Immortals looked at the mission board and fell into temporary silence. The quantity of these missions was out of their expectations. In normal situations, the immortal apertures of Goo Immortals were calm and peaceful. They only had to rebuild areas after going through tribulations or when they had new resource points added. They were not like the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, which had strange events occurring at every moment. The Mermaid Immortals looked for a while. They felt worried but also happy. The worry was that even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was Great Love Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, and was renowned in the world, it was not peaceful at all. There were chaos everywhere. It would not be easy to live in here. But they were happy because the chaos meant an uncountable number of missions. They had no lack of contribution points to earn. 12th Hare had been observing the Mermaid Immortal's expressions. He sighed. I'll speak the truth. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is currently in a state of peace. You have not seen the situation when Master annexed the two heavens grotto heavens. When he gained a huge number of Dao marks, strange phenomena occurred endlessly. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, there was not a single idle person at that time. Currently, even though there aren't many situations occurring, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, we lost many Gu immortals. Although most of them revived, they cannot ascend to immortal yet. You can see for yourselves, there are many missions now, but some areas need people to guard them. For example, Star Collection City is too important, we cannot lose it. In addition, with many strange situations occurring, we need at least one rank 8 Gu immortal guarding the aperture at all times. Because there are too many missions, Master brought all of you into the sovereign immortal aperture to help out. Earlier in the hall, Fairy Miaoyin spoke bluntly, but she was not wrong. If you want to gain the acknowledgement of the existing Gu immortals, you need to work hard and make achievements, use your actions and contribution points to prove your loyalty to Master. The mermaid immortals heard his words and nodded. Lian Kuxian and Yuzi looked at each other. They had finally understood Fan Yuan's intention. Tang Qiong quickly expressed gratitude to 12th Hair and handed over a gift again. The other mermaid immortals asked at this time, Lord 12th Hair, you gave us 5 Gu worms each, 3 are used for the boards, what about the last 2? 12th Hair received the gift while smiling and explaining. One of them is used to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, all Gu cultivators need to use this Gu worm to access Treasure Yellow Heaven. The other one is used to monitor you, it has to be kept on you at all times. If it is destroyed, you need to report it immediately, we will hand out a replacement in Star Collection City. After pausing for a while, 12th Hair continued, no need to think too much about it, not just all of you, we have it too. It might be a mortal Gu, but it has saved many of our lives already. We face danger when we handle those strange phenomena, it is possible that we will die during the missions. For example, look at this mission on the board. The mermaid immortals looked at where 12th Hair pointed and saw the Mo Tan Sang abortion mission. 12th Hair showed a strange smile. You might not be familiar with Mo Tan Sang, but his status is not low, he is the Gu immortal leader of Mini Western Desert. He is a male Inkman, but while handling a sudden situation, he got mysteriously pregnant. Now, he is offering a huge price to undergo an abortion. Many people are interested but were unable to do anything about it. If the abortion fails, he might lose his life after all. The mermaid immortals opened their mouths, they were dumbstruck. All right. 12th Hair continued, follow me, I will bring you to a place. In a way, this place is more important than the 3 boards. The mermaid immortals immediately gained deep interest. They followed 12th Hair as they left the square and arrived at a sub-hall of Star Collection City. They saw that there were many Gu immortals at the sub-hall. Many Gu immortals were holding on to each other, some were bending their backs as they dragged themselves into the sub-hall while looking extremely enervated. Afterwards, these Gu immortal walked out of the hall with a revitalized appearance, they looked highly spirited. Even though there were still deep-eyed bags on their faces. These Gu immortals would nod sincerely when they saw acquaintances. When they went past each other, they would greet each other and talk about their missions or ranking on the contribution board. When these Gu immortals saw the mermaid Gu immortals, they showed expressions of understanding. A few of them took the initiative to greet the mermaids. They were very welcoming. Oh, I've heard that we are bringing in a group of merman Gu immortals, are they the ones? Great, with them joining us, we can finally take a breather. There are more and more missions now, I hope this can reduce our workload. 12th Hair, you are so lucky to have taken the mission of bringing them in. Note. Watery Chapter, author is making a joke here. The character's name means adding water, while water is slang for filler in Chinese, therefore a watery chapter is a filler chapter. Chapter 2243. Guyu Fang Xiang. 12th Hair laughed heartily as he said some pleasantries. Looking back at the mermaid immortals, he saw that they were in a daze, some of the Gu immortals even had tears in their eyes. 12th Hair was startled, he quickly said, if I have done anything wrong. Before he finished, Lian Kuxian interrupted him. 12th Hair, don't worry. It is just that we saw everyone being harmonious and tolerant in this sovereign immortal aperture, each individual is given a chance with equal opportunities. They are close and tightly knit together, regardless of whether they are an Inkman, Rockman, Snowman, or even human. To speak the truth, I have never seen anything like this. I did not even dare to imagine that such a place would exist in this world we live in. 12th Hair was silent. He was originally a member of Langya sect, even though Langya Blessed Land was well hidden, he was aware of the situation in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, The variant humans had low statuses, they were suppressed by the humans and were all living difficult lives. Looking at it from the perspective of the Eastern Sea Merman Imperial Court, they had been surrounded by human forces and definitely faced much greater pressure than Langius Sex hairy men. Even though the site in Star Collection City was simple and normal, it created a huge impact on the mermaid immortals. For an instant, all of the mermaid immortals had a similar thought. No matter how chaotic or dangerous the sovereign immortal Aperture's environment became, they had to continue living here. Maybe this is our true homeland, Yuzi muttered. This is a wonderful place to live in. Lien Kuxian sighed deeply. I finally understand the true meaning of great love. Master is truly worthy of being great love immortal venerable. He is unlike the detestable longevity heaven or heavenly court. Be it star constellation immortal venerable or giant sun immortal venerable, they cannot compare to our master. A mermaid immortal spoke about Fang Yuan in an extremely reverent tone. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up as he said proudly. Even among all the venerables, master has the biggest heart. It was only natural that Paradise Earth immortal venerable thought highly of him, and gave all of his inheritance to master. Nobody else is qualified to receive this. We can only obtain true happiness by following master's footsteps. Since you recognize this now, then work hard to defend our home from now on. This is the way to maintain our blissful life. The mermaid immortals nodded their heads. Some were so moved they started crying. After calming down, Tang Qiong asked, I wonder what the profound use of this sub-hall is? 12th Hair gasped. He showed a complex expression. There was pride and admiration in his eyes, one could even see excitement and thrill, but he also had some lingering fear. Even 12th Hair's hair could not conceal his expression. This made the mermaid immortals even more curious. Next, the female immortals heard the explanation. This was once a formation called the Liver Life Formation. But recently, Master modified it into an immortal goo house. It has an excellent effect, it is very useful. Saying so, 12th Hair gave a thumbs up again. He said to the mermaid immortals with a tone that contained deep meaning, You will definitely make good use of it in the future. After hearing 12th Hair's in-depth description, the Liver Life Immortal Goo House left a deep impression on the mermaid immortals. There was nothing else to introduce in Star Collection City. 12th Hair brought these mermaid immortals out of the mini nine heavens. The group came to mini Eastern Sea and looked at the sea area below. Tides were rising, a sea breeze was blowing. 12th Hair explained. This is the location that Master has chosen for your merman race to live and grow from now on. The mermaid goo immortals quickly used their investigative methods to inspect this sea area's environment. The unexpected good news was that this sea area has a vast quantity of ordinary goo materials, but they were scattered chaotically with no order at all. Furthermore, many of the goo materials conflicted with each other, they were in the process of breaking down. This situation was caused by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's down marks. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had many down marks, that naturally led to the creation of many goo materials. Because of non-conflicting down marks, strange situations occurred often and the goo materials were distributed chaotically and ended up in an unstable state. This is the map of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a version from 3 days ago. I will gift this to you. 12th Hair pointed as an information path mortal goo flew out. Version from 3 days ago? Yuzi was very alert. Indeed. 12th Hair nodded and explained. Because strange situations are occurring all the time. Terrain will also change along with them. And because Master is constantly adding in resource points and annexing blessed lands and grotto heavens, the map of the 5 regions and 9 heavens has been changing all the time, it needs to be updated constantly. Yuzi looked into the goo and shouted in shock. So big? Her shouting attracted the attention of the mermaid immortals. They had rarely seen Yuzi, a leading elder, act in such a manner. 12th Hair said with a trace of pride in his tone. He laughed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was originally over 335,000 square kilometers in size. Now, after Master's annexing of apertures and undergoing tribulations, the size has expanded by 100 times. We are over 33,500,000 square kilometers in size now. When the other female immortals heard this news, they became dumbstruck and went into a daze. 12th Hair smiled again. Don't worry, this place will continue to get bigger. If one day, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture surpasses the 5 regions and 2 heavens in size, we will not be surprised. I have already marked your territory on this map. My mission has been completed, but if you have any needs, feel free to contact me using this information path Mortal Goo. I am currently living on Yellow Hair Continent. I am in charge of leading the yellow-hair hairy men. You and I can be considered neighbors." Lien Kuxian and Yuzi quickly expressed their gratitude. They took out their own information path mortal goo that were used for communication and exchanged them with 12th Hair. After 12th Hair said his goodbyes to the mermaid immortals, he vanished into the sky. After Lien Kuxian and Yuzi discussed among themselves, the 6 mermaid immortals started to get busy. They sent people to scout and probe the surroundings, including the sky and sea, to collate the resources. On the other hand, the goo immortals also created a super-sized defensive goo formation. After the 2 tasks were completed, the mermaid immortals opened their immortal apertures entrances. Groups of mermen went into the sea area along with their families. Under the instructions of the female merman goo immortals, these 800,000 mermen started to build houses, create underwater villages, towns, and even cities at the center. The mermaid immortals created 6 cities, each one had a goo immortal to guard it. The cities were surrounded by towns which had branched out villages. Because they made ample preparation, the merfolk did not lack living resources. Chaos was, of course, unavoidable. They had just arrived here after all. But with the guidance and control of the mermaid immortals, no losses appeared. They worked hard for 9 days and nights. After the merfolk mortals settled down, Yuzi and Lien Kuxian gathered the immortals for a meeting. There are many ordinary goo materials, but each one has low quantity. They change a lot as well. In my opinion, we should organize groups of merman goo masters to collect these goo materials at set intervals of time. The environment is quite safe here. There are few desolate beasts and almost no ancient desolate beasts. There are also no common food like kelp, fish, or shrimp. We need to raise them from scratch. We also need to create a stable ecology. There are few immortal materials here. According to the map, the closest immortal material resource point is the 7 Treasures Sea Spring. It produces 7 treasures water. Don't target resource points. This is the sovereign immortal aperture. All resource points belong to Master. If we want to get resources, we have to complete missions in exchange for them using contribution points. Speaking of missions, these mermaid immortals had been researching hard on the missions. 12th Hair is right. I think that we need to focus on completing missions to prove our worth. That way, the other goo immortals will acknowledge us. I checked clearly. The most suitable missions for us are the ones to build water path resource points. Master has grand and magnificent ambitions. He is establishing water veins now. The first water vein has already been completed. He is making the second one now. This is our chance. You are right, but we cannot give up on other missions. Especially the ones that involve other goo immortals. I think we should take some of them and use the missions to get acquainted with and befriend the other goo immortals. Before coming here, we prepared a lot of gifts. They are still with us now. After the mermaid immortals talked about this, the decision was that Yuzi would stay in this sea area and be in charge of creating the ecology. This would create a stable source of food for the mermen. The 4 female immortals led by Lien Kuxian went around the place to collect information, while also establishing relationships with other factions. Lien Kuxian spent an entire day to arrive at Yellow Hair Continent. 12th Hair received her information path mortal goo's notification already. He went to the sky to welcome her. As the saying goes, better a close neighbor than a distant brother. The 2 parties were inclined to establish a healthy relationship. Lien Kuxian brought a gift with her again. These days, while researching the contribution board, she noticed that in the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy men were undoubtedly the number 1 force. 12th Hair also prepared a present. It was very valuable too. After talking for a while, 12th Hair heard of the mermaid immortal's actions and smiled at Lien Kuxian. You've done the right thing. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, goo immortals will visit each other and hold banquets. In the worst case, they will at least prepare tea. But in the sovereign immortal aperture, this never happens. How can we have the time to entertain anyone in these useless banquets? It is very wise of you to use these missions to meet with other people. If you follow the customs of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, you will not be well received by everyone. After hearing these words, Lien Kuxian felt glad internally. She understood the style of the sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals soon after. 12th Hair said directly, "We both took a mission to nurture goo immortal seeds. Let's go. Time is pressing. Let's go to the most important one." Lien Kuxian went with 12th Hair, and they flew while concealing their traces, entering a forest in the mountain. A hairy man goo master was getting chased. He was covered in wounds and ran in the forest hurriedly. Sounds could be heard from behind him, slowly creeping closer. Lien Kuxian inspected and found that this hairy man Gu master was actually a mixed blood of hairy man and human. His name is Gu Yufang Xiang. 12th hair introduced at this time. Lien Kuxian's pupils contracted immediately. Her entire body shuddered. 12th hair quickly raised his hand. Don't let your thoughts run wild. He is not Master's bloodline. He is the son of Gu Yufangjing. Master is truly far-sighted. His vision is far beyond our understanding. He has been secretly nurturing this kid, creating opportunities and setbacks for him. He is currently the most qualified Gu immortal seed among our hairy man Gu masters. Chapter 2244. Sudden Love. Huff, huff, huff. Gu Yufang Xiang breathed roughly. He hid behind the roots of an ancient tree. The huge ancient tree had giant roots protruding out of the ground. They were interwoven and created a secluded area. Gu Yufang Xiang managed to temporarily get away from the pursuit. He gained some time to rest and recover. He was still bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose. He hurriedly wiped away the traces on his lips as he started to inspect his own physical condition. Gu Yufang Xiang's expression turned dim. He found more than 10 injuries on his body. He had 3 bone fractures and the most severe injuries were in his organs. He needed healing urgently. But he was neither worried nor flustered. This was not the first time he had gotten injuries of such severity. Gu Yufang Xiang tore his upper shirt that was extremely tattered. It was easily removed. His chest that was covered in black hair was exposed. There was a deep wound across his chest. Broken white bones could be seen from within. Gu Yufang Xiang gritted his teeth, activating his Gu worm. The healing Gu worm resembled a centipede. It dived into his body through the wound, quickly stopping the internal bleeding. After a while, the centipede was covered in blood and came out of Fang Xiang's body, lying on his chest wound. Its 100 pairs of legs stabbed into the skin of his wound. The intense pain made Gu Yufang Xiang suck in a sharp breath. Next, the centipede slowly exerted force as its 100 pairs of legs dragged the skin and flesh, emitting a soft sound and forcing the wound to mend together. But this handling of the injury only suppressed it. It could not solve the root cause. Gu Yufang Xiang knew that, but there was no time for him to heal himself. I see blood traces. Hurry, hurry. Be careful, that kid is quite dangerous. What's there to fear, even if he has rank 5 cultivation level? After getting hit by our leader's crippled refinement killer move, most of his Gu worms were destroyed. Precisely because of such thinking, more than 10 experts died at his hands already. This mixed blood Gu Yufang Xiang is truly a monster. All these discussions made Gu Yufang Xiang's expression change. Damn it! They arrived so quickly. I had just handled my wounds. Gu Yufang Xiang clenched his teeth. He inspected the remaining few Gu worms in his aperture. At this point, most of the Gu worms had been destroyed already. The remaining ones were mostly injured. If he tried to activate them, they would be destroyed in the process. These were all Gu worms that Gu Yufang Xiang had accumulated after much effort, but now, he had no choice but to sacrifice them. Oh Sleep Lurk Gu, I can only depend on you now. You must persevere. Gu Yufang Xiang prayed as he activated the Gu worm to conceal himself. This rank 4 Gu worm had outstanding concealment effects on par with rank 5. Gu Yufang Xiang had used it many times in his life to escape from fierce threats. But this Gu had a weakness. Once activated, the Gu master would fall into deep sleep. The deeper their sleep, the better the concealment effect. Gu Yufang Xiang lost his sensation of the outside world as a result. What he did not know was that after he fell asleep for some time, this Sleep Lurk Gu broke apart into pieces. But the pursuers were still chasing him. Seeing this, the lurking 12th hair waved his hand. The immortal killer move was instantly used on Gu Yufang Xiang. A yellow-hair hairy man Gu master that was chasing him combed the surroundings carefully while checking the tree roots that Gu Yufang Xiang was hiding in. Even though he was right in front of Gu Yufang Xiang, he could not see the latter. Eventually, he concluded that Gu Yufang Xiang had escaped from this mountain, so he went deeper into the mountain to pursue him. After Gu Yufang Xiang woke up, he found that he was safe and let out a sigh of relief. Looking in his aperture, he found that the Sleep Lurk Gu had already shattered into pieces. He felt glad and also lingering fear. It seems that Sleep Lurk Gu lasted until the crucial moment, so I managed to get away from the pursuers. They have already gone to the next mountain. Now is the time for me to escape. Gu Yufang Xiang was very happy, because his injuries had already stabilized. He quickly got up and left. He hid in the deep bushes of the forest as he moved, carefully trying not to leave any traces behind as he escaped. After half a day, the sky suddenly turned dim. a strange fog appeared in the mountain's forest. Gu Yufangxiang arrived in a deep pool on the mountain. He inspected the surroundings and felt very satisfied. He decided to stay here for some time and recuperate. There is a good source of water here. Wild beasts will definitely come here to drink water, be it water or beast flesh, they are both needed. If I am lucky, I can even hunt and obtain some goo materials to refine goo worms, that will refill my stock of goo worms. Gu Yufangxiang was very experienced in living alone within the mountains and forests. He was a mixed blood of human and hairy man. In the Black Hair continent that was ruled by hairy men, he was greatly ostracized. Even his birth mother, Steel Thread City Lord, did not like him. In Gu Yufangxiang's childhood and adolescence, his greatest wish was to use all his effort to gain the acknowledgement of his mother. However, because he was a mixed blood, his aptitude in goo refinement was far inferior to hairy men. And the worst thing was that hairy men took pride in goo refinement. But the problem was that Gu Yufangxiang also had his secret encounters. Because of all sorts of situations, he coincidentally obtained some special cultivation methods. He was hardworking and shocked people with his performance. Gradually, his mother, Steel Thread City Lord, changed her opinion of him. She started to accept him from the depths of her heart. But good times did not last long. Steel Thread City was attacked once, and the entire city's people were nearly wiped out. Steel Thread City Lord did her best and escaped with Gu Yufangxiang in the end. Before her death, Steel Thread City Lord told Gu Yufangxiang of his identity. "Oh son, mother has let you down. Didn't you always want to know about your father? His name is Gu Yufangxing. He was once a human slave that I owned. But after he escaped, he became a renowned demonic path Gu master expert. You have a human name, it is called Gu Yufangxiang. Go and find your father, tell him your name and everything that has happened in your life. We have strong enemies that want to kill us. If you want to take revenge for me, you need to find your father first." Like that, the youngster Gu Yufangxiang stepped on the journey to find his father. He secretly went from Black Hair Continent to White Hair Continent, before moving to Yellow Hair Continent. The journey was filled with lots of difficulties and danger. He faced constant challenges and trouble. Even though Gu Yufangxing was no longer in the aperture, the stories of his experiences across the 3 continents were left behind as legendary tales. Gu Yufangxiang's cultivation level slowly rose as his social experiences became richer. Countless battles and escapes shaped his optimistic and determined nature. He believed that one day, he would definitely find his father. Near the deep pool, Gu Yufangxiang took a good rest for the night. At the break of dawn, mountain mist became extremely dense. Gu Yufangxiang showed a suspicious look as he went to the periphery of the deep pool. He found that this deep pool was very strange. The mist in the mountain originated from this pool. Gu Yufangxiang stayed here for half a day and a full night, but he did not find any traces of beasts that came here to drink water. All sorts of phenomena gave him a familiar sensation. Whenever he had a fortuitous encounter, something like this would occur. Gu Yufangxiang had a rich adventurous spirit. After probing for some time, he went into the pool. But out of his expectations, the pool was not ice cold. The deeper he went, the warmer it got. Gu Yufangxiang got all the way to the depths of the pool. The water was as comfortable as hot springs. This is... He found a piece of white jade in the deep pool. The jade was nearly transparent. From the outside, he could easily see that there was a beauty sealed inside the jade. This is a mermaid? Gu Yufangxiang looked at the beauty's face and his pupils expanded. He felt deeply moved. So beautiful! He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Such beauty made his heart jump. He felt a sense of adoration emerging from his heart. The mermaid that was sealed in the white jade was Lian Kexian. She transmitted her voice to Fangxiang. "Interesting mixed-blood kid, you are the one who woke me up?" Gu Yufangxiang wanted to scream as he opened his mouth. Because he forgot that this was deep within the pool, water quickly gushed into his mouth. He quickly shut his mouth. He showed a pathetic look. Lian Kexian laughed out loud. Gu Yufangxiang felt his entire body going numb from infatuation. He thought, "This mysterious mermaid has such a beautiful voice as well." Lian Kexian explained, "I am mermaid immortal Lian Kexian. After I calmed a disaster in the world, I got injured by accident and became sealed in this white jade. Young man, it is fate that we met. Please give me a hand to break free from here." Gu Yufangxiang was extremely shocked, but he did not have a goo worm that could transmit his voice. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. He tried to use sign language in the water to express his words. Lian Kexian smiled. "Don't worry, This white jade cannot trap me, it is just that I need some time to break free. If you can refine the rank 4 earth refinement goo and refine this white jade from the outside, it will save me a lot of effort. Gu Yufang Xiang nodded in succession. Lian Kexian then gave him pointers and the goo recipe of earth refinement goo. She also instructed him to find the suitable goo materials in the vicinity. Gu Yufang Xiang went out of the pool and immediately got to work. After spending 3 days, he finally refined the rank 4 earth refinement goo on his first try. I was really lucky. Gu Yufang Xiang felt glad internally. According to his regular performance, rank 4 goo worms were not easy to refine, he was just a mixed blood after all. It seems that even heaven is helping me to save this fairy. Gu Yufang Xiang sighed to himself. 12th Hair, who was hiding himself to the side, shook his head, while unable to contain his laughter. It was with his secret help that Gu Yufang Xiang could succeed in one try. After obtaining earth refinement goo, Gu Yufang Xiang did not rest. He went into the deep pool with a tired body and started to refine the white jade. Lian Kexian successfully escaped. She smiled at Gu Yufang Xiang and showed a gaze of appreciation. Gu Yufang Xiang's face turned red. He quickly lowered his head. In order to express her gratitude, Lian Kexian waved her hand and healed all of Gu Yufang Xiang's injuries. Next, she gave him close to 10 mortal goo as his reward and even 1 inheritance. Lian Kexian was about to leave. Gu Yufang Xiang asked in panic, Fairy, will I be able to meet you again? Lian Kexian smiled. Do you know the difference between immortal and mortal? Gu Yufang Xiang shook intensely, his face turned ashen and pale. But Lian Kexian added, the inheritance I gave you is an immortal cultivation method. If you can become an immortal, you will surely meet me again. Ah! Gu Yufang Xiang cried out, lost for words. He did not expect that this fortuitous encounter would be so valuable. After a moment, he watched in a daze by the pool as Lian Kexian flew up into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Lian Kexian, Fairy Kexian. Gu Yufang Xiang muttered, his hand over his heart. Lian Kexian's appearance was etched into his memories. He knew that from now on, other than finding his father, he had a new goal to achieve in life. That was to become a Gu immortal and meet with Fairy Lian Kexian again. Chapter 2245. Reprimanding Heavenly Court. How is it? 12th Hair asked with a smile. Within the clouds he met with Mermaid Immortal Lian Kexian secretly. Lian Kexian replied, he is a Gu immortal seed indeed, there is a high chance of becoming an immortal. 12th Hair shook his head. He obtained an immortal cultivation method and strong motivation from this, but they are not enough. We need to continue raising his foundation. After all, the balancing of 3 chi can only be done by himself. As for the other calamities and tribulations, they were not a problem. The immortals could secretly help him from the side. Then what do you intend? Lian Kexian showed a look of hesitation. 12th Hair explained, I will give him around 8 days to familiarize himself with those mortal goo. Afterwards, I will arrange for those pursuers to find him and act as his sparring targets. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, is not dead, she is only in a comatose state of near death. Only a Gu Immortal's method can save her. I will let him understand this and affirm his determination to go through and pass the tribulation. Lian Kexian heard this and became solemn for a while. She soon praised. Friend, you have broad visions, I cannot compare to you. After we complete this mission, I hope you can decide the distribution of contribution points. Fairy, you are too modest. 12th Hair squinted his eyes and waved his hand. I will report your effort as well. Besides, Star Collections City decides the contribution points. How can I interfere with it? Lian Kexian had originally taken this mission to get closer to 12th Hair. But once she found out about Gu Yufang Xiang's special identity, she immediately understood that Gu Yufang Xiang would become very useful in the future. He was an important pawn to Fang Yuan. Thus, this mermaid immortal came up with a plot. She went in and used herself as bait to interact with Gu Yufang Xiang. In order to perform well, this mermaid immortal was putting in her full effort. 12th Hair was afraid that her performance would affect his own gains, thus, he explained another plan to Lian Kexian. Lian Kexian was very sharp. She quickly explained that she was not going to fight with him over contribution points. This made 12th Hair feel very satisfied about their cooperation. The atmosphere between the two became harmonious again. After a short conversation, suddenly, far away in the south, a huge pillar of light soared to the sky as an eerie Gu refinement aura spread around the vicinity. Lian Kexian sensed it, and her expression changed. Someone has just succeeded in refining rank 7 immortal goo. She then turned to look at 12th Hair as she praised. Your race is truly talented, just this aura alone is making me feel admiration and aspiration. I wonder if a meeting can be arranged for us? 12th Hair showed a difficult expression. He subconsciously suppressed his volume as he shook his head. I can introduce you to any other hairy man goo immortal, but this person is very special. He is actually Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone. He has been affected by Master's method. He is imprisoned for life and cannot stop refining goo. Lien Kuxian was very shocked when she heard this. Inspiration flashed in her mind. She asked involuntarily, "Don't tell me this imprisoned goo immortal is 6th Hair?" 12th Hair nodded. Very astute, Fairy, you guessed it right on your first try. The valley that 6th Hair lives in is also specially arranged by Master. It is a forbidden area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. We call it the Spectral Valley Forbidden Ground. Currently, within the Spectral Valley Forbidden Ground, 6th Hair was thin as a stick, his cheeks were caved in, and his eye bags were deep. A rank 7 immortal goo had just been refined. This goo worm looked like an ant. The front half was shiny while the lower half was dim. Its front limbs were short and weak while its back legs were long and powerful. It was the Enslavement Path Immortal Goo, Master Servant Goo. I finally refined it. I failed 33 times, got heavily injured 27 times, and nearly died 19 times, but I still refined it in the end. With this immortal goo, I can definitely help Sect Leader Fan Yuan. I need to rely on Sect Leader to save the main body. Wait, am I forgetting something? Never mind, I need to continue refining goo. The more immortal goo I refine, the stronger Shadow Sect will get, and the higher the hope of saving the main body. 6th Hair's state of mind was not right. After mumbling for some time, he started to prepare and refine other immortal goo. A moment later, within Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fan Yuan's will and He Feng Yang's will completed a transaction under everyone's watchful gazes. Fan Yuan obtained an Earth Path resource point of Central Continent called 9 Central Stone Forest, while He Feng Yang obtained Master Servant Goo. They really did a transaction. This is unbelievable. He Feng Yang is actually so daring. He is not doing this out of desperation. It is obvious that Immortal Crane Sect has instructed him to do this. Immortal Crane Sect? No, if they publicly transacted with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, even Immortal Crane Sect cannot bear the pressure from everyone. This transaction is definitely approved by Heavenly Court, otherwise, how can the 10 great ancient sects even dare to do this? Didn't Heavenly Court denounce Fan Yuan as a demon venerable? They will cooperate with him? So what? Rank 7 immortal goo are hard to refine. Heavenly Court is extremely rich. They have countless resource points like 9 Central Stone Forest. This cost for an immortal goo is too worthwhile. Even I would do it. Fan Yuan is truly Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He can refine rank 7 immortal goo with such ease. It is simply as easy as drinking water. What do you think his success rate of refining rank 8 immortal goo is? It won't be so easy, right? I think he has 30% chance of success. What about rank 9 immortal goo? Hee, you must be joking. Even a refinement path venerable will face great difficulties when trying to refine a rank 9 goo. Look at historical records. There had been many attempts to refine rank 9 immortal goo, but how many truly succeeded? Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took 100 years to refine a wild rank 9 wisdom goo. That's right, Heavenly Court spent over 1,000,000 years to repair the rank 9 fate goo. And in the end? It was all for nothing. And they were just trying to repair a rank 9 immortal goo. Refining one from scratch is too hard. Who knows, this Gu Fan Yuan is the first refinement path venerable in history. We can only look up to him. We cannot fathom his true abilities. At once, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions and 2 heavens discussed among themselves. They started to talk about Fan Yuan's refinement path abilities. They were curious about the extent of power that a refinement path venerable had. Most of them felt that it would be very difficult for Fan Yuan to refine a rank 9 immortal goo. After all, many historical records supported this idea. The remaining goo immortals felt that they were too weak to see through and understand Fan Yuan's true limits. Soon, the goo immortals' topic shifted to Heavenly Court gradually under some people's meticulous arrangement. Heavenly Court approved of He Feng Yang's actions while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held an ambiguous attitude towards Fan Yuan. Many of the immortals looked at this in disdain. They expressed their tone of mockery towards Heavenly Court, but they understood why this was happening. After all, Fan Yuan's business could not be stopped. There were a lot of profits to gain from it as well. From this topic, the Gu Immortals shifted towards the issue of Heavenly Court's stoppage of handing out immortal essence stones. Thus, begrudged discussions and requests to Heavenly Court to distribute immortal essence stones became louder and more common. The mockery, jealousy, and hatred towards Heavenly Court became increasingly aggravated. Heavenly Court had always been the #1 human force in the world. They stood proudly at the top of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This time, they stopped distributing immortal essence stones. It went against their usual behavior of being the leader of the Gu immortal world. The lack of immortal essence stones caused a lot of trouble to the bulk of the Gu immortals. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, 9 out of 10 transactions were done through bartering. The remaining 1 involved the purchasing of immortal essence stones by various superforces at high prices. Western Desert. Fan Dichang also activated his Gu worm to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. This wave of discontent towards Heavenly Court is very strange. It seems Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are the ones manipulating it from the background. Fan Dichang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he sensed the peculiarity. And this was the truth behind the matter. Fan Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not let go of this opportunity. Heavenly Court's reputation fell time and again under such discontented discussions. Fan Dichang's divine sense came to Fan Yuan's will and spoke in a humble and subservient manner. Western Desert's Fan Dichang greets Lord Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader is truly a master of the pen and the sword. Your divine radiance lights up the world. I hope Lord Alliance Leader will live a life of eternal bliss. I hope your lifespan can rival heaven itself. Before he finished, Fan Yuan's will waved his hands impatiently, interrupting Fan Dichang. Cut the crap, transact now. Fan Dichang quickly acknowledged. Thus, another transaction after the one with He Feng Yang was successfully completed. Fan Yuan refined a rank 7 immortal Gu and gave it to Fan Clan. They paid him 1 Earth Vein resource point and several million hairy man slaves. Fan Clan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop in secret. But after Fan Yuan's great love declaration, he exposed his relationship with Fan Clan and stunned them completely. Wan Clan gathered the Western Desert's Righteous Path forces to attack Fan Clan but failed. It caused Fan Clan to understand their circumstances. They stopped dreaming of a different outcome. Thus, under Fan Dichang's suggestion, Western Desert's Fan Clan declared that they were joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. At this point, Fan Clan can only cooperate with Fan Yuan and use this chance to strengthen ourselves. Fan Dichang sighed internally. This was a dangerous status to have, but at the same time, they gained immense benefits. Immortal Gu were too hard to refine. With this immortal Gu replenished, my battle strength can rival ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals now. Fan Dichang fell into deep contemplation. He had already gone through the immortal ascension. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal now. The balancing of 3 Qi was the hardest hurdle, but Fan Dichang had ample experience. It could not be that he would fail in his second attempt after succeeding the first. The other problem with immortal ascension were tribulations. But with the help of Fan Clan's Gu immortals, most tribulations were of no threat. Unless they were Dream Path or Painting Path. What made Fan Dichang feel regret was that his immortal ascension did not have any natural inspiration opportunity. When a Gu master ascended, they would have a prime opportunity for natural inspiration to occur. They would be able to ask the world some questions and gain immense benefits. But this time, Fan Dichang did not get this opportunity. This was not because he was undergoing immortal ascension for the second time. Instead, the issue was with Heaven's will itself. With the fusion of 2 heavens, Heaven's will had also gotten into chaos and turbulence. It did not have the ability to grant natural inspiration at this time. After recuperating for a few days, we will attack Wan Clan. This time, Fan Dichang's eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Chapter 2246. Not much immortal essence left. Northern Plains. Golden light floated in the sky like thin threads, gathering and forming a huge golden aura that permeated into the ground and spread out widely. The commotion was huge and the aura was vast. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refining Northern Plains' natural luck path Dao marks. But at this time, the golden light that filled the area dimmed. A moment later, this core area of Northern Plains returned to its original state. In the air, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable opened his eyes slowly. He had a handsome face and his mouth, nose, eyes and brows were all thick and straight, but currently, his expression was cold and had a faint trace of helplessness. The 3 Venerables tried to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but failed because of Fan Yuan's disturbance. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable returned to Northern Plains and refined luck path Dao marks there instead. After a period of time, the results were abundant. Currently, he had already completed a stage of his plans. All the luck path Dao marks of Northern Plains core area were refined by him. His luck path Dao marks covered the wisdom path area that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined earlier, allowing him to cancel out some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advantage in this place. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do nothing against the wisdom path Dao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already refined. But in the future, if they fought here, although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would get a Dao mark amplification, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would also receive the same bonus. He would not lose his territorial advantage. But I don't have much immortal essence left. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed to himself. The refinement of natural Dao marks expended a lot of rank 9 immortal essence. Initially, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was only refining the luck path Dao marks of the vicinity around him. It was like he was building a ball-shaped spiderweb. From an initial dot, it grew into a small ball, and finally a large ball. The larger the ball expanded, the more Dao marks he would encounter. To refine these luck path Dao marks, he would expend an increasingly terrifying amount of immortal essence. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had around 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. This forced him to stop here. His immortal essence reserves were reaching a critical level. He had to leave some for emergencies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 immortal aperture could produce yellow apricot immortal essence. This was his only source of immortal essence production. Longevity Heaven could not produce any. Even though Longevity Heaven did not annex any 9 Heaven's fragments, and was not corroded by Heaven's will, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died in his era, it stopped producing immortal essence. Right now, even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had revived, the venerable aperture that he had was the current one. It had not passed one chaotic disaster yet. Furthermore, this second aperture had also just started developing. It was not flourishing and did not produce a large amount of immortal essence. That was unless Giant Sun Immortal Venerable annexed Longevity Heaven, but if he did that, he would gain a huge number of luck path Dao marks. It would destroy his plan of cultivating blood path. I need to raise blood path to a certain level first before I can regain my previous life's foundation. This development will be costly, but I must endure it. Blood path will be of utmost importance when I face the other venerables in the future. Thankfully, even though I am low on immortal essence, the other two are in an even worse state. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled to himself. All along, he had been thinking that immortal essence was his advantage. Even though he could not refine more luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not slack off. He waited for his immortal essence to replenish while comprehending blood path. Blood Sea Ancestor was actually Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's clone. Blood Sea Ancestor created Blood Path and left behind countless Blood Path inheritances after he died. Most were mortal level and contained mortal killer moves and mortal goo, but he had 9 true inheritances of goo immortal level. That was the peak of Blood Path when he died. These 9 were Blood Skull Goo, Blood Handprint Goo, Blood Chi Goo, Blood Sweat Goo, Menzies Blood Goo, Blood Shadow Goo, Blood Battle Goo, Blood Deity Goo, as well as the method to raise and enslave the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat. It was a pity that Blood Sea Ancestor was targeted by Heavenly Court in his life. Even after his death, many inheritances were ruined by them. Thankfully, Blood Sea left behind countless mortal inheritances. Most of the 9 true inheritances also displayed their worth. The one who obtained the most true inheritances was Southern Borders Goo Immortal Shang Yen Fei. In his younger days, he found Blood Handprint Immortal Goo in Southern Borders Blood Tide Pit. He later obtained Blood Shadow Goo's true inheritance. Northern Plains Menzies Blood Immortal Goo was obtained by Dong Fang Chang Fan. Western Deserts Blood Chi Immortal Goo true inheritance was obtained by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. As for the true inheritance regarding the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, it was obtained by Shadow Sex Song Zi Xing Central Continent's Blood Deity Immortal Goo true inheritance was fought over by the 10 great ancient sects. They destroyed over half of it, and the incomplete Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe ended up in the hands of Myriad Dragon Doc. As for the remaining 3 true inheritances, because of the changing terrain, a volcano erupted and destroyed Blood Skull Immortal Goo's true inheritance. Blood Sweat Goo was taken mysteriously, and had never been shown in public. It was possible that the person who took it met with an accident. Blood Battle Goo's true inheritance was by chance destroyed by an immemorial desolate beast. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived, he took all of the blood path research results that the Northern Plains Huangjin tribes had, as well as Longevity Heaven's research gains. Next, he instructed Earth Extremity Gon and I to refine Immortal Goo. The result was that they obtained several blood path Immortal Goo. Among them, there was Blood Battle Immortal Goo. As for the other 7 Immortal Goo, other than Blood Deity, the rest had been tested. It was confirmed that all of them were already existing in the world. Without an alternative, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to temporarily turn Imitation Goo into Blood Relation Goo and barely created a blood path formation that helped him to revive during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. I have already digested the primordial domain regarding blood path. My current blood path attainment level has also reached Supreme Grand Master. But there were too few blood path Immortal Goo. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had first absorbed the primordial domain in Crazed Demon Cave to become a Supreme Grand Master in Luck Path. Afterwards, he focused on blood path. He obtained a lot of the primordial domain but did not have time to digest them earlier. Now, he had already used up all of the primordial domain regarding blood path. In terms of attainment level, he was the #1 person in the world regarding blood path, but currently, he was in an awkward state of lacking relevant Immortal Goo. He needed a large quantity of crucial blood path Immortal Goo. Among them, the ones that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted the most were Blood Asset, Blood Skull, Bloodline, Blood Relation, and others. But in fact, these Immortal Goo were already owned. Gon and I had been refining all sorts of blood path Immortal Goo for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Blood Rope Immortal Goo was one of the products. But these Immortal Goo were too low ranked, they did not suit Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. These blood path Immortal Goo needed to be rank 8 at least. This job was too difficult for Gon and I to complete. Gon and I cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. She was not a pure Refinement Path Goo Immortal. Even if she was, the success rate of refining rank 8 Immortal Goo was just too low. If Longhair Ancestor were still around, it would be much simpler. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started to miss Longhair Ancestor. Back then, he had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine all those Luck Immortal Goo. He managed to create 88 True Young building. Fan Yuan took the initiative to refine so many blood path Immortal Goo, regardless of this situation, or whether I need to advance my other blood path Immortal Goo, I will need to transact with him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable found that he could not avoid Fan Yuan. Recently, Feng Yang publicly transacted with Fan Yuan. This showed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable that Heavenly Court had an ambiguous attitude towards him. Since Heavenly Court was attempting this, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not follow, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fan Yuan would leave him in the dust. I'll let Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu handle this and buy blood path Immortal Goo from Fan Yuan. Isn't he quite close to Fan Yuan? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a decision. Next, he started to deduce more blood path Immortal Goo recipes and killer moves. Blood Path Supreme Grand Master attainment level was his greatest assurance. Of course, there was another aspect. He was using his methods to look for the blood path research results of the various super forces, and also the blood path inheritances left behind by other geniuses. After all, deducing Immortal Goo recipes and killer moves took time and effort. If he could use established inheritances as reference, he would save a lot of time and energy. Heavenly Court. 2 days ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already stopped refining Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks. It was not that she was unwilling to, but her situation was the same as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Their immortal essence reserves were reaching critical levels. They had no choice but to stop. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In her previous life, her venerable aperture was contributed to Heavenly Court, and because Heavenly Court had devoured many immemorial 9 heavens fragments, it was corroded by Heaven's will and her own Wisdom Path Dao marks were turned back into natural Dao marks. Thus, she could not retrieve her previous venerable aperture like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to raise her own Dao marks to a colossal scale. But she had her own advantage. Heavenly Court contained a huge number of Wisdom Path Dao marks, far beyond what she had in her previous life. Because Heavenly Court had existed for 3 million years, during which countless rank 8 Goo immortals had appeared, their immortal apertures were also fused into Heavenly Court. If she fully refined all the Wisdom Path Dao marks in Heavenly Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would receive amplification that was far beyond Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inside Longevity Heaven. These last 2 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been deducing killer moves. she wanted to use Star Eye's immortal goo and others to modify her own combat system. Similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she had absorbed a lot of the primordial domain. Her star path became Supreme Grand Master again, and together with her wisdom path cultivation, she was much more adept than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in modifying killer moves. When refining natural Dao marks, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. But when deducing killer moves, for the case of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the immortal essence expenditure was of an acceptable level. Relying on her current venerable aperture, the production of immortal essence was greater than the amount she expended. But the most important thing is to refine all of Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. If she completed that, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be able to use a killer move to conceal Heavenly Court's information. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not be able to use Longevity Heaven's Luck Path Dao marks to forcefully inspect it. Things were difficult to do openly, but easy to do secretly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this clearly. After I block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigative method, I will break the truthful floating ice and retrieve derivation goo. It will be helpful in our human path development. In terms of immortal essence, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable should have an advantage. In terms of goo refinement, Fan Yuan has the advantage. But I have rank 9 derivation immortal goo. If I can use it well, I can surpass the two venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated internally. In the contest of three venerables, although they were not physically fighting, their contest had taken a different form. Refining Dao marks, immortal essence reserves, rank 9 immortal goo, all these various aspects were crucial points that the venerables competed in. Undeniably, whoever had the advantage in these aspects would have a higher chance of winning in the end. Chapter 2247. Fan Yuan's second rank 9 immortal goo. Eastern Sea. This is about enough, I should stop now. Fan Yuan willed as he stopped refining Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture had 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence stored. But Fan Yuan did not stop refining natural Dao marks because of issues with his immortal essence reserves. The truth was, he refined Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks openly, while secretly unsealing the truthful floating ice in his aperture. Most of his yellow apricot immortal essence beads were used to unseal the truthful floating ice, only a small portion were used to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. Because of his action, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stayed in their territories. They did not come to attack Fan Yuan. Oh? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stopped refining natural Dao marks. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with luster. This information could not be hidden, because the three venerables paid a lot of attention to each other. Fan Yuan soon caught wind of this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable should not have much immortal essence left. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is holed up inside Heavenly Court, her situation should be similar. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. With the two of them having low immortal essence, the chance of them attacking Fan Yuan was very low. Their threat towards him also fell by many times. Thankfully, I took a risk earlier and refined rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise, I'd be in a tough predicament now. In the contest of three venerables, if one side lagged behind, they would not be able to catch up easily. After all, the three venerables were all elites of elites. Currently, in terms of immortal essence reserves, I am already on par with the others. But truthfully, I have a lot more advantage than the two venerables. Fan Yuan evaluated. Firstly, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was simply too incredible and useful. Next, Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had time path methods in effect. The rate of time was faster than the two venerables. In contrast, because of conflicting Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have any time path methods that could be effective on their immortal apertures. And finally, Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had far deeper foundation than the two venerables who had just started developing theirs. The yellow apricot immortal essence he produced exceeded theirs. With all three elements, Fan Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence production far surpassed the two venerables. Currently, while Fan Yuan refined the natural Dao marks, he showed signs of weakness. He constantly had to stop and wait. Because of obscured heavenly secret, the two venerables did not know that Fan Yuan possessed rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. And because they knew about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's details, they knew the trait of non-conflicting Dao marks, they did not think that Fan Yuan would take a risk to accelerate the time flow. As for the Immortal Aperture Origin Core's production of immortal essence, the two venerables knew that the sovereign Immortal Aperture had just undergone a chaos tribulation and also got hit by Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable's fortune and disaster coexist killer move, thus, they underestimated the sovereign Immortal Aperture's current foundation. Especially during this period of time, Fan Yuan refined goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven and was willing to pay immortal goo to purchase all sorts of resource points and establish earth vein and water veins. He did not conceal anything. In the eyes of the two venerables, such an action of urgently developing his Immortal Aperture meant that the sovereign Immortal Aperture had suffered immense losses in Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan guessed the two venerables' thoughts. In their eyes, I need to work on raising my immortal essence production, while refining rank 9 immortal goo is too dangerous. Accelerating time flow will also cause tribulations to occur more quickly and expose my weakness. Thus, I can only build more resource points to raise my Immortal Aperture Origin Core so that I can produce more Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. But if I make a small blunder, the two venerables will immediately be suspicious of me. Especially Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, as the number 1 person in Wisdom Path throughout history, it will be extremely difficult to deceive her. Fan Yuan was currently treading on thin ice. He knew that maintaining the status quo was the best form of victory. He could not afford to make any small mistakes. If a single small mistake appears, the two venerables would analyze it carefully before quickly taking attempts to probe the truth. If the truth was exposed, what would happen? Fan Yuan would definitely be attacked by both venerables together. Fan Yuan did not know how long he could hide this. After all, he was facing the two of the greatest geniuses throughout human history. It was possible that he would be exposed at the next moment. If such a situation happened, Fan Yuan would not be surprised. No longer distracted by refining the refinement path Dao marks, Fan Yuan started to unseal the truthful floating ice with his full strength. Intuition told him that a huge gain was about to appear. And sure enough, several days later, his Heaven Path attainment level rose to Quasi-Grandmaster. Even though it did not reach Grandmaster, Fan Yuan had a deep foundation. He developed a strong sense of confidence. If I deduce with all my effort now, I can definitely create a Heaven Path killer move that can allow me to take the Primordial Domain. Fan Yuan's portion of the Primordial Domain had always been kept in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven could not be used on the spot. Thus, Fan Yuan could not sell his own clone and absorb the Primordial Domain there. There was no chance of this happening. Fan Yuan had to retrieve the portion of the Primordial Domain and absorb them to raise his attainment levels. Unsealing the truthful floating ice mainly increases Heaven Path Dao marks, followed by Heaven Path attainment level, and finally, the attainment level of other paths. This last effect is barely evident, it is only an additional effect of the truthful floating ice and is extremely insignificant. Only by using the Primordial Domain can I raise the attainment levels of all my paths to a huge degree. But right now, is there a need to do it? After careful consideration, Fan Yuan shook his head. Deducing the Heaven Path killer move was not hard for Fan Yuan, his worry were the two venerables. Once he took out the Primordial Domain, he would have exposed his Heaven Path method. The two venerables would first be alerted. Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, with so many portions of the Primordial Domain. If he digested them, his attainment levels would rise and cause him to become much more threatening. Afterwards, the two venerables would be suspicious. Why would Fan Yuan possess such a Heaven Path method? He did not use it in the past. Now that he had the Heaven Path method, it meant that his Heaven Path cultivation had improved greatly. That would make them think of the truthful floating ice. After all, Fan Yuan obtained the most pieces of truthful floating ice among the three venerables. If Fan Yuan improved in Heaven Path because he unsealed the truthful floating ice, then where did he get the immortal essence beads needed to do so? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable had cooperated for 1,000,000 years to maintain the Crazed Demon formation. She even assimilated with the Tao and created the killer move Human executing Heaven's work. She definitely knew that unsealing the truthful floating ice required immortal essence. Once she found out, she would inform Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and the two would work together and attack Fan Yuan to suppress him. Like what Fan Yuan considered earlier, a small mistake would cause the two venerables to attack him immediately. It was too likely. I can secretly deduce the Heaven Path killer move, but the collection of the Primordial Domain will need to wait. Even though the Primordial Domain was very useful to Fan Yuan, it was not the key now. Because it would cause both venerables to attack and cause Fan Yuan to lose his current advantage, the loss was not worth the gain. No, the Heaven Path Killer move can wait. After all, once I gain this method, my luck will rise sharply. Also, I have rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus now. It has already increased the burden on obscured heavenly secret. Its expenditure is rising rapidly. What I need to do is to refine a second rank 9 Immortal Goo. This thought had been lingering in Fan Yuan's mind for a long time. As for what Immortal Goo he should refine, Fan Yuan already had an answer. That was Immortal Goo, Advanced Refinement. Not Spring Autumn Cicada, Dog Shit Luck Attitude, or Dream Token, but Advanced Refinement Goo. Once Advanced Refinement Goo becomes rank 9, it would be extremely useful for Fan Yuan to advance the rest of his rank 8 Immortal Goo. For example, when Fan Yuan refined Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, if he had rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, the difficulty would be halved at least. Fan Yuan had two advantages when refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. The first advantage was that Fan Yuan had rank 8 Advanced Refinement Goo already. This goo came from Langia's sect. It was originally the core of the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. It was currently the core of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Secondly, Advanced Refinement Goo was a Refinement Path Immortal Goo. Even though some Rule Path Immortal materials were needed in the process, it was much purer than Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Refinement Path Immortal materials were the bulk of its components. Fan Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable. He could perfectly process Refinement Path Immortal materials. This meant that the success rate would be much higher as well. Right when Fan Yuan was secretly thinking of refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. Western Desert. At the core area of Wind Falcon Desert. Bam! With a loud sound, a vast amount of sand flew into the sky. An Immortal Goo house charged out from underground. It was Fan Clan's rank 7 Immortal Goo house, Chicken Dog Coop. This Chicken Dog Coop Immortal Goo house looked like two buildings side by side. The left building was yellow and had a round plaque that had chicken written on it. The right building was red and had the word dog on its plaque. As its entrance opened, chicken and dog ancient desolate beasts flew out. There were 10s of them. Chicken Dog Coop burst out with profound light, shaking heaven and earth. The empty desert suddenly had an oasis that appeared out of nowhere. This oasis had countless pine trees that were tall and sharp. Each one was at least 300 feet tall, and they were widely spaced apart. The trees spread their branches and leaves out, the leaves gathered into balls with an extremely flat surface that resembled a grassland. On top of the pine leaf grassland, there were huge nests. Within the nests, there were long-distance wind falcons. There were all sorts of wind falcons ranging from ordinary beasts, beast kings, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. This tall pine oasis is incredible, as expected of Wan Clan's resource point that is ranked 2nd in Western Desert. Fang Dichang critiqued from within Chicken Dog Co-op. This was Wan Clan's territory. The rank 7 Goo Immortal expert of Wan Clan that guarded this place was Wan Xiao. He did not show up. Instead, he controlled the Immortal formation and defended against the attacks of the ancient desolate beasts. He scolded angrily. Fang Clan, what are you trying to do? As a Western Desert Righteous Path Superforce, you are actually attacking another Righteous Path Superforce without reason? Within Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Dichang smiled coldly and replied. Earlier, Wan Clan gathered the Western Desert Superforces to attack my Fang Clan together. We will settle the score now. Do you really think my Fang Clan is a weak target to bully? Chapter 2248. Winding Light Platform. At the center of the formation, Wan Zhao's expression was solemn. He felt a huge rock pressing down on his mind. Fang Clan's attack was too sudden. He was completely unguarded. The truth was, it was not that Wan Clan had not made preparations. Even since they failed in rallying Western Desert Righteous Path Superforces, Wan Clan had prepared for Fang Clan's retaliation. They sent more manpower to their large peripheral resource points, while also strengthening the defensive formations there. They even paid a huge price to request Xiao Clan to set up a transportation formation, in order to send reinforcements in time. But who could have thought that the moment Fang Clan made a move, they actually bypassed the peripheral resource points, and directly invaded deep into Wan Clan's territory, attacking Wan Clan's second largest resource point. Fang Clan planned a long time for this, but how in the world did they come here? Wan Xiao was puzzled. Wan Clan was already aware of Fang Clan's 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. None of them could accomplish this. Oh no! Right at this time, Wan Xiao shockingly sensed that the formation was shaking and the ground was quaking, as if an earth trench was about to form. A large number of pine trees of the tall pine oasis fell. This defensive formation's base is buried thousands of feet deep under the ground. Fang Clan actually found it so precisely, they are destroying it. Wan Shao quickly inspected and saw an immortal goo house wreaking havoc underground, destroying the formation's base. Immortal formations usually had a formation base. It was like the foundation of a building but much more important. Formation bases were incredibly important to the immortal formations. They were the foundation of the foundation. If the formation base was destroyed, the formation would become extremely unstable, like a building with ruined foundation. With just a slight disturbance in the base, the formation would reveal a huge flaw and even be destroyed. Therefore, when Goo Immortals set up immortal formations, they would hide the formation base. Some formation bases were hidden underground, some were hidden in the air, and some were kept in the center of the formation. This defensive formation in Tall Pine Oasis had existed for a long time, and because of the environmental restrictions, the Goo Immortals who set the formation back then felt that only by burying the formation base deep underground could the formation take care of all aspects. It could defend and also nurture resources. But the formation base has been discovered and is being attacked. Fang Clan is too insidious, they actually had an Earth Path Immortal Goo house as well. Wan Shao gritted his teeth. What made him feel an even greater chill was that Fang Clan's methods were powerful and well prepared. Whose plan was it? Isn't Fang Dichan trapped inside Divine Emperor City? Could it be that youngster Fan Yun? What should I do? Wan Shao was sweating all over. He had confidence earlier as Tall Pine Oasis' defensive formation was very strong. He had confidence to rely on the formation to hold on until Wan Clan's reinforcements arrived. Fang Clan had immortal Goo houses. Wan Clan naturally had them as well. When Wan Clan's immortal Goo houses arrived and coordinated with the defensive formation, it would not be difficult to force back Fang Clan. Once Fang Clan were forced back, it would be Wan Clan's victory. Because Fang Clan's action already crossed the limits of the Western Desert Righteous Path, such a defeat would definitely lower their reputation. Wan Clan could take the chance to counterattack, rallying the other forces with a righteous reason. At that time, the reaction of Western Desert's super forces would be different from before. But can I hold on until then? Wan Shao was solemn. Wan Clan headquarters. What? Fang Clan attacked our Tall Pine Oasis. After receiving Wan Zhao's letter, the expression of Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder changed sharply. Wan Shao had given a detailed description in the letter. The situation was serious and extremely urgent. Tall Pine Oasis was Wan Clan's second largest resource point. It was a renowned super resource point in Western Desert, and even in the whole 5 regions, it could not be taken. Once it was destroyed or taken over, the losses would be enormous. Fang Clan is really vicious. It is now a critical moment for my Wan Clan. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation and did not have outstanding battle strength, but he possessed an intuitive view of the big picture. He was deeply aware, once Tall Pine Oasis fell into the enemy's hands, not only would they lose all the resources inside, Wan Clan's reputation and prestige would also suffer a huge impact. Previously, Wan Clan's rally did not succeed. Now, if the resource point were to be destroyed by Fang Clan, in the eyes of everyone, Wan Clan would become the weakest force in Western Desert's righteous path. They would be an object of ridicule and the representation of the weakest target. Once this thought emerged, Wan Clan would head down the road of decline. Because in the current situation, with the chaotic war imminent, people's hearts were uneasy. If the chaotic war erupted, everyone would feel that Wan Clan could be taken advantage of. This was a frightening situation for Wan Clan. Hence, when Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder received Wan Ao's request for reinforcements, he immediately acted. He personally moved with Winding Light platform. Only a rank 6 Goo Immortal and a rank 7 Immortal Goo house were left to guard the headquarters. On his way, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder messaged all the Wan Clan Goo Immortals. The Wan Clan Immortals were shocked and furious. The peripheral territories are peaceful and have no disturbance. After receiving the replies, the brows of Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder furrowed tightly. After some rapid thinking, he clenched his teeth and sent a command. Shortly after, Wan Haoguang received this command. Zhui Qing, defend this place. If Fang Clan attacks, you must retreat immediately. I need to hurry to Wind Falcon Desert to reinforce Wan Shao. Wan Haoguang immediately moved out. The relationship between him and Wan Dao's relationship. Back then, 3 Wan Clan Immortals fought Fang Yuan, and Wan Shao risked his life to save Wan Haoguang. Now, Wan Haoguang could similarly go to such an extent. But Wan Zhuiqing grabbed Wan Haoguang's hand. Lord, it is too dangerous for you to go right now. We don't have clear information on what Fang Clan's real arrangements are. If their plan of besieging the enemy's stronghold is meant to strike at the reinforcements, wouldn't you be jumping right into a trap? I have a suggestion. Currently, Fang Clan has entered deep into our Wan Clan's territory. If we just defend, we will only receive a beating and fall into Fang Clan's scheme. We may as well launch an attack and invade Fang Clan's resource points. We should use offense against offense. Wan Haoguang's eyes shone as he sized up Wan Zhuiqing and patted his shoulder. Good lad, you have improved. But do you think First Supreme Elder did not think of this? Wan Haoguang shook his head. First Supreme Elder asked experts like us to go and reinforce them because he does not have the confidence to force back Fang Clan's forces. Fang Clan's First Supreme Elder Fang Gong is a rank 8 expert, while we have not seen him since the start of the battle. He may very likely be inside Chicken Dog Co-op. According to your plan, even if we invade Fang Clan's resource points, once we lose Tall Pine Oasis, our Wan Clan will still suffer a huge loss. All those peripheral resource points of Fang Clan combined cannot compare to our Tall Pine Oasis. Wan Zhuiqing turned pale as he deeply realized the cruelty of reality. Even if they were not clear of Fang Clan's true arrangements, Wan Haoguang had to go reinforce them, even if he had to risk his life. Simply because they could not afford to lose Tall Pine Oasis. Boom! The formation base was destroyed. A huge flaw formed in the immortal formation from which Chicken Dog Coop charged in. Wan Shao was furious but could only maintain the damaged formation while clenching his teeth. With their home being invaded, Wind Falcons were provoked. They screeched as they attacked Chicken Dog Coop, going against the chickens and dogs sent by Fang Clan. A fierce fight between the beasts erupted as blood splashed everywhere. Chickens cawed, dogs barked, and falcons screeched. They formed a medley that resounded in the battlefield. An immemorial Wind Falcon clawed open the roof of Chicken Dog Co-op. The Fang Clan Gu immortals inside were already prepared. They repaired it in orderly and calm fashion. Fang Dichang laughed loudly. What an impressive immemorial desolate beast, get in here! At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop let out a beam of light. The beam enveloped the immemorial Wind Falcon and dragged it inside. The immemorial Wind Falcon struggled with all its strength, but its body kept on shrinking and its resistance grew weaker and weaker, until it was finally absorbed by Chicken Dog Co-op. What? This immortal Gu house can suppress the immemorial Wind Falcon? Wan Shao's heart shook. Chicken Dog Coop was an enslavement path immortal Gu house that could only enslave chickens and dogs, but who could have expected that it gained a new ability now? Enough is enough! Fang Clan, you will pay for this one day! I, Wan Shao, swear upon it. Wan Shao roared in his head as he stared at the Wind Falcons that were being suppressed by Chicken Dog Co-op. Fortunately, this situation did not continue for long. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder appeared in the horizon with Wan Clan's immortal Gu house. Wan Shao immediately relaxed. Winding light platform. Fang Dichang muttered as he saw this. This winding light platform was a rank 7 light path immortal Gu house. It was grayish-white with 8 sides and 8 corners. On the tall platform, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder was standing straight, his face furious as he fixed his gaze on Chicken Dog Co-op. Both sides were still a few kilometers apart when winding light platforms suddenly shot out 4 beams of light. The beams actually bent in the air. They nimbly attacked Chicken Dog Coop from different directions. Under Fang Dichang's control, Chicken Dog Coop activated defensive killer moves and blocked all 4 beams. In this short while, winding light platform had arrived before Chicken Dog Coop. Boom! With a loud explosive sound, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder actually made winding light platform collide with Chicken Dog Co-op. The two immortal Gu houses collided before being mutually repelled. A large number of mortal Gu broke into pieces and scattered in the air. He, Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder, you have such a fiery temper. Fan Dicheng's voice resounded in the battlefield. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder and Wan Zhao's expressions changed. Fan Dicheng? Weren't you trapped in Emperor City? No, inside Divine Emperor City? Fan Dicheng's eyelids twitched as his voice turned heavy. That is not the important point. Wan Clan, I am representing Fang Clan to teach you a lesson. Don't think that any random force can find trouble with my Fang Clan. You speak with no shame. Wan Clan's First Supreme Elder shouted furiously. Immediately after, Winding Light Platform activated its killer move again. Tens of beams of light swept the battlefield. Chicken Dog Coop was forced back time and again. Its ancient desolate beast suffered serious casualties. Even the Earth Path Immortal Goo House that was deep underground also got struck by the light. It was almost destroyed. Fawn Clan moved underground and invaded deep into our territory. It is very likely because of the ability of this Earth Path Immortal Goo House. But this Immortal Goo House seems fragile, or at least, its defensive aspect is not good enough. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately cheered up. Chapter 2249. Huge Commotion. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder traveled in Winding Light Platform and arrived just in time. After fighting one round with Chicken Dog Coop, he immediately discovered the weakness of Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House. When he discovered this, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate to activate Winding Light Platform to shoot out beams of light at the underground Earth Path Immortal Goo House. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House quickly drilled deeper, evading with extreme nimbleness. Although its defense was nothing to boast about, its speed was astonishing. It dodged all the beams. Some beams brushed past it, making for an extremely dangerous situation. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. "Let me show you my Wan Clan Immortal Goo House's ability." Saying so, he activated Winding Light Platform's signature method. Immediately, those straight pure white beams of light underground started to bend and change their direction, attacking the Earth Path Immortal Goo House again. A large number of beams formed a web that shrouded the Earth Path Immortal Goo House from all sides. The Earth Path Immortal Goo House could only struggle fiercely, and after 10 or so breaths of time, it charged out of the ground. "I was waiting for you." The eyes of Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shone sharply. "I shall destroy this Immortal Goo House as the payment for invading my Wan Clan." "Stop dreaming," Fan Dichang called out as he controlled Chicken Dog Coop to collide with Winding Light Platform. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder gave a shout. Winding Light Platform shot out beams once again. The beams of light coiled around Winding Light Platform, connecting with each other as they formed a powerful defensive ring. Chicken Dog Coop collided onto the surface, but its strength was redirected by the winding beams, causing it to brush past Winding Light Platform. Immediately after, Winding Light Platform shot a ray of yellow light. The yellow light covered Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House, holding it down on the spot. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder poured in his immortal essence in a frenzy. The yellow light started to coil like a fried dough twist. Under the constriction of the yellow beam of light, Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House started cracking. A large number of mortal goo were crushed to pieces. This move was Winding Light Platform's strongest method. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Fawn Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House would be completely destroyed. Even the goo immortals inside could not escape alive. Wan Zhuiqing flew rapidly in the sky. His expression was extremely cold, but his heart was like a bright burning flame. This was the fire of vengeance. Wan Zhuiqing's father was Wan Lianghan. The latter was a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. He had fought Fan Yuan with Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao, resulting in his death in the battle. Back then, Fan Yuan hid in Fawn Clan, so in Wan Zhuiqing's heart, it was the same as Fawn Clan killing his father. The hatred of his father's murder was irreconcilable. Since the moment he learned of father's death, Wan Zhuiqing's life experienced a complete change. Previously, he was a second-generation immortal. With his father's support, he could be arrogant and complacent. After the fall of his father who sheltered him from the cruelty of the outside world, Wan Zhuiqing matured quickly amidst the grief and fear. He realized that his comfortable life was the result of many people giving face to his father. He realized how fortunate he had been, and also realized his only hope now was to work hard. So, when Wan Clan's rally did not bear fruit and they deployed immortals to defend their peripheral territories, although Wan Zhuiqing was only at rank 6, he disregarded the risk and requested to be sent to a peripheral territory to defend the resource point. He knew that he had to display his value to the clan. If the value was not high, then he had to show his loyalty. He did not have any fortuitous encounters, so he could only rely on the clan. And the clan was not his father. Every time Wan Zhuiqing remembered how blessed he had lived when his father was alive, his hatred towards Fawn Clan deepened. Wan Haoguang made me guard the resource point, but what can I, a mere rank 6 Goo Immortal, do, even with the support of the Immortal Formation? Wan Haoguang is the main reliance to stall the enemies until reinforcements arrive. If Fawn Clan's true motive is to attack the peripheral resource points, I will definitely not be able to defend mine. Since that is the case, I may as well risk it and attack Fang Clan's resource points. I will do what Wan Haoguang cannot do. Wan Zheqing decided to risk it. If he stayed to defend the resource point, and Fang Clan attacked strongly, he would at most be able to hold on for a while before he would need to retreat through the teleportation formation. Returning to the clan with such a result of losing the clan's resource point would be a small stain on his records at the very least. But if he attacked Fang Clan's resource point and made some gains, it would no doubt be a huge merit. Especially under the situation when Tall Pine Oasis was attacked and the casualties were high. In this situation, as long as Wan Zheqing succeeded, it would be like helping Wan Clan restore their prestige. At such a time, one merit or contribution will be counted as 10. The clan will also look at me differently. With the clan's rewards and increased support, I can progress rapidly, otherwise, with my current growth speed, it will take forever before I can exact revenge for my father. After Wan Lianghan died, his goo worms were not left behind for Wan Zheqing. It was not easy for Wan Zheqing to cultivate, and he could only fight for opportunities by himself. I am here. The most peripheral resource point of Fang Clan. Wan Zheqing slowed down, he restrained his aura and approached quietly. Fang Clan, regarding the hatred of killing my father, I am going to take a bit of revenge now. However, after a while, Wan Zheqing was stupefied. He was standing dazedly on the spot, facing the desolate desert. Wasn't this the location of Flying Sand Tunnel? Wait a second, there are clear signs of relocation. Fang Clan moved this resource point away? Wan Zheqing was puzzled. Was it necessary to do that? Just to prevent an improbable counterattack of Wan Clan, they relocated the resource point. The loss in doing that was not small. When resource points were relocated, their productivity would fall. Because the resource point was already in sync with the surrounding environment. Relocating a resource point was like moving trees, the roots would leave the land and lose the nutrients. Even if they were transplanted to a better land, they would need to adapt for some time. But how many areas were truly suitable for the resource point? Even if it was an area with denser earth path Dao marks, the difference in the arrangement of the Dao marks could result in the destruction of the resource point. Superforces rarely relocated their resource points. As far as enemies were concerned, relocating a resource point was like the frontline fortress being removed. It reduced the obstructions, and they could easily invade deeper. No, something is wrong! Superforces don't easily relocate their resource points, but it is different now. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has been madly developing his sovereign immortal aperture. The Goo Refinement price list in Treasure Yellow Heaven mostly asks for Earth Path resource points too. Fang Clan could have secretly transacted with Fang Yuan using these resource points as the payment. Then, how many immortal Goo did they exchange for? A shocking thought flashed by Wan Zheqing's mind, turning his face pale as paper. Fang Clan has secretly traded with Fang Yuan. Their strength has increased greatly. Our information on Fang Clan is way off. Oh no, Tall Pine Oasis is in danger. When he realized this, Wan Zheqing immediately sent a message to Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder through Treasure Yellow Heaven. But at this time, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was controlling Winding Light Platform and making the final attacks on Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House. How could he spare any time to look at Wan Zheqing's message? Break! Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted. Humph, wishful thinking. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared above Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder. Rank 8 aura surged like a tide. It was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Rank 8 Fang Gong. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, however, did not even take a glance at Fang Gong. His sight was fixed on the Earth Path Immortal Goo House. He wanted to destroy this Immortal Goo House to make Fang Clan suffer a heavy loss. As for his safety, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was confident in the protection of Winding Light Platform. However, all this was within Fang Clan's plan. Immortal Killer Move, Roof Tile Breaker. Fang Gong activated a killer move and slammed down with his palms. Ripples spread around Winding Light Platform as it blocked Fang Gong's attack. Bam bam bam. Fang Gong slammed down without stopping. Palm shadows flew in the air as attacks rained down on Winding Light Platform. Rank 7 Winding Light Platform possessed Rank 8 battle strength, blocking all of Fang Gong's attacks. But the expression of Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder changed abruptly. He made a horrifying discovery. Every attack of Fang Gong's possessed a strange power. Although it could not destroy Winding Light Platform's defensive methods, the power infiltrated the inside and caused severe damage to Winding Light Platform's goo worms. Almost in an instant, Winding Light platform was damaged to a great extent. The yellow beams of light that had been restricting Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal Goo House lost their source of power and dispersed completely. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder almost spat blood from anger after seeing this. Fang Clan, you have gone too far! Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately controlled Winding Light platform to retreat. He realized Fang Clan was targeting him. More accurately, they were targeting Wan Clan's Immortal Goo House. Compared to Tall Pine Oasis, Winding Light platform was Fang Clan's true objective. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder used all his strength to retreat. But since Fang Clan saw their real objective, why would they let it go so easily? Under a normal situation, other Goo Immortals might not be able to block an Immortal Goo House's charge and could only evade. But Fang Gong was an exception. Fang Gong held down Winding Light platform while Chicken Dog Coop also attacked. After enduring for a while, Winding Light platform crumbled apart loudly. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's mind was filled with anger as he attacked Fang Gong. Fang Gong's expression was indifferent. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, remember this moment. Our Fang Clan is not to be trifled with. This Winding Light platform is the price for going against us. Fang Gong punched lightly towards Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder while maintaining his momentum. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation. He simply could not catch Fang Gong's attention. But at the next moment, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly stiffened. His killer move's activation failed, causing him to get hit by an intense backlash. He was also struck by Fang Gong's punch. He immediately turned into meat pulp, losing his life. Everyone was stumped, including Fang Gong and Fang Dichang. First Supreme Elder. Wan Xiao cried mournfully. He rode a wind falcon and took the chance to escape Tall Pine Oasis. His movement shook the Fang Clan's immortals as they regained their senses. What should we do now? Fang Gong transmitted his voice to Fang Dichang with an awkward expression. Fang Dichang's expression was dark. How could you kill Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder? This was different from their plan. Fang Clan's true target was Wan Clan's Immortal Goo House. Wan Clan had 2 Immortal Goo Houses. Both were rank 7 and could fight rank 8. They were the foundation which Wan Clan relied on to be a super force. Their significance was far higher than that of Tall Pine Oasis. Getting rid of Winding Light platform would be the greatest victory for Fang Clan. Fang Clan's prestige would rise sharply. No super force would dare to rashly unite against them again. On the contrary, Wan Clan would lose one of their rank 7 Immortal Goo Houses. From then on, they could only hole up in their territory, unable to cause any more trouble. But it was different now. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was dead. This was a huge issue. Wan Clan would definitely retaliate with all their strength. They could use this reason to gather Western Desert's Righteous Path forces and form a punitive expedition against Fang Clan. Because Fang Clan had gone way beyond the limits. Not only did they battle without prior notice, they even killed the other clan's first Supreme Elder. It was like a neighbor suddenly crashing into someone's home and killing its owner. This action of Fang Clan was completely a demonic path action. Righteous Path forces would be frightened, afraid that they would be the next Wan Clan. Thereupon, Western Desert's super forces would definitely unite. I already held back in that punch, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was in an agitated state. He seemed to have triggered his killer move's backlash, and by some freak coincidence lost his life. Fang Gong said with a sigh. Although they won, Fang Gong was not happy. Even the other Fang Clan Goo Immortals felt a heavy mood, because all of them knew this matter was huge now. Only one person was different. Tang Fangming was hiding deep underground, excited and fearful. Amazing, this Dream Path killer move is truly amazing. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder lost his life because of this, but Fang Clan is completely unaware. I have accomplished Lord Fang Yuan's mission. Chapter 2250. Fang Yuan's scheme. Countless thoughts surged in Fang Dichang's mind like tall towers before quickly collapsing. The rising and collapsing of the thoughts for thousands of times caused Fang Dichang to sweat profusely and his face to flush red. Evidently, his wisdom path deductions reached his limits. This is bad, extremely bad. Fang Dichang mumbled with an ugly expression. All the results of the deductions let him see the miserable future of Fang Clan. Previously, Wan Clan's rallying failed, thus Fang Clan avoided a calamity. In truth, this was mainly because of the uncertain relationship of Fang Clan and Fang Yuan. Adding on that, the 5 regional walls were gone, and with the fusion of the 2 heavens, Goo Immortals were worried for their own safety and maintained caution. However, Fang Dichang was very clear of the true nature of great love immortal venerable. If Fang clan were to be besieged by Western Desert superforces, Fan Yuan would never stand up for them. Fan Yuan only prioritized real benefits. Unless Fang clan paid a high price that moved Fan Yuan's heart, he would never help Fang clan. Like this time, Fang clan first had the intention of attacking Wan clan, before they secretly transacted with Fan Yuan. Fang clan paid a lot of resource points to advance the rank of the core Immortal Goo of Roof Tile Breaker Killer move in exchange for many Immortal Goo to construct that Earth Path Immortal Goo house. If Fan Yuan did not help, Fang clan and Fan Yuan's true relationship would be exposed, then Fang clan would face destruction. Could Fang clan pay the price for Fan Yuan's help? Fang Dichang had no confidence in this. What made him more worried was that even if Fang clan could pay a high price to request for Fang Yuan's assistance, what if the other super forces tried to imitate them? Could Fang clan match their price? No matter what Fang clan chooses, Fang Yuan will be the biggest winner. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth as he thought. Fan Yuan destroyed his body and captured his soul. Fang Dichang could not forget this hatred. What should we do? This first Supreme Elder is really the shame of Wan clan. He actually fought so carelessly. Maybe we can revive him? Fang Gong suggested with a frown. Fang Dichang shook his head. He had already thought of this, but they could not do it. Not to mention that Fang clan did not have a method to revive Goo immortals. They might need to request help from others to revive Wan clan's first Supreme Elder. Even if they succeeded in reviving Wan clan's first Supreme Elder, would this grudge be gone? It was similar to how Fang Dichang was killed by Fang Yuan and his soul captured, but was released later on. Was the hatred between him and Fang Yuan gone? How could that be possible? This grudge deepened, on the contrary. It could be said that the enmity between Fang clan and Wan clan was already impossible to resolve. Wan clan was definitely going to retaliate with their full strength. Under this situation, were Fang clan to revive Wan clan's first Supreme Elder, it would be like reviving their enemy who would give them more trouble in the future. It was too stupid. Naturally, Goo immortals had endless methods. There were many ways to resolve the hatred. For instance, the publicly known Spring-Autumn Cicada. As long as the rebirth succeeded, everything could start anew. There were also wisdom path methods to change the feelings of Wan clan's immortals. But these methods would need to be of an extremely high rank to be effective on all the Wan clan immortals, and Fang clan did not have them. Huff! Fang Dichang sighed. Sharp light flashed past his eyes as he said heavily. We can only continue to go forward now. We will go attack Wan clan's headquarters and deal a huge blow to them. Fang Gong narrowed his eyes, while the other Fang clan Goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This matter had already become big. Fang clan would no doubt face huge trouble. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. They might as well disregard the consequences and weaken Wan clan as much as possible. All right. Fang Gong made the decision. Fang clan immediately collected Chicken Dog Coop and got inside the Earth Path Immortal Goo house, moving towards Wan clan's headquarters through the underground. However, when they reached Wan clan's headquarters, there was no one there. Wan clan's Goo immortals had evacuated long ago. Their remaining Immortal Goo house Myriad Age building, as well as all the resources in the headquarters and treasuries, were also completely gone. Fang clan's immortals were livid. This was the worst situation for Fang clan. After a while of silence, Fang Dichang suggested, First Supreme Elder, at this point, I can only ask you to move with Chicken Dog Coop and clean out Wan clan's resource points. I will lead the others to go back to our headquarters and prepare for war. Fang Gong nodded. I guess we have no choice. Fang Dichang's expression was extremely solemn. For Fang clan to get past this trial, we must rely on Fang Yuan. The more resource points you can loot, the more Immortal Goo we can exchange from Fang Yuan and have greater hope. I understand. Fang Gong chose 2 people to go with him inside Chicken Dog Coop. They disappeared in the horizon. Fang Dichang led the remaining Fang clan immortals back to Fang clan's headquarters in the Earth Path Immortal Goo house. A storm was coming. Everyone in Fang clan was tense. They were like tigers who sensed threats to their lives. Hairs stood on ends and their eyes opened wide, as they prepared to oppose the retaliation of a group of savage beasts. Eastern Sea. A sea breeze was blowing, and birds were chirping. Fang Yuan was calmly undergoing a Goo refinement attempt. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement of Rank 9 Advanced Refinement had reached the mid-late stage. It was too easy. This was Fang Yuan's biggest impression, even though this was the refinement of a Rank 9 Immortal Goo. It was completely different from the previous time. This time, Fan Yuan was not under the external pressure brought by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also did not need to guard the Heavenly Spirit. Another crucial point was Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a Wood Path Immortal Goo, but Advanced Refinement Goo was a Refinement Path Immortal Goo. The latter came under Fan Yuan's specialty. It was much easier for him to process Refinement Path Immortal materials than to handle Wood Path Immortal materials. Fan Yuan was even dealing with other matters while refining the Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Fan Clan's message arrived quickly, and it contained a list. The contents of the list were over 10 resource points. It did not lack large resource points, and there was even a super resource point. Over these days, Fan Gong displayed the strength of a Rank 8 Goo Immortal. Fan Dichang managed the overall situation, and even dispatched Inquiry Doc. Fan Clan combed through Wan Clan's territories, occupying many of the resource points. Looks like Fan Clan gained a lot. Sure enough, every person has potential. How can it appear if they are not pressured? Fan Yuan smiled lightly. After Fan Clan entered the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they made secret transactions. By seeing the several immortal goo that Fan Clan exchanged for, Fan Yuan could deduce Fan Clan's plan. It was also reasonable for Fan Clan to retaliate against Wan Clan for self-preservation. Since Tang Clan's name was intentionally concealed by Fan Yuan, it was rather special for Fan Yuan to only be connected to Fan Clan among all the Western Desert super forces. Previously, Wan Clan gathered Western Desert's Righteous Path forces to attack Fan Clan. This had already deeply provoked Fan Clan. Wan Clan's rally failed. Fan Clan let out a breath of relief before deciding to take the chance to attack Wan Clan. This was a sensible move of using offense as defense. Fan Yuan immediately developed a plan when he noticed this. He manipulated the scene from behind, helping Fan Clan with the immortal goo and raising their strength, while also sending a command to Tang Clan, imparting a Dream Path killer move to Tang Fang Ming and also lending a Dream Path immortal goo. Currently, Fan Clan had already stepped into Fan Yuan's trap, becoming the source of disturbance in Western Desert. For self-preservation, they must cooperate with Fan Yuan even more deeply, seizing resource points for Fan Yuan. On the other hand, Tang Clan schemed against Fan Clan. This was the same as Fan Yuan gaining a huge hold over them. Fan Yuan's influence over Tang Clan deepened much more. In the letter, Fan Clan asked for a lot of immortal goo, and also requested Fan Yuan to personally go to Western Desert and display the invincibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable if necessary. For this, Fan Clan agreed to pay everything. They want me to make a move? Fan Yuan sneered. How could it be possible? In the current situation of the contest of three venerables, Fan Yuan had to make the most of every moment. It was impossible for him to make a move for Fan Clan. He was using Fan Clan, using them as a chess piece. A chess piece was a chess piece, it should be sacrificed when necessary. Unless the value of the chess piece was extremely high and could not be replaced, Fan Yuan would not go defend it personally. Who among Fan Yuan's subordinates could not be replaced? No one. Fan Yuan could even abandon his own clones without hesitation when necessary. Why would he make a move for Fan Clan? Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just started refining Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path down marks when an important message arrived. There is a change in Western Desert. Fan Clan invaded Wan Clan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with starlights. There is something fishy about Fan Clan being so radical. Did Fan Yuan secretly fuel this situation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly thought of this detail. After all, the whole 5 regions knew about Fan Clan openly joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fan Clan's strength rose sharply. Fan Yuan clearly supported them from behind. Wan Clan was caught unprepared, and Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died in battle. Looks like Fan Yuan is intentionally causing unrest in Western Desert. Fan Clan is actually willing to be ordered like this by Fan Yuan, making a move that puts the clan's survival in risk. It seems Fan Yuan's influence over Fan Clan is much deeper than I thought. This is not good. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She quickly sensed Fan Yuan's true motive. Fan Yuan does not care about Fan Clan, even though he needs the resource points to develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. His main target is to set an example of Fan Clan to influence the Goo Immortal world of the whole 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fan Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable. It was extremely easy for him to refine Immortal Goo. With his investment, any super force's strength would soar rapidly. It was the so-called with a sharp weapon in hand, killing intent rises. Fan Yuan's simple transaction could break the power balance that had existed for a long time in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. At present, Western Desert super forces already understood the benefits of transacting with Fan Yuan. On one hand, Fan Yuan was openly transacting immortal Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and the price was affordable to the super forces. On the other hand, he created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, allowing any super force to join the alliance. Moreover, once they joined the alliance, they could transact secretly and obtain a lot of benefits. Fan Clan joined the alliance, so they could transact secretly and raise their strength. Now Wan Clan Gu immortals did not even dare to show up, they could only let Fan Clan loot almost all of their resource points. This trend was truly dangerous. The gains of Fan Clan moved people, while the miserable state of Wan Clan deterred them. What could super forces do in this situation? The simplest choice was to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Chapter 2251. Heavenly Court's Interference. All along, Fan Yuan's foreign policy had been extremely flexible. For instance, the content of the Contribution Board, Mission Board, and Exchange Board were different when comparing the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Similarly, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals had to accept strict alliance agreements when they joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But when the Gu Immortals of other 4 regions joined, their alliance agreements were extremely relaxed with almost no bindings. Such details were enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to learn of Fan Yuan's sinister and vicious mind. She had a clear judgment of Western Desert's situation. Fan Clan must be suppressed, they cannot be allowed to rise in power. If need be, they must be eradicated. Otherwise, once other super forces start to imitate them, it will greatly increase Fan Yuan's influence over the 5 regions. Fan Yuan relied on Immortal Gu transactions and other supporting methods to easily stir the situation of the 5 regions Gu immortal world. As the saying went, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. If this situation was allowed to develop to become a common sentiment, then Fan Yuan's influence would cover the 5 regions in the future. Even if not all the 5 regions were affected, it would at least influence 3 regions. At that time, with just a thought, Fan Yuan could control the Gu immortal world of Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea to besiege Central Continent. Naturally, no matter how many Gu immortals the 3 regions had, they could not hold a candle to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A Venerable was invincible, especially a Venerable who was starting to exhibit the might of a Tao Lord. But Venerables could threaten each other. If Fan Yuan's influence made the 3 regions Gu immortals into cannon fodder, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have no choice but to make a move to protect Central Continent. As such, there would be a change in the contest of 3 Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be hindered by those cannon fodder, while Fan Yuan could take the chance to surpass her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal since the ancient times. Fan Yuan's scheme had just started, and she already saw through it from some small details. Currently, in the contest of 3 Venerables, everyone is giving their all to refine natural Tao marks. Fan Yuan is lagging behind, so he is using this trick to shorten the gap. Humph, will it go like you wish? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision immediately. Zhou Xiong Axian, Wan Zihong, go on an expedition to Western Desert. Western Desert. Sun Clan Headquarters. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder was discussing with Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao. Fan Clan attacked my Wan Clan abruptly. They are seizing my Wan Clan's resource points in a frenzy. They have already gone mad. This act is completely of the demonic path. Everyone in Fan Clan has entered the demonic path. Fan Clan is the biggest demon's nest in Western Desert. Your clan is one of the core forces of Western Desert's righteous path. Can you stand by and watch this situation? Wan Hao Guang said righteously. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder nodded and said, You are right, my Sun Clan will definitely use all our strength to maintain righteousness. But currently, Sun Clan is in a bit of trouble. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder explained Sun Clan's difficulty. He assured them at the end that if Wan Clan was able to gather other super forces, Sun Clan would definitely join and do their best for Western Desert. This old fox. After leaving Sun Clan's headquarters, Wan Hao Guang said furiously. Wan Xiao smiled bitterly. Sun Clan is the most timid among Western Desert's super forces. It is not strange for Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder to say that. It is already his greatest sincerity to be here expressing his stance. Which clan should we go to next? Just as he was speaking, two figures flew over from the horizons, their rank 8 aura clear and unconcealed. Who is it? They are Heavenly Court Gu immortals. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang were on guard. They were not afraid, after all, they had myriad-age building. The two Heavenly Court immortals were Zhou Xiong Xian and Wan Zihong. Please hold on a moment, friends from Wan clan. We are here to help you. Zhou Xiong Xian greeted from afar. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang looked at each other, seeing the joy in the depths of their eyes. Immediately, the two stopped on the spot, hiding their joy while being on full alert. The two Heavenly Court immortals stopped 1,000 steps away, expressing they bore no ill intentions. Wan Zihong did not speak, letting Zhou Xiong Xian explain their purpose in coming. Fang clan joined the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and received support from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They want to overthrow Western Desert's righteous path, and turn the whole of Western Desert into a demonic den. Although Heavenly Court is the leader of Central Continent, we cannot bear to watch this happen, so the two of us were sent to help and eliminate this demonic trend, in order to restore light to the world. Wan Haoguang asked, how will Heavenly Court help? Will Star Constellation Immortal Venerable make a move if necessary? These two questions were crucial. Heavenly Court's help was not a completely good thing for Wan clan. If it was not handled properly, it would be adding on to Wan clan's troubles and they would be beyond redemption. The reason? Heavenly Court was Central Continent's force, and this was Western Desert. Although 5 regional walls had disappeared, how could the 5 regional walls that had existed from the beginning of the world disappear so easily from the Gu immortals' hearts? If Heavenly Court were to personally interfere in Wan clan's fight, Wan clan would be publicly recognized as Heavenly Court's subordinate force, Central Continent's bridgehead in Western Desert. Under such a situation, Western Desert's super forces would be vigilant and stay their hand. Wan clan would lose the reason for assembling the Western Desert's super forces, and everyone would be on guard against them. What was an internal battle between Western Desert forces would become the battle of Fang Yuan and Fang clan against Heavenly Court and Wan clan. Zhou Xiong Xian smiled. You can rest assured, we will not personally take part in this campaign against Fang clan. Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao let out sighs of relief. Heavenly Court Gu immortals could not interfere directly. Zhou Xiong Xian continued. Wan clan's and Fang clan's fight is Western Desert's internal matter. The reason Heavenly Court is willing to help Wan clan is to deal with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan makes a move or sends his subordinates to participate in the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not stand by and do nothing. Our Heavenly Court's immortals will also make a move to defend righteousness and ensure peace in the world. Wan Haoguang and Wan Xiao could not restrain their joy. Since the start, what they were most wary of was the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan made a move, which Western Desert super force could block him? No one! Heavenly Court's guarantee immediately removed Wan clan's greatest apprehension. When Wan clan rallied Western Desert forces later on, and these forces learned of this situation, they would definitely help Wan clan. Wan Xiao questioned. Fang clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and used resource points to exchange for a large number of Immortal Gu, even constructing a new Immortal Gu house. They are crazily relocating our resource points now, their intention is clear as day. So, can Heavenly Court sell us some Immortal Gu? Wan Haoguang also looked at the two Heavenly Court immortals with bright eyes. Zhou Xiong Xian sneered inwardly. Wishful thinking. Immortal Gu are unique, there are barely enough Immortal Gu for us to use, how can we sell them? On the surface, however, he showed a smile. We cannot sell Immortal Gu, but we can lend them. On the other hand, we can consider transacting Immortal Killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes. Zhou Xiong Xian then gave a quote which immediately caused Wan Zhao's and Wan Haoguang's expressions to become unsightly. Heavenly Court's price was high, Wan clan's wallet would bleed if they wanted to reach that price. Heavenly Court's righteousness comes at a price. Zhou Xiong Xian suddenly said with a low voice. In fact, Heavenly Court will give financial support that will certainly satisfy your clan. Oh? We would like to hear the details. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan was communicating with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu, you clearly cultivate enslavement path. Why are you asking me to refine blood path Gu? Fang Yuan deliberately asked. Far away in northern plains, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was smiling bitterly. He mumbled internally. You think I want to do this? But he had no choice. For the blood path Immortal Gu transaction, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally summoned Heavenly Lord Baizu to make him a middleman for the transaction. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu refuse? He was only a meager rank 8 Gu Immortal, and his clan was established in Northern Plains. He had no choice but to agree to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's command. As the saying went, people had to be humble when they were in an inferior position. Heavenly Lord Baizu naturally resented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. At the same time, he also resented Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's speech as great love shook the whole world. He publicized his connection with the 5 regions Gu Immortals and forces. Among them, the transaction with Heavenly Lord Baizu was completely made up. Back then, Heavenly Lord Baizu had been so frightened that he even burned his skewer. Fan Yuan wanted to use this to incite and probe Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's response. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's idea was hereditary monarchy. Heavenly Lord Baizu was not his bloodline descendant. Baizu tribe was also being ostracized and suppressed by Huangjin tribes. This was Fan Yuan's incitement plan. Maybe it could make Huangjin tribe's ally and exterminate Baizu tribe. Naturally, the possibility was small. The world did not lack smart people. But Fan Yuan's plan was extremely low cost. It took just a few words. And how would he know if he did not try? So, a grand rank 8 Gu Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu had to live in fear and anxiety, afraid of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable picking on him. In the end, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really did pick on him, giving him a mission. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attitude was clear. Aren't you, Heavenly Lord Baizu, close with Fan Yuan? Then, be my middleman and transact Blood Path Immortal Gu. Use your actions and results to prove your sincerity to me, Longevity Heaven, and the entire righteous path of Northern Plains. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt wronged. When did he have a close relationship with Fan Yuan? It was clearly Chudu who was linked to Fan Yuan. What did it have to do with him, Heavenly Lord Baizu? He had even fought Fan Yuan before. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable simply did not talk about this, and only wanted him to receive the task. In fact, from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's point of view, there were very few people who could take on this task. Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribe's Gu Immortals were out of the question because they represented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chudu were different, however. Lord Fan Yuan, you are great love Immortal Venerable. Why do you need to make fun of a minor character like me? Heavenly Lord Baizu put himself in a low position. How can a wise hero like you not know of my situation? Fan Yuan laughed heartily. What blood path Immortal Gu do you want? Chapter 2252. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had instructed Heavenly Lord Baizu, if possible, try your best to obtain all of Fan Yuan's blood path Immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu naturally could not say that right now, so he mentioned 10 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan sneered when he received the message. Among these Immortal Gu, there were Bloodline, Blood Asset, Blood Skull, and Blood Chi. Fan Yuan possessed Bloodline Gu. This Immortal Gu had been Wu Clan's property. Back when Fan Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, Wu Clan had even used this Bloodline Gu to test Fan Yuan. Later, Fan Yuan scammed them and became its owner. It was not difficult for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to know of this information. Fan Yuan also had Blood Asset Immortal Gu. This was a unique Gu created by Langya Land's spirit by combining some Blood Path Gu recipes he bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan smoothly obtained it from Langya sect. Currently, Blood Asset Immortal Gu was already raised from rank 6 to rank 8. It was one of the core Immortal Gu of 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. As one of the 4 elements, it was extremely important. Blood Skull Immortal Gu was also with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan originally possessed rank 4 Blood Skull Mortal Gu, and he had once used it to raise his aptitude. But the price of using Blood Skull Mortal Gu was very high. The Gu Master had to kill enough blood-related kin to raise their aptitude. In Qingmao Mountain, Fan Yuan slaughtered almost the whole of Guyu village to raise his aptitude. At Gu Immortal level, the price of using Blood Skull Gu to raise aptitude rose explosively. To Gu Immortals who acted alone, Blood Skull Gu was of little use. But to a force, Blood Skull Gu was extremely significant. Fan Yuan could not obtain benefits from Blood Skull Gu, but others could. The memories from the 500 years of his previous life told him that Blood Skull Immortal Gu's true inheritance was destroyed because of the changes in the world. So, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, when he helped many Gu Immortals undergo immortal ascension, he used the natural inspiration to ask for a rather intact Blood Skull Immortal Gu recipe. Together with his deductions, he created a blood skull immortal goo recipe. Fan Yuan easily refined blood skull immortal goo with this immortal goo recipe. Like he expected, blood skull immortal goo's effect was still to raise aptitude. Because it was an immortal goo, it was effective on goo immortals. The flaw was still the same requirement of killing blood-related kin. The higher the cultivation level of the goo immortal, the larger the number of people they needed to kill. They even had to kill goo immortal relatives. As for blood chi immortal goo, it was also in Fan Yuan's hands. Demon immortal Chi Ju obtained blood chi immortal goo true inheritance, and had transacted the immortal goo recipe with Fan Yuan. After demon immortal Chi Ju died, Fan Yuan refined it. Currently, it was only at rank 6. Besides this, Fan Yuan also had other blood path immortal goo. For instance, blood trace goo and blood oath goo. These two blood path immortal goo were created by Eastern Sea's blood path demonic immortals Ding Yan and Ding Qi. One was used for investigation, and the other could achieve the effect of information path. Fan Yuan did not obtain these two immortal goo recipes from Ding Yan and Ding Qi, but he knew these two immortal goo were destroyed. Using natural inspiration, he asked for complete immortal goo recipes, and adding on his own deductions, he refined them. I will be honest with you, Bai Zhu. I have many blood path immortal goo, Fan Yuan said. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu immediately praised. Lord Fan Yuan is well prepared and far-sighted. As a refinement path venerable, you are the #1 expert in refinement path in history. I am in deep admiration. Fan Yuan chuckled. If you want to trade immortal goo, then exchange for it with the primordial domain extraction method. Before Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu looked for Fan Yuan, he was instructed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable told him about the primordial domain extraction method. In Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mind, Fan Yuan desired a method to retrieve the primordial domain. This was quite clear. Just look at Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan's portion of the primordial domain was still stored there. Fan Yuan had not taken it out even now. It could be judged that he had no way to extract it. So, this method was the greatest bargaining chip to purchase the blood path immortal goo and could be made use of. As expected, Fan Yuan immediately mentioned the method to take out primordial domain. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed correctly. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was excited inwardly. His trepidation also disappeared for the most part. He intentionally remained silent for a while before responding. The primordial domain extraction method? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu pretended to be in a difficult position. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Don't try any tricks, since you have been sent by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Didn't he instruct you? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's mind shook as he quickly corrected his attitude. Lord Fan Yuan is wise and mighty, please forgive my impudence. Fan Yuan gave a light nod. Then use the primordial domain extraction method to purchase 1 blood path immortal goo. What? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was shaken. Fan Yuan was so absurd and greedy that he did not even dare to believe those words. Lord Fan Yuan, I think the primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable and can definitely be exchanged for 10 blood path immortal goo. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said quickly. Fan Yuan sneered. Hee, you are actually so absurd and greedy, do you have no shame? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Fan Yuan simply did not require any primordial domain extraction method, he was just teasing Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu while refining advanced refinement goo. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, tens of long rivers were flying in the sky. Every river was filled with all kinds of immortal materials. The river streams converged sometimes, and separated at other times. To refine rank 9 advanced refinement goo, Fan Yuan was mainly using the water refinement technique. Rank 8 water refinement immortal goo, one of the core immortal goo of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, had been activated since the start of the refinement. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu came to his senses and started to raise the price. Lord Fan Yuan, you are clear of my sincerity. You also know that the primordial domain extraction method is extremely rare. This primordial domain extraction method is valuable to you, and it is what you need the most currently. Just 10 blood path immortal goo are not of any significance to you. You are a refinement path venerable, isn't it a simple matter to refine any immortal goo for you? Fan Yuan scoffed, his attitude turning cold quickly. Back then, I transacted primordial domain with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Shouldn't he have handed the primordial domain extraction method as well? Now, I can't even take it out, I have yet to settle the accounts with him, but he is actually shameless enough to sell this thing? Could it be that I, a Grand Refinement Path Venerable, cannot deduce a Rank 9 Refinement Path Killer move to handle the primordial domain as an immortal material and extract it. Heavenly Lord Baizu quickly said, Lord Fan Yuan, please quell your anger. Shut up. Fan Yuan continued, Go tell Giant Sun this. I rushed to refine Blood Path Immortal Goo to intentionally make things difficult for him. He wants to dual cultivate Blood Path? I will continue to refine even more Blood Path Immortal Goo ahead of him. Unless he hands over the primordial domain extraction method to me and shows me his sincerity. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not dare to talk anymore. He heaved a sigh and contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learned of the event, he immediately scolded. That kid Fan Yuan is really arrogant, actually daring to threaten me. Heavenly Lord Baizu, you are also trash, showing such a cowering attitude. Don't you know that you are negotiating with Fan Yuan as my representative? Heavenly Lord Baizu could only say, Lord Giant Sun, it is my mistake. I am not of Huangjin bloodline and my ability is meager. All right. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable interrupted him. It is because you are not of Huangjin bloodline and have meager ability that I am giving these opportunities to you to temper yourself and increase your ability. Heavenly Lord Baizu, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued to negotiate with Fan Yuan, the primordial domain extraction method. I won't hand it over for free. Tell Fan Yuan that in the contest of 3 venerables, his progress is the slowest, and he has the least immortal essence. Tell him to assess the situation. Cooperating with me will give him great benefits and fill up the gap. A wise person should be aware of their situation. Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. If so, Lord Giant Sun, how many Blood Path Immortal Goo should I exchange the primordial domain extraction method for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was silent for a bit. Hearing Heavenly Lord Baizu's words, Fan Yuan's plan was to use his Refinement Path Venerable Foundation to deduce a Rank 9 killer move to extract primordial domain. Although this method was time-consuming, it was a feasible method indeed. Thereupon, the primordial domain extraction method could not be priced too high. But regarding the price, in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's opinion, the higher the better. In the end, he chided Heavenly Lord Baizu. It will depend on your effort to see how many Blood Path Immortal Goo you can exchange for, and that will show your sincerity to Longevity Heaven. Go, I am watching your performance. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt stifled under the enormous pressure. He contacted Fan Yuan once again. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, some issues emerged in the handling of Refinement Path Immortal materials. Fan Yuan was carefully separating the rivers, while removing several of them. Heavenly Lord Baizu said with a smile, Lord Fan Yuan, there is really no way to offer the primordial domain extraction method as a gift. But since you feel 10 Blood Path Immortal Goo is too much, how about 8? Fan Yuan did not have the mood to talk with Heavenly Lord Baizu. He chided immediately. Junior Baizu, how can I, a Grand Venerable, haggle with you? You think I am a mortal merchant? Heavenly Lord Baizu cursed inwardly, while immediately saying, I won't dare to. Fan Yuan continued, Let's put aside the matter of the primordial domain extraction method. Since you want to purchase Blood Path Immortal Goo, offer more of the primordial domain. This. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Fan Yuan. What are you standing dazedly for? Can you decide it? Why aren't you returning to ask for instructions? Heavenly Lord Baizu's anger was soaring. He, a mighty rank 8 Goo immortal, had been turned into a messenger. And the communicating parties happened to be venerables. He could not afford to offend them. He could only swallow this grievance and look for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again. This is indeed Fan Yuan, a guy with infinite greed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed. He had a lot of the primordial domain. The primordial domain had little value to him. After all, he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Currently, it was already Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's limit to cultivate Luck Path and Blood Path. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could use the primordial domain to cultivate his subordinates. It is not impossible to transact them with Fan Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pondered for a while before informing Heavenly Lord Baizu of this decision. Heavenly Lord Baizu contacted Fan Yuan once again. Lord Fan Yuan, Lord? He tried to contact many times, but Fan Yuan simply ignored him. Heavenly Lord Baizu. At this moment, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, tens of rivers had merged, raising countless ripples. A completely new advanced refinement goo rose from the vast river. Advanced refinement had reached rank 9. Chapter 2253. Internal worry, external threat. Rank 9 Advanced refinement goo. Fan Yuan inspected carefully and found that the appearance was not much different from its previous rank 8 version. However, it had already undergone a qualitative change. This was Fan Yuan's second rank 9 immortal goo. It would provide a huge help to Fan Yuan. For Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool would also rise to become a rank 9 immortal goo house because of this. A rank 9 immortal goo house. Such immortal goo houses were few even in the whole history of humanity. Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was the most famous goo house. Unfortunately, with the destruction of rank 9 Fate goo, it could not be constructed again. Once I finish with the modifications, rank 9 Advanced Refinement goo can be placed in 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool once again, thereby allowing this immortal goo house to also experience a qualitative change. If there was a ranking list for immortal goo houses, it would be at first place for sure. Fan Yuan evaluated in his mind. If it was before, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool might be at the same ranking as Divine Emperor City, but as long as it became a true rank 9, it would suppress Divine Emperor's City stably. After all, Divine Emperor's City did not have a rank 9 immortal goo. Naturally, Fan Yuan needed to modify the previous 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool to make it suitable for rank 9 Advanced Refinement immortal goo. Fan Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable, a Supreme Grand Master in Refinement Path. It was not hard for him to modify this. Fan Yuan placed Advanced Refinement immortal goo aside and inspected himself. Just like he expected, because of the second rank 9 immortal goo, the fishing net-like heaven path Dao marks left on him by the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret were being expended at almost double the speed of before. This showed that rank 9 Advanced Refinement goo would provide an enormous help to Fan Yuan. It had a huge significance as it could influence many subsequent matters. It would be much easier for Fan Yuan to raise the rank of other rank 8 immortal goo from now on. Fortunately, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable have expended a lot of immortal essence. They also need to use their remaining immortal essence to refine natural Dao marks. They will not inspect frequently like before. This will greatly reduce the pressure on Obscured Heavenly Secret. Fan Yuan was aware that Obscured Heavenly Secret was already reaching its limits at this stage. If Fan Yuan wanted to refine a third rank 9 immortal goo, Obscured Heavenly Secret might help him conceal it during the early stage, but it would not be able to keep on concealing it at the mid-late stage. The effect of the killer move would dissipate completely. So, should I refine or not? If I am to refine the third rank 9 immortal goo, which should I refine? Fan Yuan calmed down and analyzed the situation. He was now facing problems both internally and externally. The internal problem was the instability of the sovereign immortal aperture. Because of non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations kept on occurring, causing the whole immortal aperture's ecology to be unstable. Because of the severe loss of subordinates in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, there were few goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture, and they were barely able to stabilize the situation. Secondly were calamities and tribulations. Even venerables needed to undergo tribulation. Among the 3 venerables, it was extremely difficult for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to change the time flow of their immortal aperture using time path methods because of conflicting Dao marks. Fan Yuan, however, sped his time flow twice when raising the rank of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. For this, his time path clone, He Chun Chio's time path foundation was almost entirely used up. For some time, Fan Yuan would not be able to change the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time. If he did it again, it would lead to a series of changes. Abnormal situations would erupt frequently and form into a terrifying tribulation that would cover the whole of the sovereign immortal aperture. This was because a time path killer move that could transform the whole sovereign immortal aperture had to be of an extremely high rank. To be effective, many time path Dao marks had to be engraved or modified. The sudden change in these time path Dao marks would create a chain reaction in the sovereign immortal aperture, leading to unpredictable changes and ultimately causing severe losses. If a loss occurred, it would have an enormous impact on him. Previously, Fan Yuan used landscape as before along with the year essence pools as recovery methods, but they could not be used now. Because the water of the river of time in the year essence pools had poured in just recently. The essence of this method were still the time path Dao marks. The abnormal situations that erupted because of the disorderly time path Dao marks would make the usage of any time path Dao marks aggravate the situation. To reduce the danger of this, I need to construct a time path Dao vein at least. The third internal problem was the sovereign immortal body's food. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was created from sovereign immortal fetus goo. It needed to feed on similarly ranked immortal apertures every set interval of time. Fan Yuan's cultivation was rank 9 now, so he needed to devour rank 9 immortal apertures. Looking at it from this point, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were Fan Yuan's food. But the difficulty in this was enormous. Naturally, Fan Yuan was prepared. He schemed against the revived Paradise Earth in Kray's Demon Cave. Before Paradise Earth died, he was only a slight distance away from rank 9, his corpse still had a rank 8 immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal aperture was at quasi-rank 9 level. Moreover, because Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, this immortal aperture displayed a unique style, it could actually form into an independent entity that was extremely stable. Normally speaking, when a Gu immortal died, their immortal aperture would be unstable and fall on the world, opening their immortal aperture entrance to absorb a large amount of heaven and earth chi, to form either a blessed land or a grotto heaven. But Paradise Earth's quasi-rank 9 Heaven Path immortal aperture was special, it was stable. If it becomes hopeless in the future, I will split my soul to use Paradise Earth's body to create a Heaven Path clone. Then, let this clone undergo tribulation to become a Heaven Path Venerable, then devour its rank 9 immortal aperture. Paradise Earth's corpse was Fan Yuan's future food. Naturally, doing this was quite wasteful. If possible, Fan Yuan would prefer having a Heaven Path Venerable clone to assist him. The three main internal problems were sovereign immortal aperture, calamities and tribulations, and food. Besides these, Fan Yuan also had external problems. The external problems were the venerables. Fan Yuan had quietly refined 2 rank 9 immortal Gu, this was his greatest advantage now. But other venerables also had their advantages. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had refined the most down marks among the 3 venerables. In his territory, he could fight against 2 others and even gain an upper hand. The amplification from the outside world's down marks was too huge. And although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was below Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in this aspect, the scale of her refined wisdom path down marks clearly surpassed Fan Yuan's. Moreover, Fan Yuan could guess Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was modifying her killer moves. Fan Yuan had almost no foundation in this aspect. He had 2 newly refined rank 9 Immortal Gu, but he had no complementary killer moves to use with them. Fan Yuan's own skill in deducing killer moves was far below Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Were the 3 Venerables to fight now, Fan Yuan's 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu could not provide direct help. There was another point of the 2 Venerables that Fan Yuan envied. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had Longevity Heaven, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Heavenly Court. The 2 Venerables had their own headquarters. As long as they hid inside, they would receive a huge amplification and show the might of a Tao Lord. Even if the other 2 Venerables allied sincerely, they would be without options. This gave them each an impenetrable fortress. Even if the situation were to crumble apart, as long as they had their headquarters, they would have a foothold and hope to counterattack. Fan Yuan, however, did not have it. The sovereign immortal aperture was unstable. How could he dare to use it as a battlefield? He really could not compare to the other 2 Venerables in this aspect. After all, the 2 Venerables had the accumulation of their past lives, while Fan Yuan was not even a rank 8 Gu immortal in the 500 years of his previous life. The main reason was because in Fan Yuan's previous 500 years, Fate Gus still existed. Heavens will made arrangements for him, and Venerables had their own arrangements. Fan Yuan had no ability to go against them. So, once Fan Yuan lost, he would not have a place to take shelter. Fan Yuan thought for a long while, but could not come to a decision. There was a tough decision in front of him. He could choose to refine or not. Both would have a great impact on his following actions. For instance, if he refined a rank 9 immortal Gu that could be used directly in a fight, Fan Yuan might make a move to suppress the other Venerables, consume their immortal essence, and enlarge his immortal essence advantage. If he did not refine it, obscured heavenly secret could still hold on for some time. Using this chance, Fan Yuan could secretly accumulate even more advantages. It depended on Fan Yuan's choice. I don't have enough information. Fan Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Unlike the concluded battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Venerables had the time to develop now. Their trump cards and methods had already changed. With the situation being unclear, it was not easy to make a decision. Another advantage of choosing a direct confrontation was that information could be forcefully obtained. But Fan Yuan felt the plan of suppressing two venerables at the same time was somewhat unreliable. They had their own territories, and if the two venerables were forced to join hands, could Fan Yuan handle it? As the contest of three venerables prolonged, the importance of information became even more prominent. Fan Yuan, however, was not specialized in this aspect. Information Path was most specialized in gathering information, and Fan Yuan never had a notable accomplishment in Information Path. This did not mean he did not have any progress in Information Path. Although Li Xiaobai had been entrusted with the hope of Information Path back then, he was just an idle chess piece now. Fan Yuan's current foundation was still effective in gathering information on ordinary Gu immortals or super forces. But his attainment in Information Path had never caught up with his development. Now that he was dealing with two venerables, this aspect appeared quite weak. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inspected him, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced him, but Fan Yuan had no way to make any counterattacks. Just as Fan Yuan was pondering deeply, the situation in Western Desert was changing rapidly. Wan Xiao, Wan Zihong, Sun Wang, as well as Wan Zihong, Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest arrived in Xiao Clan's headquarters Blessed Land. I already know of your purpose in coming. Fang Clan has gone mad and fallen into the demonic path. They are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. My Xiao Clan is willing to help Wan Clan to recover your lost territory. Xiao Yihu expressed the stance of Xiao Clan clearly. Wan Clan's group formed an alliance with Xiao Clan smoothly. After a round of discussion, Wan Clan was willing to cede resource points like Visualization Oasis, Perfumed Flying Island, and Black-Yellow Earth Pool. Xiao Clan would dispatch Xiao Yihu and several other Xiao Clan experts. At the same time, Heavenly Court supported them with Immortal Essence Stones. Moreover, Heavenly Court guaranteed that if Heaven Refining Demon Venerable made a move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely appear to obstruct him and protect Western Desert's righteous path forces. With Zhou Xiong Xian's and Wan Zihong's active participation, a righteous path alliance against Fang Clan was forming rapidly. Chapter 2254. I want to sleep. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Mermaid Immortal Yuzi's expression was pale, she panted while looking at the flying sand tunnel in front of her. It is finally set up. Yuzi mumbled. Rockman Gu Immortal Sure Sanbai thanked her. Yuzi, you specialize in water path, setting up this kind of earth path resource point is truly hard on you. I could not have accomplished this by myself. Rockmen were most specialized in earth path. This was their racial talent. Originally, Sure Sanbai and Sure Guabai had agreed to finish the mission of setting up the Earth Path resource points. But not long ago, Fan Yuan suddenly sent a command and dispatched several Rockman Gu immortals out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sure Sanbai had no other options but to wait for others to team up with him. In the end, he teamed up with Yuzi. Although Yuzi specialized in water path, she was a rank 7 Gu immortal after all. With Sure Sanbai as the leader and Yuzi as the support, the two cooperated and spent close to 10 days to set up this resource point, finishing the mission. Seeing Sure Sanbai expressing his gratitude, Yuzi gave a humble reply with a polite attitude. She had her own plans, in fact. Resource points like Flying Sand Tunnel can be used as Earth Vein nodes. Lord Fan Yuan's clone will personally come to set up an immortal formation in this resource point to change it into one of the Earth Vein nodes. This is the chance for me to meet Lord Fan Yuan. When Yuzi saw Fan Yuan's main body, her determination had been shaken. But she had gotten over it during this period of time. She did not have any extravagant hope of building a relationship with Fan Yuan's main body, so her attention was placed on Fan Yuan's clones. As long as she could connect to Fan Yuan, becoming one of his fiancés, the Merman race's status would immediately be stable and unshakable. Moreover, with this relationship, the Merman race would obtain powerful protection for their development. It was because she had this plot, Yuzi took on this mission and came to cooperate with Sure Sanbai. A figure suddenly appeared in the horizon. Lord Wu Shuai is here! Sure Sanbai showed a respectful expression. He is here. Wu Shuai is Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone. Yuzi's heartbeat accelerated as she encouraged herself inwardly. It was up to her to fight for the Merman race's future. Yuzi quickly checked her appearance. This time, she was wearing a rare and precious pearl necklace that constantly let out the light scent of sea wind. Her elaborate robe showed off her alluring figure, and the bright fish scales gave off a feeling of being unblemished. Yuzi nodded in satisfaction inwardly and encouraged herself. She looked around and had a light smile on her face as she tried her best to show a captivating expression. Sure Sandbai was dumbstruck, immediately understanding the Mermaid Immortal's plan. When Wu Shuai arrived above Flying Sand Tunnel, Yuzi said softly, "Greetings to Lord Wu Shuai." This voice made Sure Sandbai feel a chill. He also quickly paid his greetings. Wu Shuai glanced at them and nodded lightly before activating an investigative killer move to carefully inspect the Flying Sand Tunnel. After 3 rounds of inspection, Wu Shuai said contentedly, "Not bad, you have done a good job in setting up this Flying Sand Tunnel." After saying so, Wu Shuai started controlling Immortal Goo, and many immortal materials as he began to set up an immortal formation. Yuzi carefully sized Wu Shuai up. He was muscular and handsome, he had a tall nose bridge and firm lips. He looked like a peerless hero. His pupils were the color of amber, he had a pair of golden spiral horns, especially his pure gold dragon scales that shone dazzlingly. They suited the merfolk's sense of aesthetic beauty. "Lord Fang Yuan really has peerless beauty," Yuzi admired inwardly. The beauty of Fang Yuan's main body was a kind of a shock to her. She had a feeling that she could only worship and look up to it, making her feel inferior. While Wu Shuai's heroic appearance moved her heart. After several hours, Wu Shuai finished setting up the immortal formation. "Lord Wu Shuai really has amazing methods. You can set up the immortal formation with such little effort," Yuzi immediately praised. Wu Shuai smiled. "I can't draw a conclusion yet, I need to see the actual effect. Move back and take care of your safety." The first activation of a newly constructed formation was rather dangerous. If the killer move were to fail, it would lead to a backlash. The immortal formation would break apart, and not only would it inflict a backlash on the Gu Immortal, it would also cause a violent change in the surroundings. After all, the formation was closely connected to its surroundings. Especially a large formation over a resource point like this, once it broke apart, the violent change due to the massively concentrated down marks in the resource point would cause even higher damage. It was even more so in an environment like that of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This was derived from experience. There were already several failures in the arrangement of immortal formations, which caused down marks to turn chaotic and the surroundings to change intensely. The loss of the resource points was a small matter, they even resulted in terrifying abnormal situations. Wu Shuai activated the formation carefully. He cultivated enslavement path after all. The reason he could set up the formation was because he shared attainment levels with the main body. So, if there was a mistake in the formation, it would be hard for Wu Shuai to deal with it with his methods, as he was not a formation path Gu Immortal. The immortal formation began to activate. Nothing unexpected happened for the moment. Wu Shuai's eyes were bright as torches without any signs of relaxing. After a few breaths of time, Yuzi finally could not endure it. She bravely approached Wu Shuai and said with a revering expression, "Lord Wu Shuai, this immortal formation seems to have no issue." Wu Shuai did not look at her, he sniffed the air and frowned slightly. "What is this smell?" Yuzi was joyous and was just about to say shyly that this was the fragrance of her pearls. But right at this moment, there was an explosion. A large amount of stench gushed out of the Flying Sand Tunnel. Around 10 li of the surroundings immediately became filled with a foul smell. Yuzi's expression was pale, she nearly vomited. The fragrance of her pearls was completely drowned, moreover, the pure white pearl necklace was dyed black. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. "You don't need to worry, this is earth stench qi. The method of relocating this Flying Sand Tunnel was not good enough, so these accumulated stench qi collected inside the tunnel. But it is alright now, this formation has discharged them, there are no hidden threats left. Congratulations, Lord Wu Shuai!" Sure Sandbai quickly cheered. Yuzi also praised while enduring the stench. "This is all due to Lord Wu Shuai's extraordinary methods." She approached him courageously once again, trying her hardest to attract Wu Shuai's gaze. But right at this time, sandy rocks shot out of the Flying Sand Tunnel. These sandy rocks were filled with moisture, thus the stench they emitted was even worse than the earth's stench qi. Lumps of sandy rocks flew to the air before falling down to the surrounding area with splattering sounds. Just like taking a dump. Yuzi looked at the sandy rocks that filled the sky, she felt despair. In this situation, no matter how beautiful she was, Wu Shuai would not be moved. After the sandy rocks fell for a while, it became normal again. A large amount of fine, dry sand grains shot out of the Flying Sand Tunnel. The sand grains flew up to 100 or so feet high before sprinkling down on the ground like a drizzle. This was flying sand, It had a soft texture, it was an immortal material. Although it was only a rank 6 immortal material, the grains were in high quantities. Under the effect of the formation, the flying sand tunnel had become one of the earth vein nodes. Wu Shuai nodded contentedly and said in a joyous tone, "Now, the second ring of the earth vein is finished. Although we were also at second ring before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the nodes in that second ring were far fewer than the present scale. I am sure this world will keep getting better," Yuzi added in agreement. Wu Shuai glanced at her, then glanced at Shi Sanbai before flying away. Yuzi and Shi Sanbai quickly bade him farewell. Only when Wu Shuai had disappeared in the horizons did Yuzi take back her gaze and sigh deeply, unable to hide her deep disappointment. Shi Sanbai laughed inwardly. He knew the mermaid's plan but did not look down on her. Mermen had already lived in the sovereign immortal aperture for some time now. This period of time was neither long nor short. The mermaid immortals were meticulous in their tasks, and almost all the Gu immortals knew of them. In Shi Sanbai's opinion, the weak relying on the strong to survive was a wise plan. He did not feel any hostility. After all, rockmen were all male, they were simply not in the competition. So, Shi Sanbai feigned ignorance. "I am going to continue setting up another Earth Path resource point. Fair Yuzi, are you willing to continue teaming up with me?" Shi Sanbai naturally hoped to have an Earth Path Gu immortal as an ally, but the manpower in the sovereign immortal aperture was truly in shortage right now. Yuzi had already worked with him, they had a certain level of tacit cooperation. Yuzi asked for the details, before refusing Shi Sanbai politely while showing a difficult expression. The next Earth Path resource point could not be treated as an Earth Vein node. That meant Yuzi could not see Fan Yuan's clone, so she did not have any incentive to do it. Shi Sanbai understood, suggesting, "From what I see, you should take a rest." Yuzi felt somewhat strange, a thought emerging in her mind. The Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture actually rest? Yuzi had lived here for some time, she had already recognized what workaholics the Gu immortals here were. They did not know what rest was. This was the first time she heard the word rest from a Gu immortal here. Shi Sanbai laughed. "This is my own experience. The mission board will never be empty. In fact, there are endless missions, but we are short on manpower. Most of the time, we might not be proficient in the mission, but we have no choice but to force ourselves to finish them. It is like how you cultivate water path and had to use much more effort to set up the Earth Path resource point. You aren't even able to display 20% of your strength, which will feel stifling. So, I suggest you take on some missions that allow you to display all your strength. That way, you can ease your mind." Yuzi nodded and expressed her thanks. But she was coughing out blood in her mind. Sure enough, the so-called rest was still to do missions. These Gu immortals seem to not know what true rest is. "Sleep, I have not had any sleep for over 10 days. I have only slept 5 times since I came here, and each sleep was less than 4 hours. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Why are so many Earth Path resource points pouring in recently? I am already disgusted from arranging these resource points to the point of vomiting. I really hope some Water Path resource points come next." When she thought of this, Yuzi almost wanted to slap herself from anger. "What are you thinking? You still want more resource points? I hope there are no resource points ever. I hope there are fewer missions. I hope other Gu immortals finish them instead. Let me sleep, I just want to have a proper sleep." Chapter 2255. Painful Sail. Western Desert, Fan Clan's Blessed Land Headquarters. Fan Clan's immortals were all present, their expressions were ashen. The atmosphere in the discussion hall was so heavy that it was suffocating. According to the information we obtained just earlier, Wan Clan paid a visit to Qin Clan, and Qin Clan has already sent Qin Lang to take part in the battle. Qin Lang was a famous expert in Western Desert Gu Immortal World. He had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated space path. His signature method was Vortex Sweep. Once the move was used, it could clear out an area of 10,000 li. That means the alliance that Wan Clan gathered in the expedition against our Fan Clan already includes Xiao Clan, Qin Clan, Sun Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, and Tang Clan. Sun Clan's representative is Sun Wang. He does not have high battle strength but is extremely proficient in investigative killer moves. Gong Clan sent Gong Jiao Che. You all know of his battle accomplishments. Shi Clan Gu Immortal Shi Kong is a recently famous expert. His defensive aspect is very powerful. Tang Clan Gu Immortal Tang Lan Ke is a time path Gu Immortal. She has all along been in charge of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Although she is not famous, since she was assigned such an important task by Tang Clan, her strength is definitely out of the ordinary. The strongest support is still Shao Clan. Shao Clan sent Xiao Yihu. That's right, this person had a fortuitous encounter when he was young. He obtained a Gu Immortal True Inheritance, and received a damaged Immortal Gu house. Xiao Yihu relied on this to cultivate until he became a Gu Immortal. He got Shao Clan's help to repair the Immortal Gu house and changed his name to Xiao Yihu afterwards. According to rumors, his Dark Path Immortal Gu house chamber pot is extremely strange and vicious. Although it is pocket-sized, it can forcefully absorb Gu Immortals. If the Gu Immortal cannot escape and gets trapped in this pot for a night, they will become a pile of piss and stool. The Fang Clan Immortals felt a huge pressure weighing on them as they continued to discuss. Western Desert Super Forces had 14 clans: Lin Clan, Shao Clan, Tian Clan, Fang Clan, Dong Clan, Wan Clan, Sun Clan, Mo Clan, Tang Clan, Qin Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, Suqiu Clan, and Tuoba Clan. If the mysterious and secluded Yi Clan was also counted, it would be 15 clans. Fang Clan was only one of them. There was no precise rankings of the strength of the super clans. Western Desert was not like Southern Border. Southern Border's Wu Clan was the number one in strength, which had been tested over a long period of time and was publicly approved by Gu Immortals. A super force's strength came from many aspects, for instance, Gu Immortals, resources, Immortal Gu houses, and so on. And these aspects also had strengths and weaknesses too. In an actual situation, super forces competed, allied, or antagonized each other through many ways. Thus, it was rather difficult to rank the super forces. Naturally, there was a vague consensus. For instance, in the Western Desert Gu Immortal world, Shao Clan and Tian Clan were normally thought of highly by Gu Immortals, because during the past peaceful era, these two had the largest businesses. They had many Gu Immortals and even had